Dr. Ophelia Love.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
Getting everything ready here. Everybody's coming in, making sure.
Okay.
Where's Dr. Ophelia? Stay, you keep moving. Stay right there. Stay right there. Ah. Felipe, you're the host, right? Okay, excellent. Yeah, I was trying to do that for Ophelia. Okay. We have a microphone. We're getting set up here, everybody, getting everybody ready to go. And right now we're looking for our first presenter. Risca Rongue. Is that you? Well, that's PC? No. Oh, I don't know if I can do that because I don't have the permission to do that. Oh, okay. Okay. So you need AIU support. You're a co-host. There you go. Yeah, I'm looking through the list of participants for our first presenter, and I don't see her yet. Unless I'm missing it. No, I don't see her yet. Jenny, are you ready to go if our first presenter doesn't show up? Jenny,
no, I don't want to be the first. No, I don't want to be the first.
You might have to be.
No, I don't want to be the first.
Yeah, but our first presenter is not here yet.
Hello.
Dr. Miriam Abukala.
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Who is talking now?
Mariam Abu Khalaf. Yes, it's me.
Let me see if you're oh. No, you're set to start at 11 a.m. Is that correct?
Yeah.
In about 2 hours. So we're looking for our first presenter, Risca Rongue, who I don't see here yet.
Hello. She's not here yet.
She's not here yet. So Jenny, get ready to go. Since you're going to have a problem later on, this could be your chance. Risca Rongue, are you here? Risca Rongue, are you here? Up, just showed up. Just came in.
Nice, girls.
You're saved, Jenny.
Jenny.
There.
Hi, Dr. Lambert.
Hello, hello. Is this Prisca?
How are you? Yes.
Oh, nice.
How is everyone there?
We are doing great.
Well, thank you.
Hi, we're fine.
Okay.
Very fine, thank you.
Hi.
And Dr. Ophelia Love?
Yes.
There you are.
Welcome, everyone. We're so excited.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hold on.
Hi.
We're getting all set up here. Okay, I see Priska Jelagat
Yes.
from Gay here.
Yep.
Dr. Miriam Abukalaf is here.
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. Many of our presenters have already shown up. And Dr. Ophelia Love, are you able to activate your microphone?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
I'm ready to go.
Okay. So I'll do a quick introduction to the conference.
This is what you'll be doing. Two librarians presenting on a symposium, two librarian students.
So this is going to be the 11th AIU Online Symposium. The topic for today's symposium is My Legacy to Future Generations. And you see a schedule of the presentations.
Susanna will invite you.
You see a schedule of the presentations. We'll be starting here in a few minutes with Priska Ronge. And just get some ideas here. Now at AIU, we see each student as unique and unrepeatable. Each student in the future generations will be unique and unrepeatable too. So everybody in the future is unique and unrepeatable. And we at AIU, we value the UN goals for sustainable development in the world. And these goals will take time to accomplish, time that will include the future generations. So do we have a responsibility for future generations? And what would that responsibility be? So we're going to be discussing these today with other students and other presenters from AIU. So we're going to be starting here in a second. Dr. Ophelia Love, do you have something to say?
No, I think we're just very excited because this one is the third in this series, right, of My Legacy. And it's kind of gearing up to our graduation. That's on the 14th, virtual graduation. So it's just very exciting to see what everybody shares about their legacy and all the amazing things that our students are doing for their communities and their families and their countries.
Now, Dr. Ophelia Love, give everybody who you are, what do you do at the university so they can know you.
I am your AIU director. So we basically just make sure that we do everything we can so that you can really expose your essence and your vocation through your program here at AIU, making sure that it's not like every other program out there, but that you really are able to define your legacy. This is why this symposium is so important, because it's not just about a degree, it's not just about a piece of paper, but it's about how we can contribute to the world, to make the world a better place. So it's amazing to see all these presentations and to see everything that everyone is doing and how they're contributing to the community, because it definitely inspires me, and I know it inspires all of our students and staff.
Right now, we're getting ready for our first presenter, Priska Ronge. The list keeps jumping around, and I'm trying to pick on your name, so make you a presenter. There we go. I think, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing here. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, let's see how we're doing here. Now, let's go ahead and bring up the first presentation for Priska Ronge. Are you able to share your screen?
Let me see.
Do you see the share screen? There you go.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Ophelia Love, we're going to be starting here with the recording in about 2 minutes. And then we'll get set up with the introduction for Priska Jelagat Ronge. Felipe, do you know how to turn off people drawing on the presentation? Do you know where that command is, Felipe?
You're welcome.
Is that on share screen? Yeah, I can't find it. Found it before. Okay, Dr. Ophelia, let me know when you're ready to go.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us today for our 11th symposium. Such a great honor to have all of you and all of our presenters. We will be talking about legacy and how it relates to future generations. So our first presenter is Priska. Priska is here. Priska, are you ready?
Yes, please.
Okay, so your PowerPoint is on screen. So she will
Yes.
go ahead and present, and then if you have any questions, please go ahead and put them in the chat and we will do it at the end of her presentation. Go ahead, Priska.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, good morning to everyone, wherever you are. I'm Priska Jelakatrongwe, and I'm presenting an overview of my life legacy to future generation. I work at the university as a teacher, and that is why my legacy will be dealing more on interacting with people, that is the students, the staff, and the community in general. So I can start straight away. My presentation is outline. I'll be dealing with the studies and the student assistance at the department, and the work program that I've been dealing with on daily basis, participation at the conferences and the workshops. These are part of my legacy, and the research work and articles that I've already written and presented, and the outreach and corporate responsibility, which means that the interaction between me and the community surrounding us. And then I love the conclusion and a way forward for the next generation. I'll start with my studies and the student assistance. My studies, I studied as a young age. When I was dealing with my studies, I was interacting with my family members. And my dad used to tell me that if you can be able to make in life, please make sure that you also do with other people. Don't do it for yourself, but do it for others too. And that kept it on in my mind that I should be able to interact with people, not only to pass the exam, not only to be smart in everything, but also to interact with people and see how I can be able to assist them. And surely when I started school and when I passed my high school, I went first for a diploma course in environmental studies. So this was a young course. It was being started, it was new. Although I was discouraged to do the same thing, I could not be discouraged because I was motivated for the fact that I was interacting with nature most of the time. So I loved nature, and I said that by doing these environmental studies, I'll be able to interact with nature well. So I became a student. I joined my Egerton University here in Kenya, which I did environmental science. As I went on, I went on to master's program in the Netherlands. It was a joint program that was dealing with Netherlands and the Austria and also the university in Kenya. And I did also environmental science, but now specifically on limnology and wetland management. while I was doing this, I did a lot of work that was dealing with the research, that was also interacting with people and looking at how they interact with the wetland areas. And this is because most of the livelihoods within our continent, in this region, they depend mainly on resources that come from the wetland. And this is why it motivated me into doing a research in the wetland management areas. And as I was still working on this MSc, this is the time that I have guided most of the students that were also doing the undergraduate as well as the master's programs. During this time also, when I did my graduation, I did some field work outside, which meant that it was not really studies, but I involved myself in some research work that was dealing with the communities. And this was the time that I interacted with the community members and really understood what they required. And for volunteer work sometimes could be done where you may not be paid anything, but you'll have to use your money to do a lot of work. This academic program also has helped me to be able to advise the students at the department where I'm working in academically, as well as encouraging them not to give up, but to continue to be able to do the work. So during this program, I realized that I needed to get to expand my territory, and I registered myself in AIU to be able to do my PhD. And I want to expand my knowledge and the skills and the interaction, forming networks with others to be able to understand better on what I can be able to contribute in doing and in also telling others on how they can be able to do the work. So my PhD is also dealing with the environmental science, and I've done some coursework that I'm still working on them. And I'm right now in my phase 3, which I'm working on my project. So I feel that AIU has really broadened my my scope in my studies, because there are so many things that I've learned through their program, because it is open. It is something that you can be able to learn several things that you may not have been able to meet in other programs. So it is really flexible and meeting or suitable for me. I can fit into it. At the same time, when I look at the work program, this work program, I teach on daily basis. And this teaching is not easy, but it really involves. I teach mainly the environmental education. I also teach environmental pollution and control and biodiversity conservation. And mostly in this work of teaching, you have to administer several field work and the practical sessions to the students, not only teaching them, but also making them to do them physically and involve them in doing that work. Some of the things that I've been able to achieve, the department, is to prepare teaching manuals and teaching and practical manuals for the different courses that I'm teaching. That is the biodiversity, environmental pollution, industrial management, as well as also the environmental health. And I found that while you are doing this work, you get to learn more. You get to be updated with several issues that are getting into the issues of this environment. And I loved to get more to deeper issues on this environmental pollution, because it has really become an issue within our environment. And I feel that if I continue with this, I can also be able to give the students the updated work that they require within their environment and their studies. I've also participated in reviewing our programs, the undergraduate programs, as well as the diploma programs within the department, which is very crucial in our university, because this is the work that is usually done after every 4 years. So it is being reviewed to see that what is new in the environment, and therefore we add that within our teaching sessions, such that we don't remain behind, but also to be working a par with other institutions that are dealing with environmental issues. So it is good that I can, with my daily work, I interact with the students, I interact with the staff, and I interact also with the community members who come to really want to know, what is this environmental science thing? What do you do to be able to protect the environment, or to be able to protect the resources that are available within the environment or the society that we are part in? And then at the same time, I usually participated at the conferences. And the new conference that I participated was in this year in July, which was dealing with the landscape restoration scaling virtual. It was a virtual conference, catalyzing action for landscape restoration. This was a conference that was dealing mainly on the restoration of degraded environment, and especially the forest, the ecosystems within our environment. And within these forest ecosystems, it becomes the catchment for other areas like the rivers, the lakes that are being affected because of the destruction of this environment. So it was an eye-opener. This conference was an eye-opener because I got to interact with people who are dealing with restoration programs at different scales and at different regions. And also with people who are dealing with linking indigenous knowledge with the restoration of the landscape, which is very important at the moment, because by involving the indigenous community, then it is going to be successful and more sustainable, because the people themselves know the importance of doing that restoration, because they are the ones who depend on these ecosystem services that are being provided by these ecosystems. I've also been able to present a paper that was dealing with the use of indigenous knowledge in ecological restoration in the community of Nandi here in Kenya. And for sure, as I went and interacted with the community members, this was when I got so much knowledge on the issues that these old people have in terms of how they interacted with the environment, and suggested ways on how it can be able to be managed at the moment. So ecosystems have been degraded because of the negligence of our society. But the moment we can be able to assist these communities and interact with them, then it becomes possible for us to be able to involve them in the restoration programs. Also, I've participated in various workshops that are involved with the staff members within the department that are dealing with the innovation delivery and methodologies in terms of agricultural services, and at the same time in terms of proposal development workshops that have helped the department as well as the institution to be able to come up with ways on how they can be able to manage the institution, the agriculture site and the environment. So we are linking the environment versus the agriculture to be able to help us in terms of getting the services that the environment can provide, protecting them, and at the same time using agricultural tools that can be able to help us to continue protecting our environment. Also, I was involved in the Tropical Biology Association, whereby they had the workshop on popular scientific writing. And this was an eye-opener too, because in writing, it requires a lot of work, a lot of concentration. And in this way, we were told in this conference that it is possible to write a research or scientific article by using just the normal language, a language that a layman person can be able to understand. The community members can be able to read and be able to understand what you really mean by what the scientific results that you have come up with. So it is good that this knowledge has been also through this interaction, I have been able to interact with the students and be able to teach them on how they can be able to write those results that they have come up with. Also undertake the self-assessment of academic programs that are organized by the Directorate of Quality Assurance. This is mainly work that has been done within the department. Usually, this self-assessment is being done always after every 4 years, which means that most of these programs requires that, are you really meeting the needs of the society? Are you meeting the needs of the audience, the ones that you are teaching, the clients? So it is good that every 4 years, we usually have that self-assessment where you evaluate yourself, you audit yourself to make sure that you are doing and providing the services that are required by the society and that are updated within the system at the moment. So with this, it has been able to help me. And some of this work that has been done, the research work that I've been able to do within the field, actually in the picture, this is me in the field with my partner who was also working on the flow of water. And we were looking at the flow of the stream during the dry season and the wet season to be able to understand how this environment is working. And usually this river is being used by the local communities, and at the same time, the same river is used by the commercial agriculturalists who are irrigating their farms, and in order to be able to help others to get to the food crops that are available within that system. And especially what they were working on was to irrigate the rice farms within the locality. So this is the work that we were doing. We were interacting with the nature, but at the same time, we were also working with the people within that environment. This is part of the research that I was able to get to participate in, and it helped me and opened me to be hands-on. And this can be able to be given to to the next generation, to make sure that it is not only being in classroom, in an enclosed environment, but nature, you need to be wet, you need to be muddy, you need to interact with nature and be able to see the processes that take place within that environment. And it will be important to be able to check on this. And during this time, it was in Lake Victoria region. It is a wetland that is called the wetland, Nyando wetland. And during this time, it was a place where it can change. It can really flood, and you may not be able to access it, as you see in this picture. And this was the research. Once I did it, we were able to present the results in a conference. And this was the conference that we gave the results to them. And it was really a good presentation in that environment. So interacting with these people was able to help us to understand better what was happening within the environment, how the people were interacting with the environment, and at the same time could be able to understand how the livelihoods of the people were being affected or being improved as a result of getting the services and goods that are found within this wetland environment. This research work has led to these articles that I've been able to publish in collaboration with my supervisors and those whom we worked together with. And it is dealing with the papyrus wetland. This papyrus is a large vegetation plants, the reeds that are found within the wetland. And we could see that there is some seasonal biomass harvesting within this environment. People are cutting this, the biomass of this papyrus to be able to use within their environment, to be able to continue with their livelihood, for making mats, for making baskets and selling them to be able to earn some income. And this was to be able to see how this harvesting can be able to affect the productivity of that wetland. And at the same time, we wanted to also look at how this harvesting can also influence the nutrient regulation within the system. Given that Lake Victoria is being shared by 3 countries more, then there are many people who are really dependent on this ecosystem. And therefore, we wanted to understand how best can it be able to assist in the cleaning of that, or quality of the water, changing the quality of the water through the uptake of these nutrients within that system. And at the same time, looking at the characteristics of this environment to be able to understand how this environment works in terms of decomposition, in terms of the rate of the growth of this papyrus, and how it can be able to help the people of the community surrounding in meeting their livelihoods, and also in meeting the cleaning system or regulating regulation activities that is being regulated by the vegetation. So by cleaning in terms of leading to water quality that is safe for the people to use, and at the same time cleaning the whole environment of the lake. And how best can that be? Can we be able to manage these environments in order to be able to meet the needs of the livelihoods of the people, for the future generation, also to understand how best these environments can be able to be managed in terms of harvesting and in terms of regulating the activities of humans that is putting crops within the surrounding areas that may affect also. Apart from the academics, apart from the work employment, apart from this, the research work that I've been in the field, I've been also involved in the outreach programs. These outreach programs are also important for not only for people, communities around, or interacting with people, but also in helping people to understand what they can be able to improve on, and what they can be able to be involved in terms of trying to help our ecosystem to be able to manage it, and also to be able to understand the issues that are affecting the communities. So at one point, I was able to give an healthy talk within the church. And the first photo is showing the presentation at the church, where I was trying to give them an healthy talk in terms of how you can be able to eat well, the balanced diet, as well as also trying to look at the issues that can be able to affect your health in terms of eating, or in terms of also the environment, the sanitation environment that you are living in, such that these people can also be able to improve the conditions that are surrounding them wherever they are living. And in the second photo, it shows a day out with the youth. As a leader of the youth community within the church, I was able to get involved with them and be able to learn with them, because we could go outside to have a social environment with them, where we were interacting with the environment. At this point, we had gone to a nearby wetland, where we were also learning issues that are found within the wetland. But at the same time, we wanted also to understand why this wetland needs to be protected. It is because the people who are living around that wetland were also getting resources from this wetland, and they needed to also have an awareness on the importance of that environment. They could be knowing the importance of it, but they may not be deeply understanding the processes that take place within that wetland that provides good services. And if they are degraded, then it means that they are going to lose those services that are required. So interacting with the youth, it means that passing on the legacy of volunteering in the work, and also teaching them on how valuable these resources are within that wetland. And this was the activity that they were doing within that environment, where they were making some games. At the same time here, I was appreciating the nature. This was a tortoise within an area where we had visited also with the youth. And this is an environment, it is an arid environment where it required to be protected for people to be able to understand how an ecotourism can be established in a dry area where we have animals that are adapted to this environment. And this is where the legacy can also be passed on to be able to teach the young ones to understand that nature is very important. We coexist with these with organisms that are found within the nature, and therefore we need to protect them because they can also have to live. They have a right also to live within that environment. The other outreach programs, we were also having an outdoor activity with the youth. That is me talking with the youths within that environment. And here we wanted to learn more on the way we can be able to teach others, and to also get to bring awareness in terms of how we interact with the environment. Here, this was the time when we also went to plant some trees within the landscape. And while having this outdoor, it taught me actually that being young, you can be able to have the strength to do the work. You have the stamina, you have the skills, but now you also want to understand the processes that take place in those areas, such that it can be able to help you to manage the environment. It is also a program that has helped me to be able to mentor these young people to become good leaders. Right now, at least we are having several young people who can be able to lead others. We have groups where we are having leadership and mentoring of those young ones who are coming up to be able to teach others on how they can be able to protect the environment, conserve the environment where they are living in, and also be able to manage their waste that they are producing within their homesteads. How can they be able to handle those waste within their homestead? So it is good that teaching them this kind of leadership programs and mentoring them, it will help them to be able to mentor others too. And these young people, they are between the age of 16 to 25. And once we have mentored them, it is possible that they can also mentor others. So each and every individual is also given a group of young people who are between the age of 10 and 15, so that they can also be mentoring. And in this case, it means that I am leaving a legacy that will be able to help others to know about the leadership, to know about the entrepreneurship, to know also to be able to interact with others and spread the gospel, not only to the old people, but also to the young generation that is coming up, whom they will be able to pass on that legacy to the young generation. The next picture is also showing some programs where we are also doing as Christian ladies. We were teaching them about the Christian values, how ladies can be able to behave in an environment where they can be able to interact with others, and at the same time to be a spiritual lady who can be able to teach others on how they can be able to behave ethically and morally. So it is a counseling program where we are interacting with it. This was the moment when we were having a counseling program for a lady who was supposed to be married. And once this is a program where we would be able to identify some of the spiritual issues that these people can be able to have. So sometimes it is important that these people can be able to understand and carry on this legacy to others. And once they have understood it, which I know that most of them have already understood, and that is why they have also involved themselves in wherever they are, because some of those who are pioneers are now old enough, they are almost 30 now, and they have moved out, they have gotten jobs somewhere else, and they have moved now to help others to be able to interact together and get involved in planting of the trees, counseling and mentoring the young people, the 10 to 15 years. We have also, this year we had participated in a Global Youth Day that is involving all the youth within the region to be able to help those people who are also not fortunate in the society. And actually, by doing this, it has been able to help in terms of distributing the sanitizers, especially during this time when coronavirus was really too much in our region. And we distributed these sanitizers and masks mainly to the police force, because this is the people who are interacting with people and doing the security work within our locality. So we went to the city center where we were able to interact with these people and be able to also interact with the street children, and the youth were able to also give books, they gave food and also clothing to the street families. And this is a legacy that I'm leaving to these young people, that there is nothing, you cannot succeed on your own, but you need also to help others by going for an outreach program like this of helping others who are unfortunate in the society. So they'll be responsible people in the society, responsible citizens, that they can volunteer and do sacrifice work that they can be able to do outside there. Not only to be successful on their own, but also make others who are living around them to be successful, even though they may not be able to access the facilities that are required for daily purposes. I've been able also to get involved with volunteer work. And I form this, I usually tell my students and my youth that whom we interact with together that by volunteering, it doesn't really make somebody to be a lesser person, but it can open up for you opportunities and interactions with other professionals. And actually, this is what happened to me. As I was growing up, I went after school, I went to become to do some volunteer work within an organization, a government organization. And during this time when I was doing volunteer work, I learned a lot. I interacted with people who are professionals, and that is where my motivation of doing environmental studies came in. And during this time, I got an opportunity also to get to school and got my degree. And this was the time also I got a job because of this network where you are doing your volunteer work, but you are also interacting with professionals. They can be able to recommend you in doing the work. And then at the same time, I've been able to help others bring the fulfillment in life and greater joy than anything. Actually, this helping of others, like for example, the work that we were able to go to the people who are unfortunate, the street children, as well as the people who are angry. this was the time that you feel fulfilled. You feel a greater joy by helping somebody. So it is not that it is something that you only require to get some money or to be paid for doing something, but at least when you make someone else to have a smile in the face, then you feel fulfilled yourself. And I'm happy that I can be able to pass this legacy to others whom we have been interacting with, and they can be able to pass it on, that smile. And these values are shown to the next generation so as to continue that kind of legacy and become responsible citizens. This, I can be able to conclude and say that by quoting a Chinese proverb that states that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Actually, it has been a long journey for me, but it has really motivated me, and I've made a big step to the moment where I am at the moment, because it has given me an opportunity to be able to motivate myself and to know that there is success when you do things, not only the academic work, but also the work that is interacting with others and helping those who are unfortunate in the society. So combination of the studies, work experience, research work, and societal responsibility has made me a responsible citizen, which means that me as an individual, I've been able to interact with people and I've been able to teach others on how they can be able to work and protect the environment. But at the same time, I have involved myself in those activities too. And this is passing that legacy to others to be able to involve themselves, not only sending others to do it, but they can also be able to do it locally within their own homes. So through actions and others, then they can be able to emulate whatever that I have been able to do. So with the accomplishment of my studies, it will mean that there will be more responsibilities, more networking, and more skills to be gained, more knowledge to be gained, and also exposure to other cultures, which can be able to make me a better person, which I'm longing for it. And I feel that my journey will be a success one. So the way forward for me is to accomplish the research work and the assignments that I have for my PhD as a registered student, and at the same time write a book that will be able to have to write to completion and do the consultation with those professionals in my area of specialization. And at the same time, all this will be able to be accomplished because we have these wheels that work together in order to be able to accomplish all this. So the family, the work, the friends, the society, as well as self-motivation. And this AIU has been able to do that for me, which means that it has motivated me since I registered as a student within the AIU. It has helped me to be able to be the person that I am at the moment. And for that, I am grateful to the AIU family. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Priska. That was such an amazing presentation. We truly see your essence and the legacy you're leaving to everyone with work with the environment. Not only that, but you are already passing it on to the youth. So what advice, we have a lot of students at AIU, obviously, that register as undergraduates for bachelors. What advice would you give them to keep them motivated to work directly with youth and undergrads?
Yes, what I can give to the students who are undergraduate is that that is not the end. Motivate yourself. You will be successful. Interacting with others and working so hard to make ends meet, you can be able to succeed at the end. So it is not that the academics alone that you will put yourself into, but also make sure that you can be able to interact with the society, interact with the friends, interact with the professionals that can be able to uplift you, to give you more knowledge on some of the issues that you may not be able to know. But when you interact with them, you can be able to also get an opportunity of getting into some areas where you will not have been able to get into. So it is better for undergraduates to be able to motivate themselves and know that that is not the end. It should not be the end of their studies, but they should also move on to get and gain more skills.
Right. I definitely agree with that. And you said you want to write a book, so that's next for you. Do you have a
Yes.
timeline for that?
Yes, I have a timeline. I've already started. And I was intending that at least my timeline has already passed. I had given myself that I was going to do it in 5 months, but now it has extended, which means that up to next year.
Okay, great.
In
And are
May.
you going to use your thesis work that you're currently doing in your doctorate program as the foundation for your book?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much. We do have a question from one of our students. Franca, is your mic on? Did you have a question for Prishka? Franca? I don't see
Hello?
her. Yes, is this Franca had a question?
Hello.
Did you have a question for Priska?
Okay, hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I have. Good afternoon. This is Oko Emmanuel from Nigeria. And one of the questions I have for you, my brother, what really gave you the privilege, the courage to carry out this presentation and what you have done for your people so far? Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. So Priska, I guess the question was, what gives you the courage or motivation to present your work with us here today?
Oh, what gave me the motivation to be able to present the work today is that I wanted to share what I've been able to do within my community, because I told you that as I started this presentation, I said that I'm teaching, and therefore the motivation was that since I'm somebody who is teaching and I've been able to interact with more students, I've been able to assist them to their graduation. Some of them have been able to write even articles that they have been able to present in the conferences, and some of them have even written articles to the journals that have been reviewed. And therefore, this is a legacy that I can be able to leave with them, that it is good to be able to assist others to be able to make a step too in achieving their goals. And that is what I've been able to do. And one of the things that you have also mentioned is that I've been able to do with my community to bring awareness on the importance of the ecosystem resources, like the wetlands. Wetlands in our place are seen as some of the resources that may not be able to help people, but these are the places where now the people are depending on. So they need to protect them, they need to conserve them, and they need to use them efficiently, not to destroy them. So in that case, those that have been destroyed already are the ones that we are trying to make them to restore them by planting some of the wetland plants. And there is a program that has already a place where this wetland has already been restored, and it has assisted the livelihoods of the community around. And I've been able to also motivate the youths in terms of teaching them on the values of life, and not only the values of life, but also entrepreneurship skills, and also helping others to be able to mentor them in the right way. And that is why they have been able to also move on in their lives and be able to assist others too in mentoring on how they can be able to protect themselves and also be able to live in an environment that is clean. Yes.
That's great. We do have 3 more questions before we move to the next presentation. The next person that raised their hand can unmute their mic and ask Priska their question.
Hello, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. Just I wanted to be informed. Of course, I thank you for this presentation because it showed that the resource is very important and the people need to be aware on this this interest to be protected. However, and thank you for this kind of coaching or mentoring you have already mentioned, but I want to be sure that after you, what kind of strategy to be sure that after this mentoring, people will continue to protect these resources, which is very important for the people on Westland. Because sometimes we have many programs or many projects, and after funding, the project are not continue, the community structures are not aware on what is very important. You, as someone who will be in the field, what do you think is there which can guarantee people will continue to protect this environment, which is very important? I am thinking on what action have been taken in terms of capitalization or in terms of, yes, to be sure that in this proposal or this mentoring, people will continue to work themselves without any support from you or others donors for these resources. I think one of the challenges is how people can take themselves the role and responsibility to protect this environment, which is really important for this area. Just to be sure, what have we done in terms of exit strategy on this project? Yes, I don't know if I am clear.
Thank you for your question. Yes, I guess Priska, the question is with your mentorship, once the students move on from the mentorship, what tools do you give them to ensure that they continue to reciprocate the work that you instill in them?
Okay, one of the things that I know it is working is that after the mentoring, usually you are given an opportunity to be able to serve as a mentor of another younger group, younger than you. So I said that I'm dealing with those people who are between 16 and 25 years, and they are given an opportunity to be able to also mentor people who are also young than them, from 6 years to 15 years. So in that case, if they can be able to be given that opportunity to do that, then it is like passing on that knowledge to the young generation, so that also as these ones grow up, they also take up that role of being mentors or being leaders at their own areas. At the same time, in terms of conservation of the resources, we usually we do some evaluations. We do some audit work. Once we have done, like for example, planting of trees in an area, we usually go back to find out how far those plants have grown and for how long has it been able to be protected. Like for example, sometimes we grow those plants and then we leave and the place becomes dry. So we want to make sure that once we go there, there are some people who can be able to take care of those trees. And usually we plant the indigenous plants that are suited for that locality. And once we put those people who can be able to take care, because they are within their own locality, within their own area, like for a school, maybe we are planting mainly in schools, in departments or government offices, which means that there are people who are taking care of them. School children, we can use school children, everyone to be able to take care of a tree. And I remember this was a legacy that I was taught also when I was young. in primary school, I think I was about 10 years, when we were planting the trees within the school, we were given each and every individual tree that you have planted, you have to take care of it until it has grown to maturity, until you leave that place. So this is the kind of legacy that we were also giving these people, to be able to also take care of that tree until it really gets into a point where it may not be able to die. And then at the same time, within that school, there are people that take care in terms of they don't want to see anybody playing around where the trees have been planted. And this can be able to help them also to take care of them. They have to own it in order to be able to have to take care of it. So even in the wetlands, since this is the wetland where they are depending on for their daily activities. Like, for example, this is where they get their vegetables. This is where they get the resources for making their mats. This is where they can be able to fish or get the products that they can sell in the market. They are owning that environment. Even though we have helped them in the restoration, they are the ones who are going to take care of it, because they know this is the place where they are going to get all their resources from. So it really, it's not like we have to pay them to take care of it, but it is because it is theirs and it belongs to them, and therefore they are the ones who are going to benefit from it. They are the ones who will take care of it. So they become the police of their own, taking care, not helping, not having anyone to come and destroy it. So, and that is the issue that has really motivated them to be able to continue in the protection process, because they know that once they degrade it again, it means that they are going to lose those resources.
Yeah, they are accountable, so they feel responsible for it. And I think what you said also about, you know, that you mentor them and then they in turn mentor somebody else.
Yes.
That's the way we show really and resonate what we teach people, because if you're able to teach somebody else what you've learned, it means that you've mastered it. So I think that's a really great way to kind of extend your legacy through the people that you mentor. I think we have time for 2 more questions.
Yes, hello. Can I go ahead?
Yes, Benjamin, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to say a very big thank you to Priska for a very educative presentation he has given us this afternoon or this morning. You know, I get touched when she presented her slides, and then one of the things that touched me has to do with the aspect that she mentioned of helping people. And to me, volunteering is very much important, especially in situations when you have the inspiration, you want to learn, you want to be investigative, you want to ensure that something is being done. I really appreciate that aspect. And then I also see a presentation towards people who are young. And I think involving people that are young in these kind of processes, you know, is an indicative of a sustainable approach. And I do admire that aspect as well. Now, perhaps the question I want to ask Priska is this. We now know that there is a situation which is global. We have environmental issues that people are trying to address at international level. Now, Priska, if you are given the opportunity to advise the world in terms of environmental challenges, please, I do admire you, and I know you can provide for us a very salient point this afternoon. What will be your take? What advice can you give the world in terms of protecting the environment to avoid the challenges now we are having? Thank you.
Just ask if you're not talking, can you please mute your mic? Thank you. Go ahead, Priska.
Okay, the take that I can be able to advise the world is that let us not really put down the people who can be able to work together. Like, for example, the young people, They have the energy, they have the skills, they have the brains. If given the opportunity, they can be able to do so much work. So if they can be able to be involved and being given the direction on what they can be able to do, I'm sure that these are the kind of people that they can be able to build so much and to be able to reach that sustainability that we are looking forward to. They are the ones who can make a change within the society. And secondly, to be able to make or succeed in this world, we also have to involve all the stakeholders. Remember that, as I said, that people will be able to protect the resource because they are benefiting from it. So if we can be able to put aside the indigenous people, then it means that we have not involved all the stakeholders. These indigenous communities, they are interacting with the environment directly. And therefore, because they are getting the resources directly from the environment, then they are the ones who can be able to know. They can give us the ways on how we can be able to manage those environments sustainably. So if we can put together the indigenous knowledge versus the scientific knowledge, then we are sure we can be able to meet that sustainability that we are looking forward, not only for the environment, but also for the health, and also for the educational purposes and other technical.
Well said, Prishka. Thank you so much. It's very true. What we put into our environment is what we reap. Like you said, people see the benefits because they see that they're able to water crops or that the tree is able to provide oxygen or shade. So these are all things that you're doing amazing for your community. Thank you so much for sharing. We're out of time, but your presentation will be available for anybody to see. It is recorded because it was very inspiring, and keep up the great work. And we look forward to seeing your book. Please share it with us once you complete it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate.
Okay, so we're ready for our next presenter.
Recording stopped.
Just a couple reminders before we proceed. Please, out of respect and appreciation for our presenters, please do not write on the presentations. We're not sure how to block this, but please don't write. You will have an opportunity to ask questions at the end of the presenter's presentation. And we have our next presenter ready. Dr. Edward, it's Patricia Ikiriko. She's here.
That is correct, Dr. Ophelia. Yes, she's PC. Do you see PC there? The presenters. Let me go ahead and make her a co-host so she can present. Way down the list. We have so many participants. Oh, good. Someone already made her. There she is. Okay. So let's make co-host. Okay. So Patricia Ikiriko, she's now able to share her screen.
Okay.
Let's go ahead. I'll get there's a microphone on, so I'm going to go ahead and mute that. We should be good to go for the next presentation.
Okay,
Dr. Ophelia, love it. Let me know when you're ready and I'll start the recording.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Okay, well, thank you guys again so much for joining us. Our 11th symposium, My Legacy for Future Generations. Our presenter is now Miss Patricia. Miss Patricia, welcome. Are you ready to present?
Yeah, I'm trying to see how I can present. I can put my slide on there.
Okay. The share your screen.
Okay, I'm trying to jump to that.
We are getting an echo, Patricia, from your microphone.
Yes, I think I'm having a little bit of problem with showing my slides.
Do you have two microphones on?
Yes. Let me mute this one. Okay, I'm having a little bit of problem of showing my slides.
Okay, Edward, is there a way that you can put the slides for her so she could speak over?
Yes, I won't be able to do the translations because I'll be locked up on the share screen. But yeah, I can share my screen. I think I have her presentation already up. Let me double check. Yes. Okay. So I'll go ahead and share my screen. Let me see if I got this correct. Is this the correct one? Patricia, you need to activate your microphone again.
Yes, that's the slide. Everything okay? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. There is an echo.
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Control this. I don't know.
So it'll be like you're talking in an auditorium with a lot of echo.
Okay. Now that I've got the slide, I think I'm fine.
So when you're ready to go to the next slide, just let me know when you're ready to go and I'll change it.
It's so interesting to share this. Hello, I'm Dr. Patricia Ikiriko. Today I'll be sharing the legacy of my life that I will leave for the future generation. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'll be sharing about my educational life. Life, I say, is a process. As a young person, I had a dream for making impact, being a world-renowned personality with an unquestionable top-rate educational background. But my reality of growing up was really opposite what my dream was all about. I was born in a village to an uneducated mother. That made it a little bit difficult if my dream will come to reality. But destiny, they said, cannot be denied if you make all efforts. As it were, I was just maybe thinking of just becoming, maybe go to school, probably grow up to take a job, a menial job, marry, and hope one day that my children will be able to take up my legacy. But I know that life is actually a process. And my dream will not be shattered. Can we move to the next slide, please? Sorry, we'll have to be jotting this because it was difficult for me to get it here. Great things, they say most times, come in an original package. No matter the odds, great people always make their way of becoming what they want to be, their heart desire, and what they want to do at every point in life. That was not different from my own path. Amidst the crooked cloudiness of life, I was not willing to focus on the dark side of my life. That was why in my twisted path of journey, as you will hear as I go along, you will see that I did not allow my clouded vision to deter my future vision. The cloudedness of my journey of life was actually a mystery. But I would say that God helped me through, that I did not focus on the distracting factors that could have distorted my vision. I'll first start with my educational failure. That's my educational background. Growing up, I was an average student who once failed. I grew up in Nigeria in my early years before I left for the United Kingdom. When I was in secondary school, I was regarded as an educational dunce because for 1 year, in year 10, I failed the entire year. First term, second term, third term. It was something that actually affected me. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you. If we ask that everybody can mute their mics so that we can hear Dr. Patricia and about her legacy. So please mute your mics. Thank you.
Okay.
As a result of my failure, I was afraid of attempting to learn anything new. New things scared me so much. Consequently, this flawed my perception in ever attaining my educational dream. But to make it in life, you have to take a bold step. This in turn affected me so badly. Although as a young student, I went to school, I attended lectures, but I never make time to study. No preparation. I just feel maybe after everything, maybe each class, I'll be able to make it at the exams. But effective study habits are the requirement of putting a student on educational success. But that was not my case. That was actually lacking in my agenda. I had no knowledge of how to study. I do not do reading after each class. I was actually very careless about my educational background and my dream. No fixed aim in mind. I just feel maybe just going to school, attending classes is the ultimate thing for every student. And that was actually what made me to fail woefully as a year 10 student. However, in my final year, I decided to do something different. I remembered my dream of becoming a renowned educationist to impact my generation. I had to do something positively to help myself. I started working very hard. Each time after class, I prepare for my class, identify study learning and learning methods that I could use to change my study. And that actually helped me. I started finding new methods of studying. I maintained a sense of high self-concept. Remember, the failure actually made me, I was always afraid. Even to study in my own personal life was something very difficult. But I set a goal. I put up an objective of what I want to attain in my life. And I told myself, if this is to be, it's up to me. The firm belief in my ability to succeed and the determination against all odds helped me remain steadfast on my study process. That helped me in that final year when I had my results. I found out that there was a big change in what I could do. I excelled so much that I was among the most A-grade students of my final year. That gave me a really self-confidence of what I could do. And that gave me a new perspective of life. And I started focusing on what I could do for my life as a young person. And the vision, this great vision that I had, helped me now to remain focused. I started working very hard. I started working in the communities, and through going to the university and working in communities with different organizations, I encountered many young people facing numerous challenges. And I knew that the only way to help them is to remain focused on myself. That actually gave me an inspiration to work very hard. This experience in me, when I encountered young people, as I worked in schools, I was a school teacher, I was a guidance counselor in my church, and different organizations that are involving young people in the communities. I did something different because I knew that for me to make this greater impact, I have to be better for myself. This experience nurtured in me a strong desire and a vision to help young people, not just around me, but globally, in a more practical way. Helping them to develop their potentials, helping them to develop well-building skills, creating opportunities for them to achieve excellence in various aspects of lives. And I knew that there's much I could do to help them to be able to achieve this vision that I have to help young people. Because it's actually very frustrating to see that young people are wasting away. So many of them may not be able to have the bold step that I had as a young person when I failed. And I felt the only way to help them better was to go back to school. In my own personal life, I adopted some young people I fostered from when I was in the university up to the stage I got married. I had to live in with so many of them in order to give them a better life. Today, their life is better. And after a successful career in my business, I was still frustrated by the negative impact of gang violence, gun crime among young people, not just only in my communities, but globally. To achieve my aim of helping these young people with this, my big aspiration, to have a self-aim of becoming better for their lives. And to be able to do better for their lives and to impact the communities in which we live in. Such as I did, to help these young people to develop educational excellence, skills, or creating their own businesses. I spoke to myself, I have to do something greater for my generation. I enrolled for a PhD in the United Kingdom at the University of Bedfordshire in a doctoral program in counseling psychology. What actually inspired me to take up this area is focusing on the area that helped me most, on personal development, self-improvement, and self-empowerment. It was actually a great dream. I went to England to do a PhD with 2 little children. And before I left, I did not know how to operate a computer. I have to learn everything as I got there. The workload was enormous. There's so much for me to do at the same time, taking care of 2 children. Now my educational career, I was actually doing not very well. I picked up rapidly, but the workload for my doctorate thesis was so intense. It challenged me, it took a toll on my health. Toggling between my young children, my school, the assignments, the conferences I attended, and being in poor health for a while amplified the intensity of the work I had. I was late to handing in some of my works, which was expected at the transition to finishing up the PhD. It was about then that my burning desire to achieve my goal was severely tested in several ways. It was really taunting. After about 6 months, I recovered, and the progression process required that I submit my completed work course on time. But I was late. Despite the strong support from my supervisory team and the evidence of my progress thus far, after 7 months, I got back to school. The graduate school made the decision that I should not continue with my PhD. I've been for my researches, I've carried out the research just for me to finish up the thesis. They say rather they want to give me an MPhil on that aspect. It was actually a challenging time, but my desire to help young people was a burning desire in my heart to go on with the PhD. Eventually, in the time of this decision, I've carried out all the researches. It's just for me to present, to finish up my thesis and go back to write my reports. He came up with this, the graduate school came up with this decision for me to exit with Master of Philosophy and apply again for a PhD. It was a real challenging time. But I had a dream. And if my dream was to be actualized, I have to look inward. While the graduate school was coming up with this decision, rather than focusing on the negative aspects of me finishing up, I focused on the thesis, on what I could do with it. Within 5 months, I became a writer. I wrote an educational book because my research was based on educational psychology. I became a famous publisher within 5 months. I published a book titled The Successful Student, which revealed factors that are not taught in school that inhibits students from achieving better academic performance. It was the hidden psychological factors that were not taught in school that I discovered, and I wrote a book. The day I published that book in England, the book was the same day picked as an editor's pick of the month in the United Kingdom. Secondary school education picked this book and sent the soft copy to all secondary schools in the UK. This shows that my aspiration to help young people, it just gave me a great joy. And the book reveals methods that students can use to attain good grade without even stressing themselves. Looking inward in what I have been through, I explored great ways of study method in this. The book was featured by United Kingdom Secondary Education and other media. I appeared on Female First magazine in the UK on exclusive interview because of the book. The book was sent to working mothers, Parents News. It featured on different platforms, which really helped students in the United Kingdom. And that was in 2013. It was a great thing, but I did not focus on what I went through, but I focused on still driving my desire to inspire the young people. Then my legacy. In 2015, to fulfill my dream of empowering young people, I launched a program titled Young and Influential. Young and Influential is a process designed for young people to develop their potential ideas, to producing products or services, to create their own businesses. It's a new dimensional shift of mindset of young people to be creative and innovative, to bring out the best in them. This new dimension actually propelled me or inspired me, as I would say. In 2016, I launched a program titled Patricia Ikiriko Trajectory to Personal Success. Trajectory, let me start with defining trajectory. Trajectory is a pathway. I've just been looking at the possible way of young people developing the innate potential they have within, their talents, their skills, and what they can bring on the table to take on the stage of life. This program, I brought out a design on this Patricia Ikiriko Trajectory to Personal Success, on what I call the 6W and V. The 6W is who you are, why you are on your form, what you have within, whom you are going to work with, where you will function, and the right time to start, then the vision. I will explain them one by one. Who you are, you're uniquely, I want to let young people know that they are uniquely formed in a unique way. And within them, there is something they are created to do. And the reason why they are in their form, some of them will think, oh, I'm too fat, I'm too slim, I can't do this, I don't have hands, I don't have legs. But you're uniquely formed in your form to make a difference in your generation. And focusing on what you have within, you can become everything you want to be in life. You can create your wealth. I always use Nick Volte, the man without limbs and hands, how he used his inability, his disability to say, to inspire people all over the world. And today, Nick Volte is one of the richest inspirational speakers all over the world. I want young people to acknowledge that they have something within, that is a what. They have something within. There is something you have. There is a talent you have. There is a gift you have that can bring food on your table, that can make you famous, that can make you to function on any stage in life. The world is waiting for what you have. There is so much you have that and there is a niche market waiting for you. There's a niche market waiting for what you have within you, what you can produce. The hair I'm using today, sorry to say, it's not my hair. This is a wig that I'm wearing. This is somebody's idea. And everything stems from idea. That is what you have within. If you can come up with what you can do, the world is waiting for you. The marketplace is waiting for you. And what you have within, there's a place, there's where. I call it the niche markets. They are hungry. They're waiting for what you have within. The place is waiting for you. The market is waiting for you. There is a need you're created to solve. That is what you have within you. You're not just an ordinary person. And what you have is needed in a particular place. And there are people God have already designed for you to work with as a young person. You're not supposed to be friends to everybody. There are some people that are dream killers and naysayers. Those you're not supposed to work with. But you ought to identify the people whom God have prepared, the people that can bring out the best in you. When you're low, they can drag you along. In my years of studies, I had only one friend. And that friend was whom God have designed to help me, package me for what I can do. When I'm falling down, she inspires me to wake up. And there are books too that you can read. You can find people in different dimensions that can help you, either through YouTube, through books you can read, and through the friendships you can identify around you. Those are the people whom you're created to work with. that bring out the best in you. And if you have that dream, the time to do it is now. There is no time that is perfect. The right time to do it is now. When is the right time is today. You're not too young or too small or too old. I always like to tell young people that, look, you can do everything you want, even at an early age. Justin Bieber became a multimillionaire before the age of 14. He was not from a very rich home. He identified that this is the right time for him to start, and he started. Remember, I talked about my early years. That was when I was 14, but I made a decision to change my mind. And I started attempting very great grade in school. And the time to do it is now. I want to tell young people, your dream starts now. It is not when you're too old. And that will only come up when you have a vision, the right moment to envision what you have. Your desire in life to be intentional is today. Without vision, you can't see where you're going to. Vision is the goal. Vision is what you have, what you need to get to where you're going to. I had an aspiration of touching my generation, but today, that dream is coming to reality. In 2017, I launched an online TV station titled Young and Influential, a platform for strategic processes for business startup. I've also published 6 other books on Amazon, among which Think Ideas and Create Wealth, Reveal Secrets in Developing Ideas Worth Millions, became #1 Amazon best-selling author. Now I've completed my PhD with AIU. Appeared on AIU magazine as most A-grade student of the year, 2020. That was my aspiration. And that was my dream of impacting generation and the future generation as well. In addition, to leave a good legacy with my wonderful experience on wealth of knowledge I've acquired in my educational studies in educational psychology at AIU, towards the completion of my PhD, I published a book titled Template for Academic Excellence. This book explains clearly from first principles on how you can get into the right frame of mind for studying and the practical steps students should take to achieve their educational excellence. Among the books I published were Template for Academic Excellence. This one I just explained. You can be richer than your parents. It's a vision that you should have to be richer than your parents. And the book entails what you can do, the strategies of what you can do to be richer than your parents. Young and Influential reveals the different dimensions and strategies of developing great ideas to create wealth. The Successful Student Workbook is a workbook to help students on how to get to the right frame of mind, to help teachers, to help parents, to help even the student themselves on how they can become better academically without even stressing themselves. It shows the different dimensions and strategies and the processes of studying, the right frame of mind, and what you can do at every point in time with your studies to achieve better academic excellence. The workbook is really an encouragement for parents and teachers on how students can overcome the limiting factors that deter students from attaining academic excellence. Becoming Self-Confident is one of the greatest books I know that any young person can read. From my own background and my own life experience, As a failure in school, I know that becoming self-confident is one of the greatest things any student can ever do to achieve their educational excellence. When you're confident, you'll be able to plan your life, use the proper strategies to get to where you're going to, educationally and life in general, to do something greater for yourself. There is no mountains too hard that you cannot climb. There is nothing if you have the right frame of mind to do what you desire to do. The moral lesson for this, my life legacy, I'm not going to say that it was easy with all my life processes and my life experience, but it was amazingly doable. With a determined mindset, I made it my sole mission in life to teach and facilitate young people in developing methods for generating ideas and developing them with a view to turning them into products or services and marketing them to generate new businesses. Every young person has great potentials within them. And there is nothing you cannot achieve if you set your mind to do it. The world is waiting for inventors, people that will bring new innovation into even existing products in the market. And now the internet is full with information on what we can do. There is no young person that cannot do anything. The phone in your hand is a tool to becoming everything you can do. My inspiration and my vision in life is to see that young people come up with great ideas and launch themselves into the marketplace to take the stage of life, to function effectively in the capacity God have designed them to do in life. There's an idea that you have within you. I always encourage every young person. If an educational dunce could pick up herself and become the most A-grade student from secondary school and going on to university, there is nothing you cannot do if you set your mind to achieve it. Life is only for the courageous. And when you're courageous, no beclouding situation can distort your vision. Vision is the most important thing that any young person can attain. My inspired vision has become a reality today in the sense that I now speak in schools, different organizations, and platforms around the world with the aim of empowering young people globally. On Friday, I had a topic, Take the Stage, inspiring young people that their ideas in life is needed in the marketplace to take the stage in any globe, anywhere you find yourself on the four winds of the earth. And I want to encourage young people that there is nothing you set your mind that you cannot do. Just have a vision of what you want and work towards it to develop that idea. Everything we have, what I have now, the four I'm using is people's idea. The glasses, the microphone, my makeup, everything we're talking about stems from an idea on what you can do. The marketplace is waiting for every young person. At 65, you're still young. Colonel Sanders of KFC started that venture at the age of 65 years. Today, the whole world is celebrating KFC. When he retired, he looked at himself as a failure. He didn't have any money. He went and borrowed 75 cents and started his recipe of the Kentucky Fried Chicken. In my own life, it is possible to turn challenges into opportunities by determining how you respond to any given situation. Nevoited, the man without limbs and hands, he would have looked at himself as a failure, which he did when he was younger, but he changed the trajectory of his life by looking inward in what he can do. I don't have hands, I don't have legs, but I have a brain, I have a mouth to speak. And he started using his life to inspire people. Today is the richest, one of the richest men in the world, married with 4 children. Life could just be like, I don't have anything with my life. But I remember when I was in the university, I had, in Nigeria then, I had 300 Naira, which is not even up to $1 today. I started business with that money. And every week I was making thousands of Naira. I helped my schoolmates at the university. Most of them don't have parents. Most of them could not, were almost dropping out. I paid their school fees from that little money I started with. My life should teach any young person a lesson that you don't have to be very rich. All you have to do is a determined mindset, and you can become everything you want to be. When things turn negatively, develop a positive mindset, a healthy degree of optimism. I can do it. It's not too bad. Learn from people like me that have made great mistakes. As a student, are you in my opposite world or are you in my present world? I attended classes but never went to school. It was as if I was an illiterate. I never went to read through my works. No aim in my education. I wasn't reading. I wasn't preparing for any lecture, not even preparing any lesson notes. That made me a great failure. And I like using my life to inspire young people that look, no matter where you are today, you can change. I did that as a young person. I changed the trajectory of my life to trajectory to personal success, of which I'm here today. As long as you have an adventurous spirit to explore possible ways of coming out of any situation rather than being pessimistic, you can do great things. You can do great things on the earth. And as parents, you can encourage your children or any young person around you. Don't see them of where they are today, but see them of where they can be. That is a vision. Creating a vision in the life of any young person, of your children, is very important. Because if I'm blindfolded today, I can't see where I'm going to. But when my eyes are open, I'll be able to see where I'm going to. That is what is called vision. And not just having a vision alone, putting your hands on the wheel to walk. And this is what I want to leave as my life legacy for future generation. That there is nothing too hard for you to attain if you have a determined mindset. If you can control your immediate response, you can change the outcome of any situation you find yourself. Nothing is impossible for you to do. A healthy degree of optimism, self-confidence, and openness will help you a great deal. And I want to encourage the teachers, the parents, and even guidance, uncles, and leaders to instill these life, I call it life great potential that you can give to any young person around you. Teach them to be self-determined. It's a lesson every parent should teach to their children. Your life is not owned by any person. Nobody can cause your downfall but you. As an educational failure, I know that it's very difficult to pick up oneself. And that's even is in all aspects of life. When you fail, you feel as if everything is crumbling within you. As I was an educational failure, I felt like committing suicide because I felt there is no openness for me for the future. But when I changed my mindset, the story was different. I was able to make it. And in life, for you to succeed, you have to have this openness in life. Open to explore new avenue. When I couldn't finish up my PhD in the United Kingdom, I came to AIU. AIU is an open horizon for any person that wants to aspire for greater heights, because you're given the leverage to explore the world and to become everything you want to be. You learn from different cultures in the university. The lecturers are great. They give you an opportunity to explore yourself on delivering what you have in your mind. The openness they bring to the table helps you to grow and to aspire for greater heights. And that was why I was undertaking the PhD at AIU, I had this great inspiration to publish that great book. And I know that the book is making great impacts. Template for academic excellence is making great impact all over the world. The impact that book is making, sometimes it brings tears to my eyes because I improved on the successful students to bring about the template for academic excellence. Academic excellence is a book that everyone should give to their children. Give to your friends, give to your colleague, even as a PhD student. It will inspire you to bring out the best you have within you. Sometimes the road could be very dark, but you need an inspiration on what can spur you on the right method of applying yourself to having better academic performance. And not just only academic performance, life performance in life, generally, on how you can generate an idea to improve on what you have in life. My life experience, I think, will inspire any young person in the world to become the better part of themselves. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present this little piece at AIU.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patricia. Your presentation is truly inspiring. I mean, I've seen in the comments as I was doing the translation, just everyone's so motivated with your words. I think a lot of times, like you said, we look at our failures and we think, oh, this is the end of the road. And you took your failures or obstacles and you converted them into a strength. What advice can you give our students who sometimes feel like they're not advancing as far as they as fast as they want to, or they're not getting to where they want as fast as they want to? What advice would you give them? Just kind of getting from your own experiences.
Yeah, the advice I will give any undergrad, either PhD students, where you are at is the very right place to be. Sometimes you feel despair in life, but you need to look inward and bigger than this. But remember, I was sharing about my vision. I had a dream and had a vision of where I was going to. In my own life story and my life experiences, it wasn't easy. I failed in secondary school, and I came to do a PhD that had some bottle holes in there. But remember, in the greatest part of the deepest part of my life, I did not focus on what was going on. I had a dream and a vision of where I was going to. In that part, any other person would have felt like I can't go on anymore. After 5 years, when I went to the UK, I had a master's before I left for the United Kingdom. I was made to go back to do a postgraduate diploma because I did not have my degree. My master's was not from the United Kingdom. I had to do a graduate diploma. And in that aspect, you would have given up, oh, I was given an admission to come and do a PhD. Why should I go to take up a postgraduate diploma after I had a master's already? And remember, in the process of my educational career, even after I finished and went into the PhD, I had a problem. I was ill because of the workload I had. Remember, I was sharing my life experience. I went there with young children, going to school at the same time, doing a PhD and toddling between taking the children to private school, you know, just toddling around as a mother, all alone. It was never in my history. I've always been brought up with, I had nannies, I had drivers, I had everybody. But here in the United Kingdom, I was thrown out there in the sea. I call it the Red Sea with 2 little children. But it's the vision of what I had that inspired me to keep moving. Even when I had that big bottle, darkest part of my life, as I will put it, I did not remain focused. I looked inward. Though I cried, it's really good for you to cry when you feel like all hope was lost. Cry and wipe your tears and just focus on what you want to do. And that was what made me to become a famous writer in the United Kingdom. I even forgot to bring this when I was talking. That book actually made me a famous star. I was invited to even dine with the Prime Minister. Wow. Because of everything I brought in the book. I used my experience in the darkest part of my life to inspire the young generation to move forward. It was an educational book. For secondary school education to pick it up in the United Kingdom, meaning that it was something very reasonable for any person to have. And that book was picked as an editor's pick of the month. That came from the deepest, darkest part of my life. So there is nothing, don't look at what you're going through, it's the right process. You remember when I started, I said life is a process. Yeah. So don't look at where you are when you're stuck, but look at what can you do to come out of this. In your own life circumstances, develop an adventurous spirit, as I call it, to explore possible ways of coming out of any situation rather than being pessimistic. So it's like I've shared my life experience. Don't focus on your immediate situation, but look at what you can do to come out of the situation.
Right. So you took,
I would advise any person.
You took let's say per se, the rejection from your PhD and you converted it into a book. I know a lot of our students are interested in becoming published authors as well. That is the ultimate goal, right? To share all of our knowledge with other people. What advice would you have to somebody about, now that you've published 6 books, a bestseller, it's opened so many doors for you. What advice would you give students that are trying to get published?
Oh, if you want to get published, remember, I was talking about having an inspiration of what you need to do. It's all start from an idea. What do you want to bring to the table? What do you want to bring to the marketplace? It's not like you're doing your thesis. You can't publish your thesis as a book, but what problem were you driven to take up on the PhD? And what have you been researching on in case you want to convert that to writing a book? What is the niche market that is waiting for your idea? So first, focus on the niche market. See the hungry niche and see the problem they are having in there and bringing a solution to it. That will help you to come up with something great, because when I had the educational challenge, when I was doing a PhD in the United Kingdom. I looked inward. What was it that I've gone to the field? What was my research all about? So I came up with the research because in my course of study, I discovered that it is not just the educational methods or strategies that is making young people not to perform excellently academically, but there are some certain hidden psychological factors that needed to be identified. So it is not just the teaching method or the teachers themselves, but the students themselves. What are the problems these students are going through that are affecting their educational performance? So that only helped me to come up with a solution on what teachers could do, leaders could do, parents could do, and students themselves could do. And that was what made me to publish my second book. The Successful Student actually is my second book. I think my first book is You Can Be Richer Than Your Parents. Remember, my idea is to help young people to bring up what they have within them, to come up with their potential, their gifting, and their talents, and developing an idea out of it, and coming up into the marketplace to provide a solution for their niche market to solve the problem. So that was what was it? Remember, as I was talking about my history, working with different organizations involving young people, I see the problem young people have. So that niche is a niche market. What are the problem of these young people and what solution am I bringing to the table for them? That
Great.
is what you can do to provide a solution, and you can write a book on the solution you found out on the problems, existing problem, what you're bringing to solve that problem. That is just how to write a book, and that is how you can nail it anywhere you're going to.
Thank you so much for that. I'm sure it's going to help a lot of our students. It makes a lot of sense to identify a problem. Obviously, you being involved with the youth helped you identify that problem and propose a solution. I have one more question before we go to our audience. What's next for Dr. Patricia for your legacy? You've already published author, you're already a PhD graduate, you have businesses, you give scholarship. What's next for you?
My next part now is helping young people globally to work on their ideas. What can you bring to the stage of life? That is what I'm working on now. What you can bring on the stage of life and how to help any young person in that perspective to develop an idea. Remember, I was sharing about idea. Idea rule the world. What is it you have within you? What can you bring to the table? What are the niche markets? You've identified the problem. What are you aspiring to bring to the world? That is how you can generate your businesses. So this is my new level. My aim in life is to help young people to come up with these great ideas because, you know, the old folks say in my days, and they see the young people in this generation as if they are lazy. I actually disagree with them. The young people in this generation are not lazy. They are competent and very vibrant. All they need is how can you help them to harness some of the information? Information is everywhere. But how can you harness these young people to help them to use the opportunities at what they have at the moment to become everything they want to be? Recently, I'm going to launch a program on using simple ideas to make money. Simple ideas you can bring it onto the table, bring onto the stage to make money. And these simple ideas are things you can just do. Instead of whiling away on your phone, you can be making small money on different things in life. I've developed 101 ways at which you can use simple ideas to make money and showing through where you can be trained and where you can sell your products. So these are different ways at which I'm actually working on now to help young people become everything they are created to be, to affect this generation and to move things forward. Nobody is too young, nobody is too old. My granddaughter, I have my foster daughter, I have a granddaughter, she's now 10. She started her project at the age of 4. She was born premature. She did not look at herself in her circumstances. Every year, from the age of 5, she started making things to give to parents and the young people, children in intensive units. Today, she's known everywhere in Switzerland as the girl that is trying to provide a solution for parents with children in intensive units. She had a major presentation a year ago with the Medical Association of Switzerland, providing a kind of solution to parents that have their children in intensive units. Because she was there, she just turned 10 in September 25th. There's no time that is too young for any person to make impact in life. So my own take today is that every young person have greatness inside of them. And the only way to help them to come up with that is to know that they can be young and influential, and they can become self-confident to become everything they are created to be. If you want to be a multi-millionaire, it's in here. You think success. Think of what you can do. That is all you need. A vision. Some people will say, I don't have money. You don't need money. Provide a solution. If you can operate a phone, you can work on your ideas.
Right.
If you can operate a phone, you can do something great. And you can bring something to the table for the world to buy from you. The world is full of buying and selling. Any solution you provide, the niche market is waiting to buy it. So the young people in this generation, I give them a kudo. They are great.
Yes. In our chat, we're saying a lot of people are saying you not only inspire the young people, but you're inspiring everyone here as well.
Oh,
because
really?
there's really not a, you know, like you said, there's no time frame. It's just having the idea and not having that fear. So we have a couple minutes before our next presentation. I know some people had some questions. Is there anybody that wants to ask Dr. Patricia a question? We have time for 2 questions. You can just unmute your mic.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, yes, America. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor, for sharing your journey with us. It's quite motivating, and I feel good that I don't have to miss this. So my question is, do you have any plan for creating a platform wherein you consider women, especially married with kids from West Africa? It's obvious that reading a book for married and married women that are mothers in West Africa, it's a luxury we cannot afford, you know. We only have few people that will have time to read books or to go to these social media platforms to check out what articles they've published, you know, with respect to the situation they're going through. So most of the time they take their phones or whatever device they have to look for funny movies, things that will just make them laugh and be stressed. Okay, so, but it's a good idea. You have a very rich experience that I would like you to just have some thoughts of how you will include those women that will not be able to access your platform, your already established platforms, so that by 5 years or in 6 or 10 years, they would be able to stand up and say, okay, I am this person today because I contacted this doctor that has been motivating women that are in high class in society, but she had the time to think about us, those of us that cannot access those platforms. And she created a platform for us, and we would like to share, or we would like to build on the platforms that she created on our behalf, so that our generation that will come after us will benefit also. So in as much as you're doing well for those that can access your platforms, I would really appreciate if you create some plan, just make a way so that we have the women that will not be able to access the current platform. They will also benefit from such wonderful and beautiful ideas you have. That's just
Thank you, America.
Oh, thank
so
you, Monica. Yeah, thank you so much. That is already on the way. I have a platform I've just created and about to launch it next month by God's grace. It's titled Raising Generational Giants. And in the Raising Generational Giants I have a prayer platform. The prayer platform takes care of life. You know, people think life is just leaving legacy for your next generation is keeping the money for the education, the well-being, taking them on holidays and coming back and going forth and everything you can afford for your children. Most parents don't have time for their children, thereby losing their legacy. So there are so many people all over the world that are not raising the next generation for excellence or leaving a good legacy. There are so many multi-billion empire that have gone into the drain because parents and leaders and teachers never take time to nurture their children to become, to have a vision of what they can become on their own. So that platform, I think, is titled the Praying Parents Network. The Praying Parents Network is already on YouTube, but because I was developing the book, the journal, in that aspect, I have 3 versions of the Praying Parents Network. The book is there where you can learn how to become a good parent and bringing your children in the ways of the Lord, that when they grow, you will not lose the legacy, that they'll be able to have a focus on what they want to become, how you parents, what you can learn to make sure that your children are the best they can become all over the world. And to enhance their their innate abilities and capabilities on what they can do, helping them up to grow. And as they grow, they'll be able to manage your own legacy and your empire. And there, the platform, the Praying Parents Journal, is a platform where you have different themes about the works of lives and how you can pray for your children and what you can do every week. So it's a weekly program where you all have all kinds of prayer points with the needs, individual needs. You can meet up the individual needs. I think what you're proposing is on this part. You can find it in this platform, which will be launched next month by God's grace. Everything is almost concluded to launch it, to bring up the Praying Parents Network. So I think in that part, whether educated or uneducated, will be able to learn from it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patricia. We are out of time, but I think what you said, your books are on Amazon, and even though you gear them towards the youth, they're ideas that anybody, a single mom, a single father, a young entrepreneur can use. So thank you so much for your time. There are some people that had some other questions. I don't know if maybe they could put them in the chat and you can answer them through there. But thank you so much for inspiring us today and for sharing your knowledge and sharing the tools that you've provided for people. It's been very inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay. We're ready for our next presenter. Dr. Miriam is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Can you pull up your presentation?
Yes. While host disable participant screen sharing.
Dr. Ophelia Love, you want me to start the recording?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you give her access to be a host first?
Oh.
So she can share her screen and then we can start.
Yeah, I actually I was kicked out and I just got back in like a second ago. It looks like where is she? Looks like she already has it.
No.
Someone. Yes. Let me check the share screen permissions. No, she should have.
Well,
Dr. Abukalaf, do you have permission? Do you see the share screen down below?
No, actually, yes, I can see the share screen, but actually it's giving me that host disabled participant screen sharing.
All right.
I'm gonna try again. Same thing.
Here, try again.
I will. Here you are. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it now.
Yes. And can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Okay, we can start recording, Edward.
Dr. Ophelia Love, I'm going to start the recording now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so we are here today with our 11th symposium about my legacy to future generations. This is our third presentation with Dr. Miriam Abu Khalaf. Welcome, Dr. Miriam. You have the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning for some and good afternoon for others. I'm Miriam Abu Khalaf, and I'm a PhD candidate from the AIU. I got my master's degree in education from AIU too. I'm teaching English in Al-Manar American schools, and I'm training teachers in the Connect Learning Center. I'm actually training teachers and parents as well. To be a legacy means that I'm a teacher. For me, it's because I'm a teacher. I'm not a doctor, but I treated. I'm not a scientist, but I created. I'm not an engineer, but I designed. I'm not a painter, but colors are all my life. I'm not an actress, but I played all the roles. I was the nanny, the mother, the friend, and the teacher. Let me share with you one of my best story ever that I have in my life. One day, my husband decided to move to another city, so he's moving his work because he didn't have a good work in the city that we lived. And then it was not that easy for me because actually I was happy in my school, and now it means that I have to change my work and I have to change my friends. And I have to be in another city. So it's a little bit far away from the city that I lived at least 7 years old. So I went to a new school and I put my papers there. I make an application. And unfortunately, in the secretariat office, they told me that we have no chances this year for any teacher. So during going out, I just had a child like 15, 16 years old, and she looked at me and she shook hands with me and told me, "I miss you, miss." And really, that time I didn't remember who is she. So I went to the door to move from the school, and on the door, the security told me that they are asking me in the secretariat office again. So I went back, and they told me that I have to meet the principal, and it was Mrs. Deborah Rajab at the time. So we talked together at least 1 hour, and she told me that tomorrow I have to present a demo. A demo means that I will make like a demo lesson. She want to see what kind of teacher I am, what can I teach, and she want to see my ability of teaching children. So going home in my brain, I said, but they told me that they don't have any a chance or any opportunity for any teacher this year. So I went back the next day and I made the demo. and the demo was for 15 minutes only. Then at the end of the demo, she called me and she told me that I will be hired right now in the school for two reasons. Reason number one, because of the demo, and reason number two, because what I did to this child and her brother 7 years before. And I told her, just there is something that I can't understand. Can you please just explain to me what happened? And so she told me the story that that child told her that that child was in the school that I worked before, and she was 7 and her brother was 6. I can't remember her when she was 14. Of course, she changed completely. And she told her that this miss was teaching us math and English. And at the time, their mother was just dead. And I can see this child and her brother as well. They are just sitting in the classroom in silent, and they cannot speak, and they don't want to participate and everything. And I gave them a hand. And if she didn't tell me this story, I will not remember it. I gave them a hand for at least 3 months, just to comfort them in the school, and to get away of their disability of reading and writing. And it was only because of the death of their mother. Why do you think I shared you this story? It's because creating generations, loving a person, refining his soul and mind is the most valuable and wonderful achievements. I'm a teacher and I'm proud, and I would like to greet and to give respect to all teachers and tutors all around the world. Senior said that no legacy is so rich as honesty. Honesty is one of the simplest legacies you can leave behind. Living with a purpose is the most valuable thing one can do. If you want to leave a legacy for the future generation and for yourself too, you have to answer one of the following questions, or all. What do you want your life to stand for? How do you want to be remembered by your family and friends? What kind of an impact do you want to have on your community? What contributions do you want to make to your field? Whose lives will you have touched? What lessons would you like to pass to the future generations? What do you want to leave behind? And are you a good model? If you're going to leave a legacy, make a mark on the world, and that will be never erased. One of the most important marks that will never be erased is honesty. Starting my life as any normal child with a hard-working father, to gain our life, and a limited educated mother who cares a lot to build her family life and gives the maximum effort to her children. I was lucky to have an American neighbor who speaks to me from time to time, but unfortunately, I could only speak Arabic at the time. First school I went, and I was living in a very small village, and it's Silwan. It was an UNRWA school, but I learned there everything. My school had 2 shifts. It was one from 8 to 12, and the other one is from 12 to 4. I was in the second shift, meeting with Miss Nehed, Rashida, and Mrs. Kinana. Day after day, they taught me the love of learning, the good manners, and how to be a motivated child. I saw the love and care in their eyes. Studying with them, math, Arabic, and a little bit of science, lots of manners and love. Can't forget their smiles and serious attitudes. And here I learned the first lesson: to work with love. When I'm back home, mom is waiting for me. She taught me what she can at the time, reading Arabic and handwriting. And here is the second lesson, truthful and honesty. One step on, the work of my dad blooms, and we moved to a new house in a new place. And here is started my journey at 9 years old. I received the first scholarship, full paid, in my life. I received a place in a private elementary school, and they teach English and French from kindergarten. First day in my school, I was so sad because it was very hard to speak to people. And in the sessions of English and French, it was to me like coming from another planet, and I felt totally lost. I was just having one language, which is Arabic. Two of my teachers decided to give me a hand, the English and the French teacher, and I received a daily extra care. So by the first term, I can read. By the end of the year, I passed same exam of the class with a percentage of 90%, nearly in both languages. Can't forget the look of victory in their eyes. And that year, I was their target, and they succeeded in it. And here is the third lesson: set your objectives and never give up. They give me an advice to receive a summer course to enlarge my experience in languages, and I did. I spent all my summer in taking courses in English and French. Then I passed some international exams, DELF, and TOEFL in English. I finished my school and time to go to the university. Not an easy choice and not an easy decision. I have a very good level in English and French, nearly as a native speaker. And I need really to improve this skill more and more. It's very important at the time also of my future career to have an excellent knowledge in computer as well. So I studied computer system analysis and design. Same time, I was called by one of the schools to co-teach with one of the French teachers for 2 days a week, 2 hours daily. So I was working and I actually co-teaching and studying at the same time. I was 19 years old at that time, and I was teaching children from grade 8 and 9. Same year, in the afternoon, I started another university diploma in French, which is Formation des professeurs. It means how to be a teacher. A convention was made between the University of Franche-Comté in Besançon, France, and Ibrahimiyya College. At the age of 21, I got already 2 university diplomas to start a good career. I started to work as a French teacher, very young one, and continuing my courses in all fields. In my career trip, I started to work as a French teacher, as I told you, in Ibrahimiyya College and in the library of the French Cultural Center in the area. So I met nearly all the nationalities. This issue enlarged my world, my knowledge, and my experience as well. I passed 5 years in the same work, and I arrived to be an assistant of the cultural attaché in my country. Time to launch my personal project. Association of Beautiful Languages for Women and Children. The idea started by answering the following question: where do I see myself in 5 years? Well, I see myself giving special help in education to women and children. So I started my project. With some help of my family, friends, and other people who believed in me and my project, I made this association. I rented an apartment in a good place, not very expensive, but not very big too. 3 rooms, 1 small kitchen and 1 small bathroom. First floor, so I have a small garden in front of the building, so children, they can spend a little time in it, making some work also in planting and so on. I made 1 room library from the donation of books from the French consulate, the British consul, families and friends. My friends even sent me shelves for the library. Our library was not so big. We have books in 3 languages in all subjects. Special books for all. What I wanted to do is to open this library for all people in the area. Parents can sit and read while waiting for their kids. Teachers have a very important resources to use for daily improvement plans. I used to go to the library since the age of 6. My mom used to take us to the library to read there and to have a weekly book or a weekly story to read at home. What did we achieve in this association? Teaching children English, French, Arabic, photography, and drawing. We made courses for women in reading and writing, taking care of their children, and first aid courses. We made a yearly fundraise for students to help them continuing to go to school. Art exhibitions. We printed 2 books, 1 storybook and 1 poetry book, all made by the children after taking different workshops. We participated in the Mondial Football for children in France. We made some cultural exchanges with France and Luxembourg. We had some music classes with the cooperation of a music teacher, Mr. Philip Lewis from Brigham University, and we increases the awareness of families by receiving doctors, engineering, and other people to speak to children and parents about hygiene, careers, and careers for future. During this time, I taught some extra courses for adults, like English for business to managers and other secretaries, so they are using now English language in their letters. We didn't have a regular fund from any NGOs or organizations, so sometimes I used to pay the rent from my own money, and luckily I have lots of volunteering teachers and parents. Some parents paid for some courses if they can. Some families' life changed because of us. We offered some help to students with difficulties such as the slow learners, and I passed already 6 years volunteering in this project. I went to Kavalam Center to learn about curriculum designs and back to my country to improve my ideas in teaching and learning as well. I went to Egypt for a vacation time and to visit a book fair there. And there I met my husband, and 3 months later, I got married and moved to Egypt. Sadly, I left my association to some of my colleagues, but unfortunately, they could not continue more than 1 year. The association needed someone who can work there every day, and most of them, they have their own work and they can only volunteering from time to time. Another difficult step starting in my life, but this time it was in another country. A new store. I started a new job as a teacher in one of the international schools. I started a new job as a teacher in one of the international schools. I taught English and science. I taught Egyptians and many other nationalities. I learned a lot from them, as they learn from me. The first baby arrived, and here is a new responsibility: a child to raise up and taking care of his health, mind, character, and education. 1 year later, I had my second baby. Time to make a new study. I decided to take a master's degree in education, and that was the first time contacting with AIU. I started contacting them, and they explained to me everything. I started my master program with them, School of Social and Human Studies. It was not easy, but amazing. I have to take care of 2 kids, my work, and my studies, full day duty. I learned a better management of my time, looking for a better career, better ideas in teaching, and more patience in listening and speaking. I worked in a new school just opened. In this school, we are teaching the American curriculum. It was brand new for the children and parents as well. So from time to time, I had to answer the question of some questions regarding the way of teaching and learning for both my colleagues at the time and the curious parents as well. And here I started to think about parents and teachers training. I took courses in TOT, so how to train trainers and how to train teachers, and TEFL also to improve my English language. This is beside my master's degree. And I opened a center for children, this time CLC, Connect Learning Center, to teach languages and training teachers and parents. I made lots of projects and training, but my favorites are involving parents in students' learning process and sharing their children in some educational project. They discovered their children more, and they are more aware of their needs now. Then I started to have some other ideas from people around me. So I made the following workshops for teachers: creating classroom from the child's point of view, flexible seating, online classroom management, comfort zone, bullying and cyberbullying, project-based learning resources in English, project-based learning resources in teaching and learning, intellectual immunity, and I created something in my new school, which is ongoing teacher project, and I advise them what to take for the online courses. A new child arrived, and now I have 3. But this time I feel more flexible. I can manage the house. I have a better discipline, ideas for my house and students. I can add different ideas to other people's life. I am a member in IELTS Hall, official teaching English to young learners. So I wrote on their Facebook page about ways of teaching, have a better class, volunteering, and so on. I will continue working and writing about the power of setting objectives, smiling and honestly, and I will never stop learning. I have one research, which is a published research, brilliant learners, exceptional learner with disability. This research is published by the AIU. Some of my certificates and diplomas are my master's degree from the AIU School in Education, School of Social and Human Studies. This is my certificates in diploma in teaching teachers how to be a good teachers. This letter is my favorite. It's from one of my directors, and he is thanking me because of some projects that I made with him. This one is teaching English for business. This one is for the teacher training, the educational psychology and approach and assessment, the world teachers, the best world teachers, and the role of education in promoting democracy. I have also certificates in leading learning transformation. And also I have a certificate in curriculum designs from Cavalon Center, and another one in SAT training. SAT is the American diploma. And a TEFL from Notting Hill College, as well as TOT training of trainers. And the last one is the Klexia teaching techniques and solutions. 2 books I'm very proud that I made it with the children in my association. One is Ma Vie en Photo. This is My Life in Pictures. This is a poetry book. It's in French and Arabic. And this one is Amal and وشجرة الزيتون, and it means Amal and the olive tree. And also this is a 2-language book, and this all made by the children, even the drawing. Why I do love the AIU? Reading their news, subject of the assignment, contacting the tutors, guiding me how to be professional. Every time I watch even a small video from the AIU, I learn something different. My dream is to open a school to help the children with disabilities, and it's gonna be a free school. They can come without any payment. My other dream is to help the graduates to think about their future studies, which is going to be related to the 21st century needs. And my third one is to finish my PhD. Actually, I'm a PhD. A legacy, teaching your students to be honest, brave, to set their goals, vision and mission, to smile, to believe in themselves, and to believe in yourself too as a teacher. And at the end, very important thing, to never give up.
Thank you
Thank you
so
for
much,
listening.
Dr. Miriam. It's amazing to see all the things that you've been able to accomplish, and again with children, which are our future, so it's important to instill in them. So we saw you started one foundation, and then you had to move because you started, your life as a wife and mother. What inspires you to keep generating these ideas for people?
Okay, the person that inspired me is my mother. At the time when I was a student, she was a limited educated mother, but at the end, when we all grow up, I have with me, we are 5. We are 5 children. She has 5 children. I have me, and I have 4 brothers. She completed her education, and she finished her university diploma, and she's a designer.
Wow.
So she is pushing us all towards education. At the time that we stopped doing anything, she's calling everybody of us, asking, what is your future project? What are you gonna do? What did you read? What did you make? And she really, with a lot of people around me too, especially my teacher, they are acting in a way that if you can do something for your community, for your friends, for people around you, even for yourself, go for it. Do not stop. You are gonna live one time in your life, so just make a benefit. A benefit is not a money. You can benefit. You are working and you get money, but there is something inside. You will feel it, and this is not coming with the money. to be satisfied because you did something to others, even if others, they do not know that you did this to them, but they can feel it.
Yeah.
When I taught and even now I'm teaching young children, when I'm telling them something new information, or I'm guiding them to make a research, or I'm guiding them to use Google, but in a safe way, there is something that I received from their eyes. It's not about money. It's not about work. It's something that, thank you because you are here, which satisfied me a lot. And I can like this, I can say that thanks God that I can do something to them.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, like you said, and you know, I think all of our presenters have kind of shared that same notion that money is not what's important when leaving a legacy. What's important is that you are teaching your knowledge to other people so that they could teach it to other people, because that's kind of what helps us as a society to continue to grow, because you instill in somebody that inspiration because you dedicate their time, so they're going to reciprocate doing it with other people. So you want to open a school for kids with disability. That is amazing, and free of charge. That's so great. Do you have a timeline for this, when you will accomplish this?
Well, I should go through a lot of procedures to do that. First, I should find a fund. And second, I should find people who can do this with me, because actually students with disabilities, they need a lot of time and a lot of educated people to drive them to the right test, to the right way. So having a fund, till now I didn't find it, and having people, I have some people who are around me, they can help in this, but still it's not gonna see the sun very quickly, like not very soon.
Okay, no, but I mean, but you have that vision, and just seeing everything that you've accomplished, I know that you will get there. One last question from my part, and then we can ask our participants. You have had several foundations, like you said, you found volunteers. What advice would you give to a student that wants to open their own foundation or wants to create something to help their community, be it single moms or single fathers or teens? What advice would you give them as far as looking for funding or looking for volunteers?
Mm-hmm. First of all, I would like only to say that receiving messages from people that you might not remember, and they were your students like 15 years ago or 14 years ago, telling you in their message that thank you, because of you, I could speak English very well, and now I'm studying in London, or now I'm studying in America. This is like a very touching message that you can have in your life. For people who want to make their own project, or they want to make their own foundations, try to have people like you first. So search for people who think your way. It doesn't matter if you have different kinds of opinions, which is actually very safe and very healthy to have different opinions, but try to have people that they believe at least in 20% like you. If you have people same beliefs, so you can do something to other people. You can volunteer in this like 1 hour a day in your life, even 20 minutes in your life, and you can do something with them. Go, do not stop. Let's go to the second step and try to do something. Things will arrive by the time. People, they will see that you are succeeding in your project. People, they are sitting in homes because they don't have the ability to work, but they are really healthy and they want to do something for the city. They will find you as shining as a sun to them, so they will come to you. First step is find people like you, like search and find. You will find. No way, you will find. There's people like you. Second step, start your project. And third one, wait, because actually things are gonna go very well.
Great, that's great advice. I think you're right. There's always going to be people that have the same vision or have the same goal or have the same group of people that they want to help. So that definitely is a tool. Thank you so much. Is there anybody of our participants that has a question for Dr. Miriam or a comment? No.
Yeah, hello, please. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
go
yes.
ahead.
All right, good morning to you. It's just only a recommendation I'd like to make. Yeah. Congratulations to you, Mariam. But you've done a very good job. It's not easy. But what I want to advise each and everyone who is being connected this very morning here is that, yes, you might have the ideas, but many a times we have to think ahead. What I'm going to do, what will be the end results and everything it takes to be. There are so many people, philosophers who have made very cogent statements concerning how to do something or how to make even a project. But all I want to say is that in all that you want to do, the beginning of everything is bitter, but the end of it is very sweet. And that is my recommendation to each and everyone. Yes, let's try something. Put it ahead, put it on a paper, doing the drafting, let it have it done, and we can make it. Such is life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to share something or have a question for Dr. Miriam and her work?
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, Priska, go ahead.
Yes. Thanks,
Why, doctor?
Dr. Miriam.
Doctor?
Congratulations for the nice.
Yeah, right now Priska has the floor, and then next we will have another question. Go ahead, Priska.
Okay. I want to congratulate Dr. Miriam for the work that she has done, and for sure this is a calling. It's not easy. Teaching and taking care of those young people, to be able to get a smile in their faces, it is not easy. And I congratulate you, Dr. Miriam. I wish you all the best in your work. And I would like to ask you a question. What are you going to do with the young people that you are teaching when you finish your PhD? What would you want them to be like? Which position, or where would you want them to be?
Some of them, they are already there, they have their positions. Some of them, they are now assistants of medical teachers, like teachers and doctors, like big doctors and professors. Some of them, they still are, they have their education in engineering universities. But the young ones that I'm teaching right now, and after my finishing my diplomas, my PhD, because I want really to study more about gifted children and brilliant one, and the slow learners, and how to fill the gaps between all of these stories. I want them to understand that volunteering is something very important for them and for the society itself, for the community itself. I want them to make sure that giving 1 hour a week from your time to others, to help them in reading, in writing, in even to make a course for old women who cannot read, for anybody who needs help. This is gonna give you back everything you wish, because you are gonna learn a lot. Learning from me is not enough. You must go through an experience to learn more, because as a human being, you are not receiving all the time. You must receive, and you must make to receive more. For my young students now, I would like them to make a project at the school, but I didn't speak to the school yet about this. I want them to make a project like Big Brother or Big Sister, and to offer help for the youngest one in any kind of education. If they need help in making their homework in school, if they need help in teaching them a sport, basketball, soccer, or something. So to offer them something, they can do it, and they can master it, and other they cannot master it. So we have at least people, we are filling the gaps between the people who know something and people who cannot master this thing. And like this, we can live in a healthy society.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miriam. We had one more question from Kennedy. Kennedy, you can unmute your mic.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. It's afternoon here in Zambia. I'm very impressed with Miriam, what she's talking about. I've listened to the whole of her story. Now, the inspiration from the mother, I just want to know whether the mother is still alive or not. Because it's like everything she's doing is the good foundation of that good mother. Where is she? Would also want to know her, because the legacy which she has given is really touching every angle of life. Wherever someone is listening to this is touched with what she's talking about. And then the legacy of which she's intending to leave for the brilliant knowledge she has as a teacher. Who pays her all those projects? I would like to know who is behind that support, because those are very huge projects like TOT and other things which she's doing to children, to adults. It involves a lot of money. Though I'm liable to see that most of the people are doing also some voluntary work, but voluntary needs is someone to have something to assist them. So those are the two questions which I'm asking.
Thank you, Kennedy. Dr. Miriam?
So the first question was if my mother is still alive. That was the question?
Yes, if your mother's still alive.
Yes, my mother is still alive and she's living in Jordan. I'm Jordanian, but I'm living in Egypt because my husband is Egyptian.
And the second question was just about, again, like the funding for your projects.
Actually, I'm living in a very small city, and as I told in my presentation, as I said in my presentation, that I have some courses that they are paid by the parents. So we are using the money that some parents paid for the courses that they are unpaid for the children who cannot pay any amount of money. And with the volunteering teachers, it means that I don't have any salaries for them, so they are all volunteering. And even I have some parents who were teachers and they are not teach anymore because of their age or because of other responsibility at home. So when they are volunteering with me, I'm filling the gap of having teachers with no money, volunteering zone.
Okay.
Great. There's nothing stronger than the heart of a volunteer, they always say, right? Because like you said,
it is very hard.
Like, yes.
The work which is harder is when you are organizing all these people, who is doing what and when and where and all these things. This is very hard. But at the end, I'm pretty satisfied from the results, and I wish to continue more and more.
Yes, you're doing amazing things. I mean, you're definitely leaving a legacy with, the children, the people in your community, your volunteers, and definitely with all of us here at AIU. So thank you so much, Dr. Miriam, for your time and for your presentation, and keep up the great work.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Edward, we can stop recording.
Recording stopped.
Okay, so we have our next presenter, which is Mercy Opara. Are you here?
Love, Mercy Opara is, I see her. Let me make sure she's a co-host. Yes, she's now a co-host.
Okay.
Hi, Mercy.
Yes. You okay? Good afternoon, everyone.
Hold on. Let me give it start a second. I'm going to start the recording now. Dr. Ophelia Love, are you ready?
Good afternoon.
Yes,
good afternoon.
Hold on.
Can you see my screen?
We need to mute some microphones.
Yeah,
first.
very right.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to go now. Okay, let me start the recording.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Mercy Opara from Nigeria, welcoming us to the 11th Symposium of Atlantic International University. I just want to use this opportunity to thank God for life of every one of us, and also thank Atlantic International University for this great privilege and the opportunity of being a student. And Dr. Edward Lambert, I cannot thank you enough. So having said this, here we are. This is me, Mercy Eberechukwu Opara, currently doing my doctorate degree in education with AIU. I hold masters in business administration, business educational administration and planning, bachelor's of arts in education, bachelor's of arts also in Bible theology, amongst other diplomas. So I'm happy to be here. Actually, what has propelled me for this presentation is my life history. I'm someone who was born in a village from the eastern part of Nigeria, who was also affected by the civil war, 3-year civil war. And after the war, my parents tried as they could to register me in primary school, from there to secondary education, which after is like there was no more hope for education. But one thing my parents did is they planted that faith in me that with God, nothing is impossible, which is a legacy. So I'm a product of legacy. And that has molded my life over years. That each day I just see legacy, not just for future generation, but each day that whatsoever that comes out of us is a legacy. It could be positive, it could be negative. Because there are people who may meet us just for a day in their lifetime and they will never meet us again. And even the presentation I am making today, there are people who might not have access to it. So, but what happened between I and them when we met, I termed it to be legacy. So having done that, my focus had been to inculcate in youths the optimism for life, that they are born for signs and wonders every day, each day, and any country I have been to. Because we find that the life projects sometimes some difficulties, especially to youths and some vulnerable people and disadvantaged people. And youths think to take life as if there is no hope, if they cannot make it in life. But I always present my life as a legacy that if by God's grace that I am where I am today, that they are also unstoppable. I take that time in forums, wherever I meet with them, to inculcate in them those positive behaviors that can help them to succeed in life. Advise them to denounce those negative attitudes, delinquent attitudes, which is terrorism, militancy, kidnapping, banditry, cultism, human ritual sacrifices, which also youths involve themselves into today, suicide, which also born a title of a book I'm yet to publish, that suicide is not a choice for life, because I've come in contact with some youths who, even married people who, because of marital problems or no job or no money or difficulties of life, they just decided to take their lives by themselves. So I always advise anyone that comes across me to build build their nation, build their family, build their own life, build their society, build their generation, and don't destroy. I also advise them to contribute to nation building, because a tree cannot make a forest. If I present my own contributions or make my own contributions, positive contributions, and you make your own, the father does, the mother does, the children do, then our societies will be a better place for one. I also talk about protection of life and property, taking cognizance of what we are seeing all over the world today, that people no longer place value on lives and properties. And I also advise people in my forums, in my little forums, you can see a picture down. This one is also for this week. Maybe people who were into drug or smoking or thinking that life is no longer bearable for them. Okay, having said that, that takes me to another one, which says right to education. And I have taken time to encourage people, both married people, youths, children, that education has no age limit. That if myself at the age of 40, I was able to register for my first degree, and at the age of 50, I was able to finish my master's. And now at the age of 60 years, after I had worked with United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, for almost 39 years and 4 months. Before then, I worked with private sector, and the life was not really easy. As a young girl, I had to marry at the age of 21 years, 6 months. So I was reading, I was bearing children, I was working, and the work was so tasking that even Saturdays, Sundays, sometimes we were at work. But because education is life, and I have passion to learn from others, passion to be taught by others, passion to run my life, seeing and emulating good examples, I had to read. In the night, I had to read. In the day, I had to work. I wake up as a family with other social and religious responsibilities. So I've been encouraging others that if someone like me can be where I am today, reading for my doctorate with AIU, any other person can. And having said that, because instruction is life, to give subtlety to simple, the young man will have knowledge and discretion. And that takes me to the point 2 of the same education, that though illiteracy is very expensive and the ignorance is costly, but education can afford for them all. I took up also my feelings from 2003 when I was sent to Liberia after their 14 years war. And when we went out to one of the counties, and we found out that in 14 years, no child was in school, which means a child born at the starting of that war was 14 years, that illiterate. That also led a passion in me to advise my youth, like you will see wise men, you will see wise women, you will see youths, that education rules the world. When you're educated, you will rule your world. Even from what I've seen from other presenters today, that education strengthens relationship. That even in marriage, which I will get to, how people should interact with their enabling environment, with their immediate environment, with their society, is dependent on how educated they are. Because there's something we call literacy in education, that people might go through the 4 walls of classroom, but they come out and behave as if they never went through 4 walls of classroom, which we call illiteracy. But when you are literate, when you're educated, you will produce good leaders. You will feed your world with positive impact. You will hold the world with peace. You will have no barrier or enmity because we are all one. All these things come to be because people are not enlightened, they are not educated. Like I said, education qualifies all ages. If Mercy today at 60 or 61 will graduate as a doctorate degree holder of AIU, fine and good, and any other person can. Education has a language, and the language of education is positivity, is integrity, is trustworthiness, and education imbues respect for all cultures, irrespective of race, and education skills all generations. And that takes me to the next one, which says right to life. The fear of God is the
Mercy.
bedrock.
Mercy.
Yes, sir.
One of our participants, Aaron Boma, wants to ask a question. He has to ask it now because he's actually leaving soon from the office. So
Okay.
Aaron Boma, can you activate your microphone and ask your question?
Okay. Can I hear him?
I'm asking him to unmute his microphone. Here he goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Professor Lambert. Hello?
Hello, go
Your
ahead. We can
volume,
hear you.
please. Your volume, please.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm so-called the Reverend Aaron Boma from all the way Tanzania. I'm also the student of AIU, Atlantic International University. My question is just very small. I need to know that what the today's youth can learn from our leaders, especially the religious leaders, because we know that each religion have their own views and have their own things which they believe. So what things can be the common so that the youth, the next generation, can be able to know them and to follow them. Only that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think your question is timely. Looking at the slide, you will see my message for the leaders, which I always tell people that everybody is a leader. Because if you don't have good followers, you won't have good leadership. Solomon in his wisdom said, if the leaders fail, that means their followers are wicked. So what my message to leaders had always been to be trustworthy and build trust also on their followers. My message to the leaders of today is also to drive for equity and equality. My message also to leaders today is to discourage racism, nepotism, tribalism, or whatever that discriminates against humanity. My message also to leaders is to stand for justice and judgment, because we have the greatest judge who will judge everyone. So my also message to leaders is that they also have eternity in view, because this is also a legacy. That whatsoever we have done here will not end here. That whatsoever I have done as a leader, you've done as a leader, they've done as leaders, they will be judged by it. So when we are conscious of that, that will help us in discharging our responsibilities in a positive manner. So my message to leaders is imbibe positivity, trustworthiness, integrity in everything you do, equity and equality, justice and fairness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have understood very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I continue?
Yes, thank you. May continue.
Yes, please continue, Mercy.
Doctor,
Thank you so
can I
much.
continue?
Okay.
Thank you. So that actually takes me to the end of this slide. As I normally encourage people, even like today when I was counseling a young person in this place where I am, I had to encourage them when they came in with this Coke, Fanta, things that will boost their, sugar, salt in the body. Is also one of the eat well syndromes and the live well syndromes. Thank you. So that takes me to the next one, which talks about leadership. He just asked the question now. And that question has actually dealt with what I'm going to say now. Rights to good leadership from home, by parents, by siblings, by relations, by neighbors, then by the overall leadership in the country, by religious leaders. We are all leaders. And I said in my leadership experience, I have always believed that leadership is democratic in nature, free of nepotism, tribalism, racism, gender discrimination, corruption, and electoral malpractices. Because these are things we are seeing in the whole world today. But I have been a leader in my own little way, both in the office as president of staff association, which took me to regions, and also being a leader in my religious sect, which I'm still a president of women, taking care and impacting positive knowledge on women, on empowerment, empowering them on how to live their lives, live with their children, live with their husband, live with their neighbors, and also how to feed, how to make money to feed themselves, and how to be educated, amongst others. So a leader should lead with integrity, lead with trustworthiness, lead with care, lead with respect, lead with accountability, lead with empathy. What is happening today that you see the whole place, especially in Africa, Nigeria, where I belong, you see many people losing their lives daily, kidnapping, killing, ritual killings, and all whatnot. These are signs of bad leadership. Leadership should have element of empathy, valuing lives and properties. Leadership with positive self-esteem. Inferiority complex also makes leaders to feel who is hunting them, they can undo. But when you have confidence in yourself and what you are doing is right, you don't have to be afraid of who is hunting you. Leadership with equity, leadership with love, leadership with successorship in mind. Like legacy we are talking about today. Legacy is like successorship. What am I leaving for future generation? It is a legacy. How did this person lead? It's a legacy. Because of time, then we go to right to lasting relationship. And this talks about marriage. In my counseling experience, God has helped me to reconcile families. Even the latest one is a family of 20 years. There had been no peace. The man was crying. His mother was crying. The wife was crying. The children had no peace. But as a legacy, God helped us to reconcile them. And they left our house with laughter. Even though I've left the location back to my base, he calls me, he greets me, he thanks me. That means that's a legacy I have left for them. And that shows that even in my counseling experiences, both here and elsewhere, that when you make marriages to stand, couples to love themselves without divorce, you are leaving a legacy. So that's what takes me. Marriage should be a pride of children raised in such union. We have children littering around today as if they don't have parents. This is not good. And that's why I encourage couples to take care of their children. Marriage should be a lift in couples' destiny, not to run them down. This is also one of the legacies I leave for people. Marriage should bring glory to God who instituted it in the Garden of Eden. And that led me to write 2 books already on Amazon already on Amazon among the books, which I also encourage people to go download to read to help you. Books on marriage. That takes me to right to be resourceful. I normally encourage people in my little fora to denounce laziness. Both parents, children should be taken good care of. They should labor with their hands to train their children, to send their children to school, to give them shelter, good life that the children desire. They should be an asset and not a liability, because a liability left for the present generation constitutes nuisance for the future generation. So that could be also a legacy. To work with their hands, be creative and innovative, to provide and not to take only, to lend and not to borrow always. Like in my country, sorry to say, we are a borrowing country, but God will help us. To run a career and not accreditation, not to carry portmanteau of certificates, but behaving like an illiterate. Okay, that takes me to an important one again, which I normally advise fathers: be a father and not a feather. And to mention that this was also delivered in one of the schools in June in their graduation ceremony. So I normally encourage fathers to be fathers indeed. Work hard to be able to take care of their families, be prudent and save for their future generation, because it's a legacy. Solomon said a good father leaves inheritance for his children. Even Paul commended it. So fathers should also be creative and innovative. I normally encourage them to be friends to their children. Some fathers today don't know what is happening with their children. Some rape their children, such unfortunate. So I always use opportunity to advise fathers, be friends to your children and not enemies. Be a companion to your spouse. As a father, you are not just taking care of your children, but also your spouse, so that both of you will live long and see your children. I'm also a grandmother of 8, and I'm happy to God. Be a mentor and not a methodist, because I have realized in my counseling ministry that what is difficult for people is just change. Change, very difficult to change. Selecting the kind of job they will do, they remain idle. Be a provider and not a consumer, and be a caring dad and a spouse. That takes me to the next one. We said, right to be a mother and not a mother. If you look at my presentation, you will see a parrot. When I went to Liberia in 2003, immediately from the airport, there was a signboard which says, a bad word is more destructive than a bullet. And I marked that word. And I normally encourage mothers, don't be a parrot. Use your mouth in wisdom. Mother means multiple obligations to her expanded regions. You are not being a mother just for your immediate family, but for your entire community, even your generation as a whole. So for that, you should be resourceful. You should gain the heart and trust of their husbands. They should strive to do him good and not evil. They should seek wool, ensure that there is food, support the man. Hello? Hello? Hello, I'm hearing a voice. Ensure there is food. Mothers are to support their husbands, not to make him to overlabor himself and die on time. Care for your house helpers and medians. Invest on your children and be strong and take a rest when tired. Even after this presentation, I will take a rest. My grandchildren had come around. They said they need to see me. I said, after this presentation, I'll be with you by 8 p.m. Right to be a caring mother. Seek peace and kindness. Live to gain the praise of both your children and your husband, even your neighbors, I add. Be a role model to your daughters in excellence. Project a godly example of good character. This is what I tell mothers. Like I told you, I'm a president of women in a district. Leave a positive legacy for your future generation. Even as mothers walk into this place, which I got as a retiree to be able to reach out to my society, I also tell them that. For children, be a child and don't be childish. Every child brings hope, joy, and happiness to the family and the society the day he or she was born. Bible says, lo, children are inherited from the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is our reward. So children today that are in chaotic societies, out of school, though some of them not, is out of their own making, peer pressure, maybe societal influence, they find themselves as children victim of circumstances, but notwithstanding, bring a gift, be a gift and a reward. Every child is a potential child. Develop that potentiality in you, God has given to you. Be the joy of the parent, society, and your generation. Be a builder and not a destroyer. Be a success and not a failure. No child can fail. Every child is created for signs and wonders. And I normally tell them that you need to be optimistic. Even today, you need to be optimistic. You need to believe that you can make it. And with God, we're learning from people, with exposure, with good people, you can make it. Be a light and not darkness. Be an instrument of positive change. Rule your world and don't ruin your world. Because many children today, they go on smoking, they carry gun, it's all over, they can kill, they ruin their world. And that takes me to the final aspect of my presentation. I normally partner with non-governmental organization, Rescue Africa Initiative, to go out for social work. We visit hospitals, we give them food, we give them items to use and share money maybe to subsidize their hospital bills for those who cannot afford it. We also go to schools like this week, we were in this school where you see children on the floor and you have children whose parents just dumped them in the school, no exercise book, no pencil, no Bible. So as a retiree, I've seen the need to help others. I've seen the need to ensure that children who are underprivileged will be educated. This is, I and my husband, we visited one of the government schools and presented exercise books to them. You can see it. So we support some children who get admission, no money to pay for acceptance fee or school fees, whatever our hands can reach. I do with my husband. We sponsor in acquisition. If a child wants to acquire any skills, maybe catering or sewing. Hello, like I said, according to my life history, I presented this book, Life is a Journey, and overcoming the grips of the end time. And last 3 weeks, a man came into this place. After counseling him, he said he didn't have money. I gave him a copy of this book. He came back with feedback, how the book ministered to him. When I also went to one of the countries, I gave this book. After some years, the person came to Nigeria as an international officer. We worked together, and she also gave me feedback about this book. So when I get feedback from people, sometimes I get a call, people will pick this, and they say, oh, I wanted to commit suicide because I won't be there. People will carry and just distribute. I will counsel them, I will pray with them and encourage them that life is still meaningful, that when there is life, there is hope. And that's my legacy, and that's my legacy, and that's my legacy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for all of that insightful information. I think everybody was very inspired. There was a lot of comments about thank you, about your faith, about your ideas. So you've published several books, as you have shared with us, that are on Amazon, like you said. What advice would you give other students that want to be published? I asked this before of another presenter, but I know a lot of people have that goal. So what advice would you give to people?
What advice I have for people that want to publish books?
Yes.
Yes, like even in this, my place, a woman, because I put a signboard there, online publishing. So when they read it, they come in. Like a woman came and said for years, she had the vision and passion to publish books. She has a lot of drafts, but she has not been able to know how to go about it. Then I encouraged her, I told her, gather your drafts. I can assist you to review it. I have already published books on Amazon, free of charge. I can help you to publish. And there are some other people that I have even paid for. They went for online publishing training after I did mine.
Yeah,
Thank
someone
you.
said in the comments, like, what are the steps for publishing? What would you say are the steps?
Okay, the steps of publishing the books. Okay, you must have a passion first, because writing is an inspiration. You don't just write. So when the inspiration comes, you jot it down. You don't lose anything. You don't lose any idea. Then after you have gathered them, to get to a quantity, you can type them, make them a draft. I can help to review, to proofread it for you, and arrange it for you in chapters that you'll be able to launch it even in Amazon, because I've done that. I went through the training and I've launched out to this year on Amazon. So these are the processes.
Yeah, so it's basically just get it on paper.
Yes. Yes. I'm seeing, okay, call them.
Sorry. You also mentioned that you worked at the United Nations for over 40 years. Here at AIU, as you know, we're very big on human rights, which you spoke a lot about. What steps do you think everybody can take to ensure that their human rights are being respected and that they are living their life with those rights?
Fine and good. United Nations and UNICEF in particular is the core preacher of human rights and child rights. So we uphold it to an extreme, It's not contestable. Every human being has the right. So even when I was a leader, there were some measures we took, like speak up culture, enabling every individual to speak up of whatsoever that is discomforting you within the working environment. And you have your rules and regulations, and nobody can make you to derail or to do what is against your right as a woman, your right as a man, because a man also has a right. So everyone's right must be respected. Even all the countries that I went to, because I went to many countries, even New York, to train staff members and also to work on our system, is the same. Even as staff association president, in our regional meetings, we normally sing it and sang it and preach it. Your right is your right. So I hail UN, United Nations, for that. I hold and hail UNICEF for that.
Thank you.
I give them kudos.
Yes, they're doing a great job, and we hope to resonate that with all of our students and everything that they do. We have a question from some of our participants. Andre, do you have a question for Mercy? Andre? We have another question. Go ahead. You can unmute with your mic.
Hi, please, can I talk?
Yes, go ahead.
Ok, compañerita Messi, felicitaciones por tu hermosa inspiración que usted en este momento se ha compartido con nosotros. Muchísimas gracias. Estoy muy contento, muy contento con todos que tú estás compartiendo con nosotros. Ahora mi pregunta es, congratulations to you, dear Messi.
I said, thank you. Merci,
all right, congratulations to you, Messi. Okay, you've done a very good job. Honestly speaking, I'm very inspired. I'm telling you, I'm very, very, very inspired. Good. And then the Bible says in Proverbs, that train up a child where he or she goes, so that when it develops, will not depart from that. I know that, no doubt about what the Bible says. But my question is this. There are a lot of pastors, there are a lot of books that have been inspiring students, so many things. But the students or children of these days, they are very, very unacceptable. You cannot even accept them. You cannot even look at them. Looking at our society, there's a whole lot of problems going on, armed robbery, stealing, and those kind of gambling, etc., etc. As a man of God or woman of God, what do you think education, here I'm talking about education, and the community. So what do you think education can play more part? And more on a serious note, what religion can play major parts concerning the kind of problems of these youths? I mean, what the youth is being into it these days. I don't know if my question is very clear. Hi, Sister Messi. Can you hear me properly?
Thank you. They're just delinquent behaviors that we have today all over the world. Yes. So actually, education means imparting knowledge, formal and informal. Like you mentioned, Proverbs 22:6, train up a child in a way he will go. When he grows, he will not depart from it. So education by parents is vital. Even no matter what is happening in their societies, in their peer pressure, societal pressure, that thing you have inculcated, the fear of God you have inculcated in the child will always drive the child back like a prodigal son. So both in our religious sectors, in the schools, it's just like that yesterday when we went to one of the schools, they gathered the students. I began by telling them about the value system that is crashed, but they cannot depend because my mother didn't teach me. I have the phone. I can search for things myself, but your life, you are ruining your life. It's not about your mother. It's not about your father. It's not even about your uncle, but it's about you. You are created for signs and wonders. So education means imparting that hope and positive optimism in the children, that whether they're in the Western world or Southern world or African world, they will know that when they are living on delinquent behaviors, that they are just ruining their lives. Am I communicating? So
yeah, it's very clear.
Like in August, when we went home to my village and took my grandchildren home, I engaged the zealous Christian professionals. It's a forum. I engaged them, one from New York, one from Zimbabwe. I connected my system in the church for the youth, for them to be counseled. And I also counseled both the fathers, the mothers, the youths, even on their health, because these things they take also is detriment to their health. All these drugs they take, they are detriment to their health. So that is also part of education. So when we go to our communities and start with our small environment to educate people, educate our families, educate our neighborhood, educate the society, whether religious society, whether the office, or wherever we transact our businesses, that will go a long way. Education is the solution. Thank you.
All right. My second question, is very, very clear. It's very clear. Thank you very much for the explanation and everything. Okay, good. Now, my second question is: do you agree to this phrase that whoever is 18 years has the right to make his or her own decision That when someone is 18 years has the right to make his own decisions and everything it takes to be. I've lived in Latin American country for almost over the past 4 years, and I've been witnessing so many kind of things here. Okay, good. Now the first thing is when a child is 12 years old, that 12 years old is going out with a guy. I'm having a boyfriend. Si cuando una tiene 12 años, debería salir con un amigo, una persona o empezar con un noviazgo. That when a person is 12 years old, start have a boyfriend, going out and those stuff. Good. That one is something else. But when a child also reaches the age of 16 years, that child, many a times here, what I'm seeing here, 16 years old, is very difficult for a mother to even control a child at the age of 16 years. 16 years. So what I'm asking is this. We are talking about nation, UN, because AU is not about UN giving freedom and justice to all, country membership to study, to get more knowledge and other stuff. And in there, they have gotten so many kinds of, programs that has been running up. So what do you think, or do you accept and agree with it, that the notion that when a child is 18 years old, has the right to make his or her own decision? Do you agree to that? For me, I'm having much problem about that.
Yeah, thank you. Either I agree or not, the society had made it so. But then, because of that benchmark, that should be a pointer of legacy for parents and the elderly to take them young. Because if you miss them young, you miss them at 18 as adolescents. But when you catch them young, you get them, you gain them at 18. That's my answer because of time.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, God bless you.
We have another question. Maureen, can you unmute your mic for your question for Mercy? Maureen?
Mine is not a question. I'm just endorsing everything that Mercy has said. It's very, very valuable. It's very workable, and it's very informative and educational. That's what I want to say today. Thank you so much, Mercy.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's see, do we have any other questions?
Thank you, Maureen.
No.
No. There was just a lot of comments. Mercy, just thanking you for your presentation.
That's good. That's good, Mr.
For your information.
You also, yeah.
Can
welcome
you
to it.
mute your mics, please? Thank you. So thank you so much, Mercy, for your insight and for your presentation. Just one last question. What's next for you now that you've retired from the UN, you've written books, you help in your community? What are your future plans?
My future plan, like I said, I still have a book, maybe to write more, yet to be published on suicide. Suicide is not a choice, okay? Another plan is to continue in my charitable activities, social work. Another plan is how I can get into schools to be counseling students, just like the last question, in order to help to get them young. So getting into schools as a counselor, that is also one of my plans. Okay.
Yeah, it's great that you work with the youth. We've heard a lot of our presenters and their legacy. They work with the youth because that's really, they're the ones that can carry on that legacy and show other people. Like you said, you have 8 grandchildren, so you have it right away in your home. What else can we do as AIU colleagues to help our youth to be successful? We see, Dr. Patricia wrote a book, Dr. Miriam works with language. We saw Dr. Priska, she works with the environment, you work with the human rights. What else do you think we could do as a collective to help our youth be more successful and not, like you said, fall into lazy patterns, but really go out there for their dreams?
I didn't get your last statement.
that what can we do as a collective to help our youth kind of go after their dreams and not settle?
Great. What I will do to help AIU, right? My contributions to AIU is a request. You have my profile, you have my legacy, any aspects you need my support for the undergraduates and those yet to come, like I've already recommended a student from Nigeria to read in AIU, and I still recommend more, I will still recommend more. So these are aspects that I want to support AIU. So I'm available and accessible.
Thank you. No, we're very honored to have you as an AIU participant and everything that you do. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, and everybody was very inspired by all of your entire presentation. So thank you so much, Mercy. Is there anything that you want to say to everyone before we finish with your presentation?
What I just want to say is to thank everybody, both our colleagues who have made wonderful presentations and those who are yet to make, and especially AIU for helping me to fulfill my self-fulfilled prophecy to be a doctor. I thank you. I thank everyone. I thank you all. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mercy. So that concludes Mercy's presentation. Edward, you can stop the recording.
Yeah, I will send it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Edward, are you here?
I am here. It looks like we still have another 25 minutes or a half an hour till the next presentation. Is that correct?
Yes. We started a little early. Is the next presenter not ready?
The next presenter is here and ready. We have more time for questions and answers if you want to take more time.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, then we can start maybe in about 15-20 minutes for the next presenter.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, should I continue to record?
No, I think we should stop.
Okay.
Recording stopped.
We have about 15 minutes. Is there anything anyone wants to ask? I think Mercy's still here, or just in general to Dr. Lambert?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lambert. And I want to appreciate.
Was that Pastor Simidou Stephen? Please activate your microphone. Dr. Ophelia Love, do you want to do the next presentation now? We can do it.
No. I'll wait for your instruction. I'm trying to share my screen earlier, but I discovered that the system just hung, so I was unable to share the screen.
So when you were sharing your screen, that's when your connection became unstable?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know if my screen can be shared from over there before my presentation.
I can share your screen from here. I can share your presentation.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. When the time comes, please let me know.
Yeah, we can use this time for just free discussion about issues of legacy. If anybody has any comments or questions. Anything in chat, Dr. Ophelia Love?
No, I don't see anything. Just to reiterate, all the presenters can talk to their tutors about earning service hours for presenting. And then we will also have the recordings available if you want to create an assignment or earn credits based on each of the presentations or how it inspired you. The recordings will be available for that. And just a last reminder that we do have, we did open a couple more spots for our graduation ceremony, which is on November 14th. So if you're interested in participating, you can register on your student page or contact your tutor for any questions. And that deadline is going to be the 5th of November. That is the hard deadline for the graduation ceremony.
Well, let's go ahead and just ask a question about what is legacy? What is our responsibility to the future generations? Anybody want to talk? Maureen Dillon? Maureen, are you able to activate your microphone?
Sure. In terms of a legacy, legacy must be something that is very integrative, that both the persons who are not involved will get an attention will be drawn to what is being said. It must be focused that all who listens and all who participates will be able to find somewhere, who am I? Why am I here? Where am I going? A legacy should answer these questions. How would I get there? How? Why? Who? And those questions are certainly to be answered when we think about putting a legacy in place. I have been truly inspired by all of the speakers, and I've drawn from what most of them have presented. And the legacy is strong. And I do believe that AIU has really given a privilege to persons who are involved in building lives. This is certainly something that is to be for me to look forward to. It's very interesting. And I've really gained a lot so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maureen Dillon, for your comments there. Jenny, Gabby, do you have some?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. You were asking there what is legacy. From my point of view, legacy could be the true identity of one, coming to realize who you are and what you stand for and what you were made for. And what you were made for in working in line to bring the true identity of yourself out of you. Not it being buried, but always coming out. So that's the legacy. Because if you know who you are, you identify it, you will work towards it in line and bring it out. That the world will see and know your true self. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Jenny will be presenting later on today. We have a question from Elizabeth Marunda. Are you able to activate your microphone and give your comment? Elizabeth Marunda. Dr. Ophelia Love, is anybody else that you know ready to give a comment or a question?
This is Michael. This is Michael. It's not a question. I just want to add that legacy must be positive and deliberate. And for me, legacy is a way or a thing you desire to continue even after you. So you make a deliberate efforts to live or lead people in a direction that you want to be sustained even after you're on earth. Thank you.
It's fine, I'll come back.
Maguo, do you have a question, comment?
Yeah. Hello? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to react on the word legacy. From my knowledge, I can say that legacy is whatever we are doing in our life from negative to positive. So that is legacy. Yeah. From negative to positive, whatever we are doing in our life is legacy. So from negativity to positivity, maybe we are doing for the society or for the church or for anything, maybe for academic, that is legacy. And again,
let me ask you, do you feel that there's been a negative legacy from the past and now it needs to become positive?
Yeah, that thing which is not possible, you make it possible. So that is legacy. Yeah.
Dr. Love, who's next?
For presenters
or for anybody to ask questions?
Yes.
Tamba?
Yes.
Tamba Benjamin, can you?
Yes.
Please, you have the floor.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Lambert. I think I am personally impressed for all the presenters and what I have seen in the various presentations. When I want to define now legacy is what impacts, okay? What impact can your dream create in society? And to me, that is what legacy is. What impact can your decision make to society? It could be in a human change and in various aspects. And then from what I've seen also, legacy has a connection or an intertwined activities that run from your past, your present, to your future. You know, a legacy can also be seen as a future impact that you can also create in society. So brief, Lambert, to my own description from the three presenters I've seen is about the impact it creates in the human society. Thank you.
Can I say something? Hello?
Yes, Esther Vera, please.
Yeah. Okay, my accent, I am Argentinian living in South Africa. I am finishing my bachelor degree in social science, major public health. And my legacy for my children, grandchildren should be analyzing the planet, how our planet is today is a big crisis, and we have to rethink what can we do? There is hungry, poverty in the world, so I wanted to leave the legacy of study at home, planting trees. You can maybe, I don't know, it's dark now, but you can see trees, you can see fruits. If we eat a mango, we plant it. If we eat an apple, we plant the seed. And so I have an adopted child from 13 years, and we do it together. And okay, that at home, but for the world, it is the United Nations is saying for 2030, zero hungry. That, with all respect to United Nations, is not zero hungry, because people in America is not passing hungry, but they eat wrong. It's malnutrition. So the legacy, the best legacy we can leave to our children is teaching them how to eat and teaching the mummies before they give birth. Remember, from the moment of conception till 1,000 days after, the brain is developing. Every cell is like your brain is like the main storage of electrical. You know? So the brain cell is having need to connect, and they have like fingers here. This is an axon. They have fingers. In Spanish, the name is dendrita. They must come together with this and this and this. If they don't receive the proper nutrition, that dendrita never develop completely. That is the children who can maybe learn how to plus and minus, but they can never learn how to divide or multiply. That is the children who abandon the school. That is the street children and people from tomorrow. So my legacy will be something about nutrition. How we must learn the people. We have something which is, in some countries, they want the people to be like, to don't achieve the proper development because it's more convenient. Then they give them some small thing per month, money, which is never enough, and they have their votes. They are clients of the government. And that is a vicious circuit. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. I think you're very right. The problem is that we don't eat correctly. So that affects obviously the children, mothers, families. So that's why the first presentation, Priska spoke about, planting sustainability, maintaining the water levels in the lake so that the crops can survive. I think it would be really great if maybe in a future symposium you present a little bit more about that. Thank you for sharing. Edward, are we ready for the next presentation?
We can have another question here. I know Elizabeth has her microphone on. Elizabeth, are you able to? Elizabeth? Trying to see who.
I have my hand raised. Can I speak, please?
Hello. Can I say something?
Who is talking? Adekali?
Adekali, yes, from CIU.
Yes, go ahead with your question, comment, and then we'll go to.
I just wanted to make input on legacy. To me, I think legacy is footprints. Legacy is about what you have done in society that's impacted societal change and everyone around you. It's about identifying issues around you and making sure that you contribute to solving those problems. It could be young people's problems, it could be environmental problems, it could be educational problem, whatever that it is, but then what you have done to ensure to create that impact. And so even when you are not there, people will be able to see and point fingers on what you have done, and they will say, oh, this is what Adekali has done, or this is what Sierra Leone has done, this is what AIU has done. So legacy is about footprints, it's about, making sure that you create a mark or you leave a mark that will be reflected, that is shining everywhere, even on your behalf and in your presence. That's what legacy is. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now we'll go to Eziocha. Eziocha, do you have your microphone on? Eziocha, do you have a comment?
Hello.
Hello, Isaac Botan. Let's let Eziocha next. Ooh, microphone's not working.
Hello. Hello.
America?
Yeah.
I think you are next.
Okay. So for me, legacy can be can be our experiences, achievements, and to some extent failures that are developed over our lifetime. And this can be passed on, whether intentional or non-intentional. As we grow, especially from the part of the world I come from, that's West Africa, we always admire certain people. We want to be like them. Even as teenagers, all we do is focus our energy on becoming one of these people we've admired. Some of them we haven't met, but we just hear about the good things or the challenges they had through their lifetime, and then we want to be strong and develop our own stories based on what we've had. So as students of AIU, I believe education has got a lot to do in influencing what legacy we leave to pass on. Because whether the education is formal, informal, or non-formal, it has got a lot to do in how we tailor our lifestyle, tailor how we influence others, and wanting to become like us or learning from our own failures, because we will definitely not stop with all what we're gaining now. We will definitely not stop as being people or students that tried, but we would be students that tried and succeeded. So our experiences will be shared in different platforms, and other people will want to be like us. So it's not about us deliberately rearranging our lives so that others will build on them. So it means whatever we do, whether in our social gatherings, whether at home as parents, whether in our offices, whether in our educational institution, we should be aware that there is somebody somewhere looking at us, looking up to us, wanting either to become or not to become like us. So legacy can be good and can also be bad. So, but we want to pass on positive legacy that generations to come will build on and then try to improve on. That is just my take.
Okay, Dr. Ophelia, it looks like we're about ready to start with the next presentation.
Okay, great.
So let's set up Pastor Simudu Stephen. If I get that information here.
Thank you so much.
A doctor in occupational health safety and environment. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, who is talking?
Okay, my name is Stephen.
Hold on a second. Let me go ahead and I have to mute some microphones so that we have a clean audio before we begin. There are actually many microphones open right now. Okay. Dr. Ophelia, I think we're ready. Let me get the recording started so you can do the introduction.
Recording in progress.
Right, guys, we're continuing with our 11th symposium of 2021. We have our next presenter speaking on his legacy and how it's going to impact generations, Pastor Simidu. Pastor Simidu, you have the floor.
Thank you. I greet everyone online. particularly the earlier presenter. I want to appreciate the depth of the presentation. Lord, we bless you in Jesus' name. I want to appreciate the management of AIU University. I want to thank you for extending an invitation to me in particular. I'm honored, and I pray that God will uphold all our lecturers to the end in Jesus' name. My presentation has been forwarded, but I cannot see the slide. I don't know if the slide has been shared.
Just 1 second. If we ask that everybody please mute their mic. Thank you so much.
I cannot see my slide now. I don't know if my slide will be shared. Okay, but before the slide will be shared, oh, fantastic. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Edward Lambert. Okay, I'm Simido Stephen. Let me just give us a quick background of the presenter. I'm in my late 40s. By the special grace of God, I'm a pastor. I pastor in the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the headquarters at the Redemption Camp. And graciously for over 20 years now, I've been in charge of environmental health activities, the Redeemed Church of God, Redemption Camp. I have my early education in Lorry, Kwara State. I have my secondary school education there and my primary school education. And I graduated. Also have my early education in Oyo State, Ibadan, precisely, where I study environmental health science. I have my HND, ND and HND, National Diploma and higher National Diploma in Environmental Health Management. That's from Oyo State School of Health Technology in Ibadan. I graduated from there, also proceed to further my education in Oyo State, Lautech, Laduke Akitola University, where I obtained my postgraduate diploma in environmental health management, area of specialty, public health. Also, I did my master's in Laduke Akitola University, where I obtained my master's degree in environmental health management. And that's that. And also, at the special grace of God, I'm a student of AIU University, where I'm presently studying occupational health and safety and environment, doctorate degree. Quick background to my Christian faith. I knew the Lord at very early stage of my life, where I served the Lord in the capacity of the workers in the church. And from there, I grew up to become a minister of God in the Redeemed Christian Church of God, where I am serving up to this moment by the special grace of God. I've been in charge of environmental health activities of the church, like I said, for over 20 years now. And that is a big legacy that I want to give back to my environment at large, that the good work can continue from where we are at the moment. I want to go into the talk. My legacy for my word to follow even after our departure. And as we all know, what is legacy? What is legacy? I believe legacy is all about life and living and caring. Life, living, and caring about our world, particularly during our lifetime? How do we care about this present life? We are not the owner of this life. This life where we are, we are not the owner of our life. So how do we, live our life? Very, very important. Someone invested so much in us. We had moral faith, we have moral education, exposure to a moral way of life, and we all grew up having understanding that we need to live aright. That's why we are being governed by rules and regulations. So our life must give a meaning to our world. Our life must impact our world positively. So when we live our life, our life should be a unique to other people's in our immediate environment, in our society at large. So what does it mean to leave a legacy? What does it mean to leave a legacy? I'm going to buttress my point. The slide I sent is not the one that's being shared now. No, I'm going to limit my area of discussion to what I project to give back to my world before my departure from this world. That's all about legacy. What you are to give back to your world before you leave this world. Your life should be an institution that other people can, go through. Other people can as well study the proper way of living. And that's the area I want to buttress. So I'm going to pick major areas of legacy and believing God. I've started in the past 20 years. Like I said, I've been coordinating activities of environmental health. And by the special grace of God, I serve as a zonal pastor in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Also as an evangelist coordinating about 23 provinces. So I have capacity of destiny around me that I'm believing God that my life should impact their lives positively. So I have listed few areas I'm going to buttress my points upon. Number one, I want to believe to create a legacy, having enough fund for my children. While growing up in my early stage, my father, served in Afribank in Nigeria here as a driver. He served, so, there are difficulties, trials at that early stage of my life that my father could not afford to pay for my school fees. So I had to struggle, do all necessary media job to sponsor myself and my recipes. Even after his retirement, he had retired now over 20 years ago. After his retirement, I had to struggle that no. He had done the little he could, in his own little ability and capacity, But I foresaw that I have a glorious future. So I venture into a lot of media job to ensure that my dreams comes to fulfillment, to ensure that what I believe that the idea, the capacity I believe that God has given to me, can come to reality if I forge ahead to study, if I forge ahead to advance my knowledge and acquire more information, and graciously God helped me that personally it took my singular effort and the effort of others to get myself being sponsored, all through the education I've acquired up to this moment, and my younger ones. Why? Because I want to give back to my world. I wouldn't want the talent, the idea, the capacity that God has endowed in me to just die like that. So I've pinpointed areas that I want to impart my world before leaving this world. First and foremost, I talked about fund. I want to ensure that I pack the destiny of the children God has given to me. My biological children, family associates around me, people that come in contact with my destiny one way or the other. I plan to leave behind a legacy, of an inheritance to my children, not only houses, talking about building capacity in them, ensure that I sponsor them, to acquire the necessary education, sponsor them to ensure that they, see the light, their dream sees the light of the day, And number two, at the moment where I work at the moment, there are some students that comes around for practical experience, on an area of specialties. We serve as an environmental health practitioner within the infrastructure of the church, managing the solid waste, biodegradable waste, non-biodegradable waste, biomedical waste, talks about pest control, vector control, decontamination, disinfection, generally. So we had students from other colleges coming around for practical experience. We expose them for the necessary knowledge that they require to align their curriculum, even before going back to school. So I have planned that before I leave this world, I should be able to sponsor as many students that desire to acquire knowledge, to have basic education. So education is expensive, and all students appreciate, anything that's lighting their financial burden. Several people.
Okay, we seem to have a technical difficulty right now with the microphone for Pastor Simadou Stephen. So we will continue in a moment with the presentation. So his point number 2 would be to restore a historical building. And you can read on the screen what he has written here. So legacy is conserving buildings from the past. Yes, he has left. His connection was disconnected. So we're just going to have to wait for him to come back. So it'll be 1 second. If anybody has any questions or comment in the meantime. But we can run through a little bit of some of the points that he was talking about. First was funded trust. Hello?
Yes, Doctor. My name is James Kinto from Kampala.
Please.
I had a quick comment to make that we have been seated for the last 5 hours. Given this kind of adult education, would we use this as an opportunity to have like 5 minutes of stretching our limbs so we can concentrate on the remaining ones?
That is fine. Do you want to just relax and stretch? And maybe just leave your speaker on too. Okay. Because we have a continual, we don't really have a break, but we'll have breaks in between presenters.
Yeah, we thought that after a few hours of sitting in one place, we would have some 5 to 10 minutes of a shower.
Sorry, the network just disappoints at the moment. Can we all hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you now, Pastor Simadou Stephen.
Thank you so much. So, like I said, I have plan of raising sponsorship partner to ensure that as many that desire to have basic education are exposed to that and are given that opportunity, And part of my research for this presentation, also I've studied my environment. A lot of people are having problem with exposure to basic medical opportunity. where I pastor, there's what we extend to our community members and our congregants. We call it CSR project, that's Christian Corporate Responsibility, where we ensure that as many that are less privileged, come around. We have what we call food banks. We have hospital facilities to ensure that they are exposed to amenities that are needed. Basic medical amenities are need to be extended across to them. So we try to advocate that partners comes around to join efforts and contribute their own quota to elevate incidence of diseases and people that are suffering because of lack of money and because of poverty. So I have planned to also ensure that I create a legacy in that area, even while alive and after my departure from this world. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay. Now, if you look, thank you, Dr. But okay, the next slide. Sponsoring
Steve, which slide do you want?
Yeah, yes, it's okay. It's okay. Sponsoring a park bench or playground. We all know that relaxation is very, very important. And in an area of, if anyone has come around to our environment here, particularly in West Africa, Sub-Sahara area of West Africa, we know that our environments are much, much polluted. So I have planned, having a park where people can go around and relax, where we'll have tree planting across such a park, where fresh air can be gotten, where a little world can have time to as well relax and play around. So these are the areas of my focus. Also, I have planned as a legacy to give to my world, starting a tree planting program. As an environmental health practitioner who know the benefit of clean air, I would like to plant trees in my community to cool down the hot urban streets, create habitat for animals, and cleanse pollution from the air. So you could imagine a polluted environment where we have industrialized activities going on, where emission of pollutants are, discharged at interval in an environment. So planting of trees, to guide against deforestation, to encourage afforestation, can neutralize the impact of pollutant particulate matters discharged to our environment. So also, I have planned of living an authentic life. Part of this are what our earlier presenters have said. The reason why we are having a lot of contention, a lot of people living an abusive life is because people are not living an authentic life. As a father, as a leader, I want to live an authentic life. I want to live a life that will, align my profession, value, into the life of others, that other people can copy. Because I believe this will give others the courage to start true, and to be true to themselves and to start living a truthful life as God has been helping one as well to live. Also, I would love to, have a legacy in an area of what, having what I call a journal a journal, a book that will outlive me, a book that other people can go through, and the impacts that I've contributed can be felt even during my lifetime and after my departure. As a preacher of the word, I'll be graciously able to publish 2 books and 2 other ones still, in the press, making 4. One of the books is Defensive Mechanism, the prayer, spiritual books for as many that want to know how to pray a defensive prayer. This book is available. Also, I'll be able to publish a book called Prayer Dose for as many that who want to enhance their way of life, their Christian way of life. Also, in my area of professionalism, we'll be able to contribute my own quota to the body of West Africa Postgraduate College of Environmental Health, where I'm one of the fellow of the college, in the area that I be able to contribute my own quota to impart my profession. So these are my area, and vigorously we're working to ensure that all these dreams comes to life, come to the limelight of my desire, to see even while still alive. So the details of day-to-day life will facilitate my descendants. My journal entry from video, books, messages, audio recorded messaging, picture can build a connection between me and my descendant that remains strong even when I've gone. So my activities, I believe I want to put it into a journal that will outlive me, a journal that will become an institution, that will become, a mirror that other people can look into, and I believe that we encourage the younger ones coming and our future generation. Also, one of the areas that I'm so passionate about is the area of youth, the youth between the age of 15 to 25 years of age. We call those set of people the youth, which is our present generation. Also the teenagers between the age of 11 to 15, 16, how to catch them young. We need to put in place programs that we, encourage these young ones to, imitate a better way of life, which is going to reduce crime in an environment. In my present area of work and my jurisdiction of studying my activities here, we have a template, where our youth comes around to display their talent. And majority of these youths that come around to display their talent, you see capacity in them, you see ideas, you see glorious ideas in the life of so we gave them templates, we gave them platform where they can display the idea. So I want to focus more that my legacy to impart the life of this younger generation is being fed. So also another area that I'm bringing my commitment into is a commitment to my family, enthusiastically. My family, enthusiastically, I want to ensure that my family, when I say my family, I'm talking about my immediate family. I'm a father of 3, and I have a lot of other siblings. I want to maintain a steady relationship with my spouse and also meeting the needs of my children. I value my family. So I believe if a family is being valued as a father, you embrace responsibility. As mother, you embrace responsibility. You give these children the knowledge, basic knowledge they need to know the way of the Lord. You expose them to the moral way of living This will give them self-esteem, of way of living. This will also bring unison to the entire family member. So the self-esteem of my family members will stay stronger when they know that I will be there for them always. Serve, willingly for them as a father. Also, another area that I vigorously, driven my attention, driven my focus, and my commitment to is what I call do good deed. Do good deed. We have in our assembly a group of people that we cater for. We call them the orphans and the aged one, the elderly one, and the widows. So I love extending up kind of welfareism. I have a group of people that comes together to extend welfareism hands. Not everyone can make a memorable splash with multiple, multi-billion-dollar donation, but a live feed with small act of kindness will leave your mark on the wall. So not everybody will be able to give multi-billion-dollar contribution. But what we are saying is that just a square meal given to somebody, just an encouragement, just $100, $200 given to somebody goes a long way. And that is the legacy I have started. In my assembly, I have a group of people that we call partner, people that take care of the widows, people that take care of the orphans, people that take care of the less privileged ones, all these people, the elderly ones that are lonely, we ensure that our contribution, is driven to impact the life of these people. Very, 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 very important. Very, very important. Another area of my commitment is what I call voluntary service to my community. I want to take time to explain this. Voluntary service. My environment here, the redemption camp, we have over 40,000 people that are residing here permanently, excluding where we have a national program that millions of people come all over the world, to grace religious activities there. Now, to manage over 40,000 people every day, so we need to partner with the institution around here, the secondary school, the primary schools, the NGO. We partner with them to ensure that we raise a club of environmental health practitioners, people that can, carry out what we call health awareness, health promotion, health education amongst the children, what they need to do, how to live an hygienic life, how to live a healthy life, how to live, a life without threats to yourself and threat to your immediate environment. So voluntary service, I plan to always volunteer myself, to raise volunteers as well, to support, any ongoing work in my community. And what are these ongoing work? Ensure that the drainages are being cleared of junks and debts, ensure that we have access to, potable water, ensure that we have, prompt management of waste, either sewage, garbage, rubbish. We have partners that come around to support in this area. We've given them that template, and I personally involved. I will have, I don't know that we'll be allowed to add pictures. I will have had few pictures of our various activities of what we do over here. So all community have ongoing volunteers, opportunity, build a legacy by being someone who always shows up. So whenever calls for supporting the course of community service, we should be available. We should be involved. We should give a platform where people as well can serve. Is very, very, very important. Now, another area which I vigorously, that's what led me to forge ahead in acquiring knowledge, is develop my career. Develop my career. In my office here, I have over 45 workers, and we ensure that every blessed month we throw a challenge to ourselves. What are we going to achieve at the end of this month? What will be our achievement at the end of this month? Every one of us, we work together as a team. We set a target for ourselves, what other people will come around and copy. And that's what led me to, want to acquire more knowledge. And today, I'm grateful that I'm one of the students of AIU University. The pursuit of my new credentials, knowledge will help me attain a higher position. I want to be able to influence my field by improving my techniques and standard and monitoring new talent. So people coming around me, I want to be able to impact them one way or the other. About a few weeks ago, students from colleges of health technologies, over 16 of them came around for 3 weeks technical or industrial training, exposing them to aerobic pond, how we manage our sewage environment here. We expose them to our water dam, how the water is being treated, from the generating point, the treatment point, and this, supplying point, and how we manage our biomedical waste through the use of what we call galvanized incineration plant. All these are facilities that we expose them to. Why? Because we've had a basic training. We ensure that in our various colleges of health technologies, we have a platform and a synergy where future officers are brought in and they are being trained. These are areas that I passionately, improving myself, and I want to give that, future opportunity for my future generation, the generation yet unborn. Now, another area that's my legacy, believing God that my legacy will outlive me, is what I call workplace improvements. Workplace improvements. Workplace improvements. As a leader and environmental health practitioner, I want to create a workable environment for my subordinates, improving workplace relationship, and also address safety hazard in workplace. We know that healthy environment, healthy working environment will enhance our productivity. I want to ensure that all my staff, and that's what I've been doing, that they have a conducive environment where they can work. I want to ensure that people that come around, comes around with ease, they can discharge their duty. People like to complain about their job, but you could focus on solving problems. Instead, as a leader, as someone that his legacy must outlive him, you should be providing solution. Like one of the presenters said earlier, if you can provide solution to the issues of life, to challenges of people, definitely you'll be needed. So you might, spearhead a leadership program, address safety hazard, or develop, efficient alternatives to wasteful practices. So these are what we'll be doing here, and we are given a platform for future generation to as well follow. And also, one of the area that I would love to leave a legacy behind is what I call organized family reunion. You know, my dad will be 78 by January next year. You know, I had to invite him because of the nature of my job. I could not travel, you know, to meet him at home. I had to invite him to my location here on the redemption camp. You know, presently is somewhere far away from where I. So I invited him and my mom. I said, "Come around, come and spend some time with him." And they spent about 2 months. You know, I asked questions. You know, I asked about how he started his early life. I asked about his belief. I asked about the challenges he had faced in life. You know, and I could see, you know, that the complaint, the health challenge that they had been, you know, complaining about within the 2 months that he stayed with me with my mom. You know, there are less complaint. I saw that he could relax. I saw that he was so edgier than, you know, before he came around. So family reunion could as well help, you know, your legacy, help imparting other people's life. Like in my write-up here, I said, your relative will value the effort that you put into organizing annual gatherings. You can foster new family traditions and provide a venue that helps, you know, aunts, uncles, and cousins forge lifelong bond. Now, I like I said, when my father came around for about 2 months, and my mom, you know, questions that I could not even believe that my dad could provide answers. He gave answers. I asked about a lot of proverbs. I asked about a lot of when he was in his 30s, what are the sports, what are the various type of meal. He told me that, he said, as at that time, there is nothing like deforestation. They enjoy, you know, fresh vegetable. You know, people live longer because people eat, you know, good diets. You know, and this improve the health of people in their generation. The reason why people are dying younger now is because of our diets, the kind of environment we expose ourselves to, you know, impact of deforestation on our way of life. So, you know, and I noted all this down before he left back to his station. You know, he'll be marking his 78 years birthday by January next year. So organizing family reunion can as well help and bring unison to the bond of the family. Now, another area that I believe in God that my legacy will outlive me is what I call employer of labor. It has been my advocate since I've been employed that I want to be an employer of labor. I want to, you know, alleviate poverty in my environment. I want to extend acts of love to somebody. So you could give someone a chance and extend a job offer that could pave the way for that person to build a better life. In my office, a lot of staff that one way or the other, God has helped us to employ. And today, some of them have married, some of them, they have children, some of them, you know, through the efforts that we've contributed into their life, you know, meal on their table. Even that first job you give to a teenager, you know, to mow lands, could put a person on the path to a responsible life. Like I said, you know, I remember one of the staff that came around for 6 months internship, you know, and after the internship, you know, we assessed her performance was so excellent. Today, she is the one coordinating the administrative work of the department. You know, why? Because we discover her talents, we encourage her talent. And today, she's fulfilling her destiny. So it's very, very important if you have that capacity as a leader, give back to your environment. That person that you employ today may be the one that will help your children in the nearest future. And that's the essence of our living. Now, also, another area that I pointed down here, that I believe in God that my impact will be felt even before my departure from this world. Donation to a domestic violence shelter. If you have gone through the social media, you've seen a lot of building collapse. There's one that happened in Lagos the day before yesterday, that a lot of people were trapped down. I was listening to news a few hours ago, how people were crying. Some of them, they just went there to do one or menial job, just to sustain their family. Now, probably the breadwinner of the family had gone. So where I was listening to the news, I said, God, how will these people continue to survive? So I have passion that people that are suffering from because of the disaster that occur, fire outbreak, and they are homeless today, people that are jobless, people that lack basic amenities, how I need to impact those people's life. So those who suffer abuse behind closed door, often have nobody to run to. So your donation, my donation of money, time, supplies, or even real estate to a charity, could help people escape from domestic violence. We serve as a hand up to those living in fear. Like I said, these are my area of focus, and I'm believing God that will surely come through. We've started in our own little way. We have what we call orphanage home. We call it holistic outreach in our organization here. And in the little assembly where I pastor, we will ensure that every month we extend hands of love to this orphanage home. People that are motherless, people that have been abused in school, now they have children, probably they were raped, or they are influenced negatively, now they are drug addicts. We have a template in our own assembly where we contribute our own little quarter, to extend to these people, and we organize a prayer section for them. So another area that I so much love, and my staff do that, is respect others. Even if I can give back to you, you see me respecting you. So I respect others whenever it is possible. I am willing to meet others on an equal footing, as this is liable to nurture kindness and gratitude in them. So I ensure that anyone that comes on my way, respect is reciprocal. You want to be respected, you want to be loved, then show love, show kindness. Definitely, whatever a man sows, that's what he will reap. Not only that, he will reap more than what he has sown. And before I will be calling it a day, is an area that I do or minding at interval. I'm not activist, but I'm a Jesus activist. Fight and injustice. I do that with all the blood that God has given me in my bloodstream. I ensure that injustice will not determine to fight for justice, to correct any injustice inflicted on a person or community, not minding the race or the gender. Can see that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he fought for injustice, and his legacy outlived. Today, we are seeing generations that are appreciating his effort even after he had departed. I want my legacy to outlive me by fighting for and injustice. There are several quotes that I put here as I'll be calling it a date in my write-up. I said the following quotes, among many others, are my takes on leaving a legacy for future generations. We must begin thinking like a river if we are to leave a legacy of beauty and life for future generations. This is a quote by David Blower. We must begin to think like a water if we are to leave a legacy for a beautiful and a future generation. Water has no enemy. Water has no enemy. What you can't live without water. So we must begin to live our life as water. Also, the choices we make about the lives we live determine the kinds of legacies we leave behind. The choices we make today about our way of life determine the kind of legacies we will leave behind. Very, very important. Also, I have a wonderful quote here that I want every listener to please listen and embrace that. I know we are all professionals, we are all leaders. What we carry determines who we are, and the effort we make is our legacy. What we carry determines who we are, and the effort we make is our legacy. Like I told you, I knew within me that if I didn't study, I would die poor. I knew within me, if I didn't try to forge ahead, to pave way for my younger ones, I knew what stopped the destiny of my father. We want to stop my destiny towards denial of access to education, because his father could not give him, a better education. He could not forge ahead to achieve his dream. But today, what my father could do, God has helped us to do that today. Also, that's a quote by Mitt Adbrook. Do you want to be remembered for the money you have made or the life you live? Do you want to be remembered by the money you have made, or for the money you have made, or the life you live? Rich Norton said that. Do you want to be remembered with the enormous money, with the enormous establishments that you have made up today, or the life you live? The life you live will determine the legacy that you've given to your world. Another quote here by Stifford. Strive to leave a legacy beyond your limitation and far beyond the expectation of others. Strive to leave a legacy beyond your expectation, beyond your limitation, and far beyond the expectation of others. Don't allow what anyone is saying to stop you. Don't allow the failure of today to stop you. As long as you are alive, the future is assured. As long as you are alive, the future is assured. Leaving a legacy example is very, very important. Another quote here, as I'll be rounding it up. A fool is a man who disregards legacy. A fool is a man who disregards legacy, by David Campbell. A fool is a man who disregards legacy. So legacy, very, very important, powerful word that we must at interval reflect upon. Am I on the right track in this world? Am I, imparting my word positively, or am I imparting my word negatively? Life is a journey. Life lived rightly is a journey that other people will want to follow through that job. But life that is wrongly lived could be disastrous, could be a journey that leads others to damnation. Finally, don't just build a career, build a legacy. Don't just build a career, build a legacy. Please, can you go to my slide 30 and 31 as I close? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Slide 30. Thank you. Thank you. Slide 30 here, like I said earlier, this is not the slide I sent. These are the slides I initially sent a few months ago. But I want to just paraphrase this. The alternative current available in your electrical output came from the genius of inventor Nikola Tesla, the Serbian's migrant to the United States, invented the primary infrastructure that runs the entity of the modern electricity. So someone made his legacy, Nikola Tesla. He made his legacy in Serbians. He made his legacy in the United States of America. You as a person can make your legacy. I as a person can make a legacy. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Pastor, for that presentation and all those ways that we can leave a legacy. The presentation was most of the time, so there's not a lot of time for questions, but is there anything else that you want to add that maybe wasn't on the slides or other people that have inspired you as far as legacy is concerned?
Thank you so much. There are several things that is not on the slide. I want to appreciate Dr. Lambert. The area that I omitted is an area of ensure that promotion of cultural tradition, promotion of cultural tradition. I'm believing that I'm in Nigeria, and I know on this platform we have people from various nations of the world, so we should promote cultural tradition where, there wouldn't be differences in our belief, there wouldn't be differences in our way of relations to each other. Beautiful cultural tradition include music, dancing, languages, crafts, cooking, and much more. If you possess cultural knowledge, start a class or a club that can transfer the skill to the next generation. I want AIU to promote, promotion of cultural tradition. Let there be probably the curriculum, to build up a curriculum where, relationship will be established within the cultural tradition. Thank you so much for the opportunity to deliver this presentation. Thank you.
Yes, I think you did very well in presenting. So often people feel that a legacy has to do with money, and we see here that there are several other ways, like speaking up for the voiceless, like respect, that people can share their legacy. We do have actually a couple of minutes. We have 10 minutes. I see Maureen has her hand raised. Maureen, did you have a question? You can unmute your mic.
Yeah, I do not have any question. I just endorse what's presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Is there somebody else that had a question? Given you had a question?
Yes, I do. I do, Doc. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Excellent. Thanks. Now, firstly, I just want to acknowledge that it was indeed quite an excellent presentation. Well articulated, and quite informative. Thanks for that one. And mine is not to ask a question, but rather to comment. Just wish to comment on a number of issues that the presenter has just raised. I agree with him that it is indeed quite important that we continue to create legacy as a way of life. I agree with that one. Over and above the need to determine the types of legacies to leave behind for future generations to come. I also agree with that point. It's quite an excellent point. Alongside the notion of volunteering for causes, social causes and causes that are concerned with community upliftment out there. I think that one is quite indeed a very important point. But also I wish to add that it is important that we realize that one important aspect of variable in that equation of volunteering is that of sacrificing. There is always an element of sacrifice. If we are to effect change, we therefore need to ready ourselves to make sure that we render some kind of sacrifice, to change the status quo. That one was a good one as well. And the notion of fighting injustice, indeed, we have a responsibility to see that we fight what is unjust, to make sure that we recreate the existing world into a peaceful and a just world. And also the question of the legacy examples that you made mention of, that we need to leave behind for future generations. The last point is the one that I want to comment on, is when you said that there is a need to enthusiastically commit to our families as a point of departure. I agree 100% on that one, I just want really to emphasize on that one. Because I remember even Mother Teresa once made mention of the fact that it is quite impossible that we could even think of changing the world if we cannot change the state of circumstances in our own families. How on earth we can even really dream of ensuring peace, justice, and strong institutions, in the world, when we cannot solve conflicts in our own homes, when we cannot ensure that there is justice that actually prevails in terms of relations within our own homes, and as well as to ensure that we strengthen, our family, as an institution in its own right. So on that note, I agree fully that indeed, if we are serious about changing the world for the better, we need to start from home. In short, charity starts at home. I agree with you on that one. It was indeed quite an excellent presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
you so much. I think you are correct. We've seen that a lot in all of the presentations today, that they all took their own experiences and what helped them grow. And then we're able to take that knowledge and take that motivation and duplicate it with the youth, duplicate it with single moms, duplicate it with families. So I think you're 100% correct. Thank you for sharing. We have one more question. Magu, are you available? You can unmute your mic and ask your question. Magu? We also have a question from Moses. Moses, you can unmute your mic and ask a question.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you get me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for the symposium. I especially thank Reverend, and the presentation is very nice by taking the challenge in terms of correlating the spiritual job and the environmental job that challenge the issue. My question here is, how can he correlate the environmental job into the impact in the life of the followers in churches?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. How I need to harness environmental health services to enhance the life of my congregants. Fantastic. If you know much about the Redeemed Church of God, our leader, Pastor E.A. Adeboye, is an advocate of cleanliness, and is one of the fellows of West Africa Pusgaye College of Environmental Health, where I'm one of the fellow of the college. Is one of the honorary fellow member. No, so the impacts of the church, the impacts that the environmental health services have, had over the church members is great. We have volunteers in our local assembly from our respective parishes to the area, to the zone, to the province, and to the international world, advocating on cleanliness. This group of people comes around to ensure that activities of sanitation is being attended to, ensure that littered waste are collected at interval, ensure that the entire environment are being disinfected against viruses, bacteria, protozoa, and vector of disease, in an environment. So we at interval given create a platform where our people can be taught on what is essential and what is expected of our member, particularly when we are having programs that millions of people will come together to converge for a week-long program, for 2 weeks long program. We educate them on what they need to do, how to sanitize, even before the COVID outbreak, COVID-19 outbreak, how to sanitize the environment, how to disinfect the environment, how to ensure that waste is being collected to the appropriate point, at interval. So the church the environmental health services had greatly improved the life of our members, and the people around the world. Thank you so much, Mr. Moses.
Thank you so much, Pastor.
Yeah, thank you. And I have another one.
Okay,
hello.
let's make it quick because we have 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes for the next presentation.
There's just 2 minutes, just a short question. Climate change and global issue that is affecting the whole world in terms of deforestation and all that thing. As an environmentalist, and we look at the global pandemic that is affecting a lot of people, what are the strategies that they use to tackle the challenges of climate change in the globe?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moses, for that. The climate change, we all know that the effect is affecting the whole world, and that's why we have flood all around the world. Now, what we'll be able to do in our own area is that we discourage deforestation. We discourage burning. We ensure that afforestation, we ensure that trees are being planted at interval. We ensure that, waste in particular, garbage, we ensure that waste are not being burnt. Waste are being segregated and recycled. So this is our area of advocacy, that in our various community will plant trees. If you plant trees, that will give, oxygen to the environment, and that's where emit particulate matters, carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide, in an environment. Carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide in an environment. So this tree planting will, mitigate the impact of climatic effects in an environment, and discouragement of people from cutting down trees. And where trees are being cut down, there should be afforestation. There should be planting of trees immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor, for sharing that, and for everybody's questions and participations. We're very honored to have you as part of AIU. So, Edward, we can stop recording on this one.
Recording stopped.
Jenny, are you here?
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, you want another program?
No, we were looking for Jenny.
Jenny Sota?
Yes. Her office is closing up, so she has a recording that she wants to give.
Okay.
I'm just
Do you have
checking out.
that?
I'm checking. I don't see it right now. I'm asking her if she sent me the recording yet. She had a problem sending the recording, so I think she has the recording. Oh, she's trying to send it now. I just got a message here. Okay. Jenny, are you able to activate your microphone? Are you able to talk, or are you busy trying to send the file?
I'm busy trying to send the file because my office now is closing up, so I want to send it quick to you.
Okay. Are you,
Hello, are you getting me?
how big is the file?
Are you getting me?
Did you already send it?
Hello,
Hello.
are you
Yeah,
getting me?
Jenny's been trying for about 4 days to send a file, so I'm not sure if this is going to be able to do it now.
I said are you getting me, Mr.? Are you getting me, Dr. Edward?
Yes. Well, what we can do is we
Okay,
can
I
take
said
your.
I'm doing.
Go ahead.
I said I'm doing it now. I'm sending it to you now.
Okay.
My office will soon be closing. I've been ready ever since, but I kept sending you message to put me through, but you didn't see my messages.
No.
Yeah, I kept sending you message to put me through earlier. My office, they are waiting for me to close up, so I want to send it quick.
Yeah, we didn't have
Yeah.
space. We didn't have room for you at that point in time.
Yeah, so that's what I'm doing now, to just send it to you quickly. Okay, tell me if you just about the figure. All right, I'll also share with you quick.
Okay. How are you sending the file?
I'm sending it by YouTube, through YouTube.
Oh, you're
The
uploading it to
direction you told
YouTube.
me to go through.
Okay.
The direction you told me to use.
You just need to give me the link.
I was sending in your email.
Perfect.
That's why I say, she please give me your email.
Oh, you need my email? I'll put my
Yeah,
email.
give me your email, please.
There. I sent the message to you with my email. But what we can do in the meantime, Dr. Ophelia, let's go ahead and start the presentation. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we'll start the recording and get something going here.
Okay.
Let me start the recording.
Recording in progress.
Welcome everyone. Again, this is our 11th symposium, and it's our third one in the series of the Legacy for Future Generations. And we have our presenter, Jenny Sota, who has a journey to emancipation. Her presentation. Jenny, are you able to just click on these slides? Even if there's no video?
Well, I'm sharing the slides from my computer, so she can talk the slides and I can change them.
She's still here?
I have to get back and look.
I'm still in, but I don't want to be talking and they put me off. My office is about to shut down. That's why I'm talking. I want to share my recording that I did.
Did you send the email with the link?
effort I'm doing right now. I told him to give me 5 minutes to send it to you quickly.
Okay. Jenny really wants to share her presentation, and she got into a bind with the time that she's now trying to find the time to actually do the presentation.
I suggest maybe the next presenter should go ahead, then Jenny can come in later.
Six.
Yeah, let me see if we can check that possibility out here. See if the next presenter is available.
What's the question? Capital of local towns in Africa. Give me the question. Give me the question.
Mohammed Farhan Hassan. No, I do not see our next presenter is available yet. So, Jenny, can you at least talk your presentation until your office closes?
All right.
Please.
Let me just go ahead. But I was so much, I'm very ready, so I'm listening to you. Hello. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. Hello to all. I'm Jenny Sota Katelbo from Liberia. I'm so much happy to be a part of this event, this conference, to share out my life legacy to the future generation. When I was told about this, I said, indeed, that is what I really want. Let me share up my life. And now, the beginning of my legacy, I want you to go back and to take a look back. I'm going back to the life I was before, where I came from and how I was. From a humble and poor background, I was reared up with a single parent who took on all of the initiative to bring me up, to take care of me, to educate me. It wasn't I alone with my siblings. We are 6 in numbers, and she had extended relatives with her. But from all of the pains and traumas she went through, it was so, am I clear? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, Jenny.
Okay.
Perfectly.
From all of the pains and traumas she went through, bringing 6 children, along with extended family, 7, and not making much income, a very minute portion. We were so much asking her every now and then, Mother, how are you managing? What are you doing? How? But we always saw her with a smile on her face, not wanting us to know what she was going through. But one day, I saw her in her room and she began to cry. And when I went in, I asked her, but she couldn't explain. So I sat and thought to myself, why is my mother in this condition? I'm giving a brief history of my life. Why is she crying? And what I begin to fathom is that a single mother going through all of these support, morally, financially, educating her children, medically, or a single woman with 6 living children and 7 extended relatives. I think these are what she's going through, and I felt broken that day. And I went in the corner and I shed tears. And I said to myself, my mom is not the only woman. I believe there are millions of women going through these problems. So I will not let go. I will fight in that position to bring laughter and joy into the life of women. It broke my heart, but I had to build up myself. We had to go to school, but the education that we really needed at then, it wasn't because single mother doing all. We had to go to the ones that she could afford. And that's how we were and we went through. But through it all, let's go to the next slide, please. Through it all, I knew these were all difficulties and struggles, but I said to myself, I will not let go. That's why I say I meant by crossing the bridge. We all know bridge is always built over a huge river or a deep valley that no one can easily cross. Especially to walk through the river, no, to walk through the valley, it will be very risky. So I consider this bridge to be the obstacles, the problems, the difficulties, and all of the chaotic challenges that life will afford to you. How will you manage to pass? That was the greatest concern. And I said to myself, I will cross this bridge. Be it what I will cross. I am not broken. What my mother has passed through, it has just motivated me to push on. Therefore, I made use of all opportunities that came my way. I went to school. I was educated. I went through my high school and I went through my BSc University. And now I'm at the master program in Atlanta International University. And there's more to stay go because the process is to be continued. And with all of the challenges, I saw in my spirit, in my dream, that there was a beautiful city. And that city is what we call success. How do you reach that city? You must go through the walls of challenge and fight through. And within my mind, looking at all of the circumstances of women, I said, I will do it, I will endure, I will persevere, whatever it may be. I'm not looking at myself, but I have come to know that women are life givers. So life giver cannot be in pain and hurt. They must be in joy to give life. So I said, no matter what, and today I'm where I am by His grace, and I have come to the era to bring women on board that we can fight this journey together. Success isn't necessarily legacy because I'm not, hello? Are you getting me?
Yes, Jenny, we can hear you.
Okay. Because government undermine its essence and not properly managed. Success, I can hear people say they are successful because of what they have acquired, the material wealth and education they have acquired, so they say they are successful. But for me, I have come to the point I say, if you are successful, your success must be shared. It must be seen in the lives of those that are hurting and hopeless. Because those that are hurting and hopeless, when they are in joy and have peace in mind, then you have succeeded. But when people are still crying and faces are all front, especially life giver, I consider women as life giver. When the life givers are all in pain and tears and don't know their way out, and you are succeeding and happy about your success, that is not success. That's what I feel within my own spirit. That is not success. But when those that are around you and the women in your locality, they are in joy and they are benefiting, they are joyful and smiling and succeeding for what you have acquired, then that's success. And in this life, that's the bridge I'm talking about crossing. When you are on the bridge, grab another person and say, let's go, you can make it, let's move together. And you all walk. Next, go to the next, and you all walk and take another journey. Behind the bridge, life behind the bridge. Mr. Dr. Edward, can you go to the next? Life across the bridge. When one succeeds, as I was saying, it is not a stopping point, but it is a foundation for another journey to success. You are picking up a person or a generation or multitude of women and crossing them, those that are broken and don't have life again. That's the way of success. A lot of women around our world, and a lot of women that have studied about and have come in contact with, they are broken, hopeless, homeless, frustrated, don't know their way out. It pains my heart, it breaks me down, and when I said, no, Lord, help me to have to give life to these people. I arrived here not by chance, but by persevering and determination. There are women there don't know how to persevere. They don't have any sense of determination. But you who have seen and grab it, lead the way. And that's where I have found myself. I have a passion, and that's why I'm working on. And that's why I call myself a rescuer. I say I am a rescuer, and I want to be, I want to go to the highest length to rescue multitude of life givers and make them to have joy in their spirit. And make them to have joy in their spirit. That's where I have arrived. Next, sowing my legacy. Legacy is set by a person but never lived by that person. Because legacy is a seed that you give out. Once you identify who you are and you work on, then you begin to share. I was like this. I was rejected. I'm from a poor background. My mother alone strived to bring me, to raise me up, to make me to be the kind of person she wants me to be. She went to school, but not to the fullest. She only stopped to the high school, graduated, but she couldn't continue because of the 6 children she had, and she had to take care of them. So she had to stop. So we the children, we said no. As you have stopped this place, we cannot stop there. We will go further. And I believe that there are a lot of women that are seeing this particular vision to say, no, I cannot go forward because I am nothing, I have nothing, and I have to remain where I am. Some not even making a step to even go to high school, and some have gone to high school but cannot go further because their lives are all broken and they are in pain and agony. But I said to myself, I will make it. I'm a rescuer. I have to rescue lives. That's why in all of my quest, I was able to gather 20 women. Some were out of high school, but some didn't go at all. I brought them and I began to impart into them. I opened up a trade school and I brought in trainees onto them. I brought in other women that are making headway. I said, come with training. And they came on board and we were able to train them. 20 of them. Today, they are my testimonies. I have some, they have open schools. And I have some, they are doing their own businesses. And some are jobbing. So I can feel, when I see them, I feel so glad and happy. I said, no, if I can do 20 women turn their lives around, that means more stay out there that I need to go and share these experiences with them and make them that they can still have life again. Their lives can be restored. Wherever they have been broken, let them know that life is still there to be restored. Their hopes can come alive. And I was able to go again for the second batch. There are 30 women now I am working along with. And the first 20 are the ones that they have joined me and helping and giving their testimonies and imparting them. And by his grace, there are a lot of testimonies because of the willingness, their minds receiving joy and peace. Their minds are being renewed. And we are still on the training of the third and second batch that is ongoing. That is ongoing. So, next, please. So they are the second batch, it is ongoing, and I can feel so much joy when I'm around them and we are interacting, and I see those that were in fear, those that their whole body was broken, their lives restored. And whenever we are together, I see joy in their spirit. Now, my next action for next year, I told them, you guys, we all going to work now and get to the rural area, the villages, the towns, and begin to bring out the potential of those other women that are broken. Once you get life, give life to others. In my conclusion, what I have learned, if life presents a blank check or a blank page to you, that which is in your mind that you have dreamed of, put it. That's why the Bible says, make the vision plain, write it out, make it plain that those that will see, they will see that vision and run along with you. So when life gives you a blank check, a blank page, create that which you have in your spirit, write it out on that page, and present it out. Give it that others that will see will join you into that ring and move up with the passion that you have. If life presents only or whether whatever life presents to you, make use of it. Do not be deterred, because sometimes life will come with challenge, but know that that challenge is meant for your strength, to break you up, to build you up. It's not meant to break you down. You can use that challenge, you build on it, and move to the next level. Once you go to the next level, that particular challenge that came is nothing for you. And that's where I've come. Whenever I'm faced with challenges, I know that it's meant to build me up, to push me ahead. I always learn this song say each tear that a woman shares has a lesson. It makes her stronger and wiser. So it's always in my mind. That's why whatever life comes, I turn it, when it comes back, I turn it into good. That bad situation, I turn it around. And that's where I am going with a lot of it, because I see all around me there are women that are crying every day. Life givers can never be life takers, because you cannot be given life and you destroying your own life. When you are broken and destroyed, and your mind is not set, you will not have the life to give. Rather, you will be destroying your own life. And I say, no, it's time to give life to them. And that's my prayer, and that's my cry, and that's my plea. As a rescuer, I'm ready and I'm ready and I'm going ahead. I have done for 20, and now I have 30 on board that I'm working along with, restoring their life and making them to have the sense of direction, to persevere and have a great determination towards success. And next year, by His grace, I'm going to the rural areas to begin. I want to have 50 on board that we can help to restore their hopes and build up their walls and make them to know they are productive people for life, for the generation to come. Next, please. These are the pictorial of the women being imparted. The first batch, this was done in 2009 up to 2013. These are the first people that went through the time, and today there are great testimonies that are flowing. They are imparting, they are moving on. And once 20 women have been imparted, their lives have been transformed. 20 going to meet another 20, 20, 20, or 5, 5. The number begin to multiply, and we begin to affect lives gradually in a positive direction. And the next batch, lastly, these are the next batch. Is lastly, Dr. Edward, the picture of the second batch during the recruitment process, went from community to community and begin to do the align advocate and begin to do the selection of the women. After giving a platform to the community leaders, and I went one-on-one such one-on-one counseling, one-on-one intervention, and that's how we're able to collect some. These are few of them on the second batch, but they are 30 in numbers. But these are the few. So women are life givers. Let us desire them more and impart into their lives. That's my vision, and that's my dream. The more I see women happy and enjoy, it pleases me a lot. And I feel so much comfortable. When we are crossing a bridge, a single person crossing a bridge, the virtuous song can never be as strong as when multitude crossing a bridge. When multitude of women crossing that bridge, when the virtuous song has been sounded up, you hear the crowd, and it sounds with a mighty thunder. And that's where I want, and I'm going. I don't want to be alone to cross the bridge. I know a lot of women on the platform that have crossed the same bridge, but I want you all to join me and let us continue to bring out the crowd. There are so many multitudes still out there, and they are so much. For this reason, most of them are prostituting their lives. Most of them are setting up their pride. So let us join board and hold hands together and rest parachute from falling. Thank you and over.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Your presentation was worth the wait. I know we had some problems at the beginning, but thank you so much for sharing all of this. There's something that really stuck with me in one of your slides where you said success is not a legacy because sometimes we conform. And that is part of our integral culture here at AIU. Not conforming, but always seeking the uncertain, always seeking growth. How would you encourage people to seek that growth and to not settle just because you think you're successful, but to go for more?
Come again, I didn't get you, please, because I had other people behind me. Can you come again, please? I never
Yes,
got
that
you
how,
clearly.
what advice would you give to people? Because one of your slides said that success is not a legacy, because sometimes you reach a certain level of success, but then you conform. So what advice would you give to all of our participants here on how not to conform or how to always strive for more?
How to always beat people, man. Okay. People, don't confuse me, please. Please give me 5 minutes. Please. Yeah, you are asking me how can I motivate? How can I share this with others to
Yeah, what advice would you give the participants here to not conform, to just because you think that you're successful, thinking that that's legacy, but how to keep striving for more or how to share that knowledge with others? What advice would you give to them?
Okay, the advice, that's why I said to all the people on the platform, the advice I have for all of us is that once we succeed, maybe our success will be, as I was saying, the financial breakthrough or the material substance. But I said, for me, I don't believe that to be success. For success, once you are smiling, others are smiling, millions are smiling, that's success. And like what others were saying on the platform that they want to start to, they are creating education and more around, that's good. And because you are sharing life, you are sharing out your success, you are sharing out to bring people that are wounded, people are broken, and you want them to be fully in charge. So I'm encouraging every one of us to continue this task. Let us go out there, leave our comfort zones, and go out there to the ones that are broken. And give them smile again. Once they smile, we ourselves will smile, and our smiles will be great. I wanna getting where you are driving at. I'm so much between two sisters now. They are behind me to shut down. I'm online. There's so much. Hello.
Yes, thank you for that. Sorry. Yeah, I think that's very important what you said. And what's next for you, Jenny? What are your next projects? I see you work a lot with young women. What else do you strive to accomplish with these young women?
Yeah, okay. What I tried to accomplish with young women, like I said, the first batch was 20 and the second batch was 30. And now I said that I want to go to the urban areas in our towns, villages, the where we go up in the bushes, because that's the urban area where people are really devastated. They don't know their way out. They are so much frustrated. These are the areas that I want to go by next year, at least to form a training session for them and give them life again. Training, counseling, and so forth. That's my next goal for next year, to launch into it and get on my feet for those women. But what I can usually do, I go ahead, I invite the villagers in the town choir, and I have a town choir set up to go and make the announcement. And when I get there, I meet the community leaders, we sit, we discuss, and I go one on one. Because sometimes if you tell people come on board, some of them will reject it and they don't even know the true essence. So I can go one on one, talk with women, and I get your platform. I tell you, and then I get you on board and we begin the process. And that's what I will really be doing next year, right? after my graduation, I'm launching out to get these women. And I will not sit until I have gotten multitude of women being transformed, because as I transform five will transform five, and then the train will be going on.
Yes, thank you, Jenny. It's amazing work you're doing with these girls. And like you said, that one-on-one counseling, I'm sure really helps them because you invest your time. And sometimes that's all people need is just a little bit of time. We have Elizabeth Marunda would like to make a comment. Elizabeth, you can unmute your mic.
Yeah, put a few off.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. We can hear you.
Were you talking to me?
Speaking with Elizabeth, she wanted to make a comment. I don't know if she's still on. Just in some of the comments that we have in the chat, Jenny, somebody said, keep it up, Jenny. You're an inspiration to us since empowering women is so refreshing. So you're inspiring a lot of people here today. If anybody has a question, you can go ahead and unmute and ask Jenny your question. I see some raised hands from Maureen, Maguo, and Misha.
Hi, Doc, can I come in?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Mine is not a question once more. It's just a comment. And I text a message to that effect that I'm agreeable with her that success and legacy cannot be synonymous. They are not synonymous. Precisely because if success does not translate in effecting change in the lives of other people, then that must be something less than success. Remember, Doc, that success is very much like a possession. And possession is not what we possess. It's very much typical of a flow that has just taken refuge in our own backyards, subsequent to which then it will flow, which therefore means that whatever that you deem as success or as achievement or as possession is just of a temporary nature. Just like the flow that will always go subsequently. At some point, will depart from the very soil of this earth. That is why it is so significant that we leave behind legacy. We have to create legacy so that future generations are able to benefit therefrom. In short, legacy has an element of beneficence. If it's just success that does not translate into any form of benefit to change the lives of the people out there, obviously it cannot be referred to as legacy. So I agree with you on that note. Thank you.
Thank you, Given, for sharing that. Is there anybody else that would like to give a comment or a question for Jenny? Isaac, I see your hand.
Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, I congratulate my sister for the job well done. It is good what she has started. All that I'm pleading with all people who are hearing us to encourage her, and any support we can give, we should give to her so that she can change people's life. Because if you want to change people's life without resources, it becomes difficult to do what you want to do. So with what we are seeing, we are pleading with all the AIU community, whoever is having help in terms of financial, mental, whatever it is, any resources that we can use to help her achieve a lot of goals that she has in her mind, and that will make AIU a great community. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac, for that comment. Yeah, I agree. Jenny's definitely an inspiration. We've heard from so many people today that
are really making a difference in our youth, in our communities, and it's very inspiring for all of us to find ways to give back and to leave that legacy. Is there anybody else that has a question for Jenny? Okay, there's no more questions. Jenny, thank you so much for sharing with us today and for being able to present this way. Thank you so much. We appreciate and keep doing that great work with all those women. Edward, I think we can stop the recording.
Recording stopped.
Okay, thank you. I'm about to shut down. Bye.
Wow, Jenny, you did it.
Thank you.
You did it. There was the time for you to do it.
Yeah.
She was so worried she wasn't going to be able to do it. Wow.
Yeah. I was so much, and I have people, all my podcasts are talking, they're standing right there, me telling me to get out, they want to shut down. So it's so much confusing. Yeah, how to present. I'm talking with them. And right now I'm in the darkness. They have cut off the machine on me. All right, good day.
It is worthwhile. It is worthwhile. Well done.
Dr. Ophelia, the next presenter is just nowhere to be seen.
Okay.
There's no messages. So we have the presentation. And I was wondering what you think about this idea, is to put up the presentation and have people comment on what they see in the presentation instead of us trying to present it.
Yeah, I think maybe you should first read through the slides and then we can just have a discussion of it.
I did. It's kind of some points that could easily be talked about by just general people just adding comments about the ideas.
Okay. So if you want, you can go ahead and put the slides up and then we can do that.
Do you want to take a break right now? Someone was asking for a break.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, your microphone.
We can take a 5-minute break and then come back.
Sure.
We'll be back in 5 minutes, everyone.
All right.
Okay, thank you. 5 minutes.
Thank you. 5 minutes.
If anybody would like to make a comment or a question during this break, the microphones are open. I see some hands raised by Lulamile, Emmy Shaw, Maureen, Magul. Does anybody want to make a question, comment?
How we can sell, we can change. How we can change.
What do you want to change? Are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Dr. Lamba, can you hear me? I can't leave any comment. I don't know what happened. It just said I'm on your screen.
Sometimes the Zoom is like that. Sometimes the Zoom has little glitches.
Oh, they just said I'm on Lambert's Yeah, so I can't even leave any comments.
I don't see any messages like that.
Okay, now it's off.
Huh.
It's off now. Yeah, I can leave comment now.
Yeah, do you have a comment? Do you want to say something?
No, 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 I've already.
Oh, for those who want to write a book, I have a course on how to write a book.
Yes,
you
I
have a
just,
course.
yeah, I
So
just let my contact. Some
You give
people
your
may ask
contact email,
things like that.
and my books are Amazon.com.
Mm.
Patricia Olunwo
Yeah.
Ikiriko.
Kiriko. Yeah, just type that on the search button. All my books, you just see all my books on Amazon.com.
Perfect.
Mm.
So you have a course on how to write a book. How do people
Yes.
get involved in that course?
Yeah, I'm going to put it up now. It's ongoing courses I've been using, but now I'm going to put it online so people can actually subscribe. If you want to, you can enroll on the course.
Yeah, there are many ways to sell a book on the internet, by the way. You can have your own blog and then have a little advertisement for your book on your own blog, and people can buy it.
Yes.
On your own blog, or you can go out like Amazon. Many of our students publish their books or sell their books through Amazon.
Yeah, it's only on Amazon I've been selling. I know that you can be richer than your parents is on every part books are sold, and the successful student. But for the other one, they are mainly on Amazon. Amazon is just my major publishers for now. So on mypatriciaikiriko.com, if you go there, you will see the links to all my books as well.
Patricia
Ikiriko.com. Just go to my website, you will see it.
And you have a YouTube channel.
Yes, I have a YouTube channel.
Young and Influential TV. I've seen your YouTube channel before.
Oh, I'm sure
do you do interviews?
Yes, I did some interview. In fact, I have some interviews coming up as well.
As I was searching for different topics, I saw your channel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I remember that was like a year ago. How long have you been on the channel?
Since 2017.
Wow. So you have a studio with a camera crew and everything?
Yes, I have. In fact, there's some here. I wish I can show you.
Wow, yeah. I mean, I was really impressed.
I'm not in Canada, so I still like carry my words with me anywhere I go. That
was excellent.
Hmm.
Wow, everybody, please go check out her channel, Young and Influential TV.
Yeah, it's just now because of the PhD I was doing in America, and after then, I'm currently developing a program on how to help leaders, parents, to raising up their children to take over from them. That is raising generational giants, as I call it. So I've been quite busy from January to date. I'm just about to finish up all of them together because it's 3-in-1 books I'm writing, but it's inspirational stroke spiritual. It's got more of the biblical concepts of how you can bring up your children to be great on the earth, to identify their purpose on earth. That's what I've been working on for the past few months. So that will be launched, and I've just finished a book on how to use simple ideas young people can use simple ideas to make money while they're at the comfort of their home. So it's just like each part, I leave where you can develop yourself and where you can sell if you have the idea already. And what the idea is all about. Maybe just like online survey is one of them. Online, you get paid for online survey. So sometimes in a week, you can make about $45 or $100. It's depending on the company. So you have major giants of industries that are looking for survey. They want to have perception of how people feel. So they pay people for online survey. So if you're able to do that, then you can be making money while you're at home. So this is one of the series I'll be talking on Young and Influential TV on YouTube, one of them. Then for the other one, the one of the spiritual, I told you on how leaders can raise up their children, either their guidance or their students or any person you're sponsoring in the communities, how you can bring them up to really harness what God have given to them to become a trailblazer in the marketplace. And parents too, on how you can live, because I discovered that so many parents don't have people to take over from them when they are gone. So they lose almost everything they have. They lose their great, empires because they're not raising up their children in the way they can take over from them or even do better. They don't do that. So they provide the children with everything that they have, take them on holidays, give them everything, but no one can actually take care of the businesses while they are not there, or if anything happened to them. Nobody can do it the way you do it. Nobody can do it the way your children will do it. You have managers, you have partners, you have everybody will protect their interests when you're not there. And your legacy is gone. So, but if you prepare your children on time, you should be able to know that you're passing your generational wealth to the next generation and the next generation. So that is why it's good to get children involved. First, not just getting them involved, know what they can do. And if you're able to identify what they can do, then you start training them on that on their own. So at the time they are grown, you find out that they'll be able to take over your great empire from you. It's like when I wrote You Can Be Richer Than Your Parents, one of the characters there are about 18 great famous men and women all over the world that were featured in You Can Be Richer Than Your Parents. What I noticed was, when I was researching on Donald Trump, I think that book was published in 2010. Donald Trump trained his children from T-boy or T-girl to the pinnacle of his business. So bringing up children in the path they are competent in doing, will help them to manage whatever you give to them when the time is up. So it's in that line I'm trying to see what I can do to help leaders, help parents, help teachers, help guidance on what to do, on how to raise the next generation for excellence. So they will be able to manage whatever their parents and be doing better than their parents.
That's all excellent. It's all so excellent. Let's see if anybody else has a Magul. You have your picture on. Do you want to have a comment? Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to do a comment on the presentations. The presentation has been very, very useful. Hello,
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was trying to see if we can have a copy of presentations, maybe if we can give maybe the email address, and then we get you whatever she has done. Is there any way where we can get the presentation, maybe online or maybe downloading or anything?
Which presentation do you want?
The whole presentation of the symposium.
Yes, they are available.
Okay, so there's a way where we can get them.
I can upload one right now to chat. If there's one in particular that you want.
Okay. Whatever you think, because we have been the whole day, we wanted to have them because they're very useful. Very useful.
Okay, I will just put up one at random right now. I already put up for Simulu Stephen. Let's put up Patricia Ikiriko's right now.
Patricia, Messe, and Pastor. Yeah, they're very useful.
Okay, I'm putting up that one now. And let's go to Emmy Shaw. Do you have something to say, Emmy Shaw?
Thank you.
Emmy Shaw, if you can activate your microphone.
Yes, it's not going on video now.
Hello, can I talk?
Balana, please, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Like the other person that just spoke now, that requested for the link for the recordings, I wouldn't mind also. And I want to suggest, is it possible you send the link to me, probably to our mails? Is that possible?
You want the emails for the presenters?
Yeah. No, I mean the presentation. Probably you can send them to our mails.
Well, right now I am putting up into chat different presentations.
Like the other one you chatted me the other time that is there, I couldn't find the link still.
Well, it should just be a little message in the chat that has like a little,
Box there on download.
like the one I'm putting up right before it says ways to leave a legacy. The one that's going up
Yes.
now is called Legacy of My Life. And it'll be up here in about 5 seconds. It's loading up right now. You'll see that. Did you see that in chat? If you go to chat, do you see that link I just put up? If you click on that, you'll be able to download the presentation.
All right, I will be on the lookout for it. Probably I will say thank
Do
you.
you see it? You don't see it there in chat?
Okay, I've seen ways to leave a legacy. Yes, I'm downloading it now.
Well, the legacy, okay.
Yeah, right.
Yes, just go there, click on download.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so I am wondering if our next presenter is available. Mohammed Farhan Hassan, are you here? I hear somebody talking. Can you write in chat and tell me what your name is so I can find you in the list of participants? I can't really hear who's talking. Can anybody hear?
You just get a voice. It's not having words come through. It's more like a mumble.
828-7815-8381. Who are you? What is your name? Hello? 828-7815-8381. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I see your number is 828-7815-8381. Can you activate your microphone? You've entered in with the name 828-7815-8381. Who are you? What is your name? What is your name? It's just that I see him here with a tie on. So I'm really thinking he's our next presenter. That's why. But can you activate? I'm asking him to unmute his microphone. Doesn't seem to be working so far. You are wearing a green jacket and you have the name 828-7815-8381. Can you activate your microphone?
Beautiful.
I can't. Let me see. You must be connected, I think, maybe with a telephone. And because of that, you're not actually able to. No, you're connected with a computer. So you should be able to activate your microphone. Trying to reach you. I think you are the next presenter, but I can't get you to activate your microphone to verify your identity. Are you here? Mohammed? Are you Mohammed? Farhan Hassan? I don't know. I don't think he can hear me.
I think we should just, because it's 12 o'clock, so we stay on schedule. If you want to go ahead and put up the presentation and just, we can go slide by slide, as we said.
Let's
And
just do that.
just have everybody share it, so it's interactive.
Okay, let me start the recording. Oh, come back here.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so we're not actually able to find our next presenter, Mohammed Farhan Hassan. And so he graduated with a doctorate of civil engineering in AIU. And so he has a presentation for his, the symposium today. So what we're going to do in this presentation is I'm going to put up a slide, and if anybody wants to make comments about anything in the slide, feel free to do that. Raise your hand and you can make comments. Dr. Ophelia, I can't really see who is right now raising their hands. I can kind of see. If you could control that and ask people to activate their microphones.
You can go ahead and read the slide, though.
Sure.
Then people can comment on it.
Yeah, this is slide number 1, or actually slide number 2. The introduction. In nature, the legacy of one person is different from another person, and that depends on the hobby and efforts of the people. However, most researchers believe the good legacy comes after a lot of effort and struggle in certain works. They give a good reputation and knowledge. So in this presentation, I want to present and forward my legacy, the being adapted to promote and develop my life and professional. So what's basically saying is in this presentation, he's going to present his life and his career as promoting and developing his legacy to the next generation. And to all future generations. So here, as you can see, there's different principles that he has listed here. Integrity, being a giver, positive thinking and speaking. So what I want to do is give these ideas to anybody here in the symposium. Talk about integrity. What do you understand by integrity as far as a legacy, or being a giver, or positive thinking and speaking? So we have the slide here. We have the ideas and the principles. Who wants to speak? Who wants, excuse me, who wants to speak? Maureen, I see you have your hand up and your microphone on. Maureen Dillon. Dr. Ophelia, do you see anybody else? Do you see anything in chat?
No, I don't see anything about this. If you want to just keep going, I just see comments about some of the other presentations that people are still commenting on.
On the other, they're commenting on the other presentations?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So integrity, in all I do, I endeavor to act in the best interest of all parties involved and exercise integrity with my personal and business dealings. So this is ethics, integrity, dignity, honesty, transparency, forthrightness, having integrity. And this is part of a legacy to give to future generations. Integrity creates a deeper power to your actions. So if anytime you want to make a comment, just raise your hand and open up your microphone and begin to speak. Number two, being a giver. I give of myself first and in any relationship and operate under the assumption that the other person is a giver until experience proves otherwise. So I forgive others for their mistakes and try to understand things from their point of view. So this is empathy, compassion, comprehension, understanding. You know, it is said, I think in Buddhism, one of the principles in Buddhism is to love is to understand. So when you understand somebody, you're able to love them. If you really don't understand somebody, it's hard. So that's kind of that principle. So what he's saying is I forgive others and try to understand things from their point of view. So in a way, this is being a giver. This is a loving. This is showing love. Anybody want to make comments? I can't really see if anybody is wanting to make comments because I see the presentation. And next, there's positive thinking and speaking. I focus on the positive attributes of others. When I speak to or about another person, I never say something for the sole purpose of hurting them or blemishing their reputation. So this is also part of integrity. Being positive, being respectful, being understanding, working together with other people. So these are parts of the legacy that Mohammed Farhan Hassan is presenting through his presentation. We cannot locate him. If he is here, please show us that you are here. Let's continue. So now we move on to responsibility. Responsibility is another one of the principles of a legacy. I do not blame outside circumstances or others for my mistakes or problems. When something bad happens, I see the role I played and admit my part. I also treat others' possessions and public spaces as if they were my own and exercise the same kind of care. I don't expect others to clean up after me or take care of my needs. This is actually a really important part of legacy, is being responsible, and being responsible to your family, to your work, to your community, to your life. Does anybody want to speak to responsibility? This is actually a really important idea.
Yeah, I think one of our previous presenters or a comment from one of our participants said that we need to be in a great place with ourselves first. So that's the first responsibility, with yourself, with your household, before you can go out and do things in the community, which I think is what we've seen in all of our presenters so far, that first they faced an obstacle and they were able to overcome it, and then they were able to share with other people that knowledge on how to do it. So it is very important to always remember that we are our first responsibility. You know, even when you're in an airplane and they tell you if the airplane is going down, please put on your mask first before helping someone else. Because if you're not in perfect health, if you're not striving, if you don't have a clear vision, there's no way that you're going to be able to help somebody else or promote your legacy, because you're still not complete. So we always, I think, have to remember that. I think that's always the most important in any legacy.
Shall I continue with the next one?
Yes.
Humility. Humility. Everyone has their own brand of intelligence. Everyone fights a battle. Everyone fights a battle. I am not better than others. There is always something to learn from those around me. Sometimes I'm on top. Sometimes I'm at rock bottom. Sometimes I act smart. Sometimes I act like an idiot, just like everyone else does. Humility. Please, anybody want to say anything about humility?
Oh, what I want to say, hello,
Alana?
can I talk?
Alana, please, go ahead.
Okay, what I want to say, I just want to support what Dr. Ophelio just talked about now. What you don't have, you cannot give other people. And like an adage that says charity begins at home. And adage says charity begins at home. If you don't have a resources, there is no way you can share out of the resources to another people. So we have to be responsible on our own. Like if I want to give anybody anything now, if I want to be responsible for anybody, I have to be responsible for myself first. Because if I don't have a thing to give, then I will not be able to take care of people. So being responsible, it has to follow the order of we ourselves first, then our family, friends, neighbor, and the country even at large. Thank you. That's my contribution.
Thank you so much. Anybody else?
Yes, James Kintu here, Kampala, Uganda. If I am to say something about humility, it is this kind of behavior where you recognize that every human being on planet Earth has value, and therefore they have some contribution to make to society growth. Therefore, it is not only you who knows everything to inform them. It's not you who knows the direction that the world should be taking, but it should be humble and able to listen to everybody and take their contributions, which shape the destiny of planet Earth.
Can I make the contribution on this as well, please?
Dr. Ophelia, can you see who's talking?
Can I add something?
Yes, Michelle?
Yes, Michelle.
Go ahead.
Yeah, humility, we need to be careful also. Sometimes in the name of humility, we have good ideas to share with others. Because we want to be humble, we keep those ideas before we keep silent. It is good that if we are convinced that what we have to say to those around us can be beneficial to them, we open up. Humility is not timidity. We should overcome timidity to share the good ideas, the good things, the good knowledge we have with others also. So we should not hide behind humility to keep the good things we have with us, the good knowledge, the good ideas we have with us without sharing it with others. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Michelle.
On humility.
Yes. Patricia?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Humility is one of the attributes if you want to live a leadership. Because when you're humble, you'll be able to learn from others and teach others that when you are humble, you'll be able to impact more knowledge to other people and be willing to learn from them as well, contributing to their well-being and contributing to their sense of responsibility and sense of actualization to themselves. Because if you're humble as a leader, you'll be able to teach other people and they want to emulate you. Like you are there to offer services for them, you're there to keep a helping hand. That is what humility is all about. It's like when Obama was the president, sometimes he would just fold his shirt to go to the communities to work with them. That is part of humility, which we can actually pass on to the next generation, the future generation, if we want to help them, because they know that, look, I'm nothing, nobody. Even if you're a multi-billionaire, you should be able to relate with other people. If you even the Bible concept, the greatest man, warrior that is recorded in the Bible was Naaman. He was a leper. But because he was humble, he listened to his maid. Because he was humble, he listened to his bodyguard. When the prophet said, go and dip yourself 7 times, if he was not a humble leader, he would have missed out on his healing. So humility is actually something we'll carry on board, whether you're younger or you're a very great man. If you're great and you're not humble, you can't get the best from your subordinates in the office. You can't even get the best from your partners. So it's humility that will actually carry you to where you're going to, and you'll be able to teach others. Either you will teach your employees, you will teach your younger ones, you will teach people as a great leader. So they will follow your path to achieve what they desire to. I think is one of the greatest attributes that every human being that wants to leave a legacy should be able to emulate. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia, for that.
Yeah, I want to say
Can
something.
Yes, Falana, go ahead, Falana.
Yeah, I want to still talk about the humility we are talking about now. Like the previous person that contributed said something about humility, that humility is not timidity. Yes, we agree. And the last one that spoke also spoke about humility, that is if you are probably a top official or something, we should be able to come to the level of others that are under us. And now I want to contribute at the same time that, as we know that humility is not timidity, we should be able also not to mix up humility with having a low self-esteem. Are you getting me? You know that it is possible that you are in the midst of the so-called those people in high position, but you feel like, let me be humble. Don't let me say anything in the name of humility. But it is not. It is possible you feel having a low self-esteem. Having a low self-esteem, mixing it up with humility. So I want to encourage my people here on the platform that in the name of humility, we should not mix it up with having a low self-esteem when we find ourselves with people at the top. And I pray that the Lord will help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Falana. That's very insightful. It is true that I think to be humble just means that if you have the knowledge, you're able to share it with people and you don't just keep it to yourself, because then whatever knowledge we have dies with us. And what's important is to society is that we're able to share that. And like you said, speak up, because they say, like closed mouths don't get fed. So you need to speak up whenever you see an injustice or whenever you feel you have an idea, speak up and definitely share it. Thank you for that, Falana. Anybody else had something to say about this slide?
Yeah, can I come in?
Hello.
Talk?
Hello.
Yes, Given, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I'm agreeable with the explanations that have been tendered so far by colleagues, including yourself. You have nicely, given a summarized version exactly as to what humility is all about, and also the summary of what the colleagues have just reflected around this particular concept. Mine is to say, I think humility is a very important concept, and it's related to collegiality. And I think what underpins this concept is the acknowledgement of the fact that whatever that you deem correct is probabilistic. That's an element of likelihood. So one other important aspect is that if you move from that premise, then you are likely to harvest from the wisdom and the intellect of others, insofar as to how they view a particular phenomenon, or generally how they view the world. I agree with the former speakers that indeed you stand to learn if you are a humble person, if you exercise humility and collegiality. One other aspect that is linked to this particular concept is so important to me, in that if you are humble, if you exercise humility, you are likely to respect opinions of other people. And over and above that, most importantly to me, you are likely to acknowledge the right to differ, which in some way makes you or render you tolerant for even opinions that happen to differ from yours. And that one is very critical, because if you look at it closer, you'll find out that more often than not, it's the cause of unnecessary disputes, conflicts, and even battles at times, which could have been solved or nipped in the bud if the approach in that particular dialogue over that particular issue has been characterized by humility. So I think humility really encourages, that kind of tolerance, which is so much important, because when people discuss issues, they are likely to emerge from divergent premises and ultimately converge at some point where they will take the most informed and intelligent decision. But there is a tendency when one person happens to have a different view than mine, I then become arrogant. I then become, irritated, such that I am of the view that it's only my opinion that is sacrosanct. So it is very, very, very important to be humble. Just 1 second of your time, Doc. I want just to quickly reflect on other four. Quickly, one second, I promise you. On other four fundamental principles that we have talked about here, man. That namely integrity and giver, as well as positive thinking and responsibility. I understand you are looking here from a legacy, from a point of view of natural persons here, we ourselves as individuals. But when I'm looking closer at these principles, I can see that some of them are very much closer to the principles that actually govern, good governance, that is corporate governance principles, in terms of King's 2 and King's 3 report. So I just want to sensitize us once more that these concepts are not necessarily applicable to us as natural persons, but they are also applicable to that is corporations. As Dr. Lambert has said, that integrity relates to ethics, and even businesses, no need to subscribe to business ethics. The question of giver relates solely to issues of corporate social responsibility, corporate social investment, and so on and so forth. And even responsibility is one of those principles, that actually characterize or should govern and ensure good corporate governance. So I just wanted to raise that point that so that we don't limit these concepts to us as individuals, but also to institutions as well, corporations. Thanks, Doc.
Thank you, Given, for those comments.
Thank you. Can I just come in?
Come
Stephen
in.
here. Stephen here from Botswana. I concur with what the previous speakers have said. Humility is multifaceted, but I want to take it from the context of the author being an engineer. Take it, it's a humbling, being an engineer also, it's a humbling job, because when you do you come up with solutions to people, it's very, very important that you should be able to integrate them and be humble so that you can understand their problems. Like my sister was saying, we should not undermine others or be a show off. We should be humble ourselves, because when you humble yourself, it actually builds in someone's heart, I want to believe, because it brings in the emotions, even in the arena of teaching, when the teacher out there, because especially, teachers, some kids will be timid, but if you bring in a bit of, I'd say, professional humility, then they can be able to absorb, because then they build trust to see that this man maybe is not just a robot, he's somebody, it's a human being. So they start telling you about their stories. And from that, then you build a very powerful relationship that will add value to them for decades, like my other sister was saying, because we also want to target the young generation so that they can become better people, build on what the parents have built, because at times, the part in Africa, like we've seen some of our brothers, which is not a bad thing, looking for green pasture in the European countries, but at the same time, endangering their life. So it's very, very important that we should bring in the aspect that you should start from where you are to build a legacy. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much. It has been very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Hello.
Edward, if you want to
Hello.
continue with the next
Hello.
slide.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
This is me, Max. Just wanted to
to add something. Other colleagues have mentioned and have exhausted issue about humility. According to my personal understanding, humility is the opposite of exaltation.
Recording
the moment you created a classes between you and other people, it will limit you
Recording
from
in
learning
progress.
because there are people at the lower level here, they know other things which you don't know. It is better you humble yourself so as you learn new ideas. Yeah, and you continue also giving your own ideas. So with the knowledge that you have, don't create classes between people. Don't despise
Recording
people.
stopped.
That is the beginning of the humility that I learned. And with that, you will learn, you will make yourself to become a role model where people will like to emulate you, because there are young people. What we are trying to leave as legacy is, whatever are we doing, is it going to have positive impact to the young coming generations? Because we have legacy. When we talk about legacy, there are two things in legacy. There is a positive legacy and a negative legacy. Now, our major target is here to create a positive legacy where the young generation can come and emulate. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those
Thank
comments.
you. Hello? Hello?
Yes. Mercy?
This is, yes, Mercy.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks so much. Not to flood the issues again. We've heard a lot about
Recording in
humility.
progress.
It's a virtue. Humility is a virtue. The Bible, which I believe also says that God resists the proud and gives grace to the humble. So humility in a family can keep relationship. While we have some diverse systems today, if you trace it, it has to do with ego, because one of the spouses does not want to humble himself or herself, to learn and to tolerate and to cherish, to forgive. So, and on the part of children too, why some children today are just floating is because parents have not also humbled themselves to their level to understand their own situations and know how to support them, how to help them. So some children who cannot leverage that humble association from their parents, they are easily influenced by their peers and the societies and the environment in which they operate. So only those two parameters that I want actually to add my voice, that humility can build a home, can build a nation, can build a people. So may God help us to be humble. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. Thank you. Okay, let's continue, Edward, with the slides so we stay on time. Can you go to the next one?
Yeah, let's move on to the next one here. Moving. Okay, so a couple more principles. Curiosity. Curiosity looks to be at the center here. I am open to all kinds of outcomes. When things don't go my way, I act as a third-party observer and try to see my situation from a state of curiosity rather than disappointment. Very high level of understanding with that one. Is that a lot of times you have to view your life from like a spiritual point of view, that you're observing your life as a story. Any comments on that?
No, that one should be indeed a high level of understanding. I am telling you. I am telling you. The way he prefers to use curiosity, it's very, very interesting, because he prefers to use curiosity strategically and to enhance the very notion of humility just we have just discussed. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, central in curiosity, it's the question of the quest to learn. This whole exercise of exploring the universe, checking how habitable those other planets out there, is indeed and a living example, a living witness and testimony of curiosity on the part of human beings. It stands to reason that it is natural and integral part of us, But what I like so much here with the explanation here, it surprises me because I never looked at it from that direction. But this one is quite, equipping in a way, so that one could be able to understand, circumstances and to be able to allow circumstances that he or she might find himself in to present some kind of lesson to him. So it's just an opposite of arrogance, the position that the author of the presentation has just taken.
So keep in mind also, these are principles of leaving a legacy of these principles. So it's not only one to live their own life by these principles, but it's to leave that legacy to others. So let's go on to the next one. Action in spite of discomfort. When I know something is right, I immediately take action, even if it's hard or causes short-term discomfort.
Okay.
Self-compassion. When I make mistakes, I forgive myself and have compassion for my shortcomings. I create an environment for myself that is safe, healthy, and caring. When I need help, I ask for it. And then fun and adventure. Life should be passionate and engaging. I see the wondrous every day. The ordinary becomes extraordinary to me because of how I love, who I interact with, and the joy of my pursuits. Floor is open for comments.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Prof. Doc, through you. It is very interesting that immediately after self-compassion, we have passion here, because they tend to be inextricably interlinked. They tend to be the two sides of the same coin of humility. That one has to be compassionate, think of others, and to must be highly motivated, in other words, must espouse passion in whatever he or she is doing. Yeah. But the question of love here, there is also an element of love here, which is very much interesting. That one's interaction, in fact, our interconnectedness is supposed to be characterized by love. That is the basis upon which peace could really emerge amongst us. Because surely sometimes misunderstandings amongst us when we interact could be the result of the absence of love. I'm just thinking.
And I feel like you also have to truly love what it is that you're sharing with other people for it to really stick to people, because people can feel that passion. And I think also the point of discomfort is also important. That's part of our integral culture here at AIU, because when you're in a comfort zone, you rarely challenge yourself to grow anymore. You have to really put yourself in a situation of discomfort where it's going to be a challenge for you, because those are the times that you will really experience growth. So I think that's very important for a legacy.
Yeah.
Doctor, while I seem satisfied with the last three, I still have some little thing to add on curiosity, because in my view, I don't think curiosity is a state of stability. What my brother presents here in his curiosity is like is stable and only open to kinds of outcomes, while curiosity invites some kind of urge, an impetus to find out. So there is a drive, there is some force in you to try and find out what happens in your environment, though you do not go far beyond. If you want to be this kind of a humble person who leaves a good legacy behind, but at least there should be some urge and impetus for you to find out what happens in your environment.
Hello, everyone.
Yes,
hello.
go ahead.
That's the end of my submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing. Anybody else?
Yes, please. just want to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Jose. I'm a new student, and just want to say thank you for meeting you, Dr. Felia and Dr. Edwards. And just to thank everyone for sharing. And as a new student, this is very important for me. And I'm just learning, and I'm seeing the route that I should take according to the great minds that we have here now, and all the comments are really useful to me. And I want to talk about curiosity, because I think curiosity gives us the power, that spirit to continue to find out. For example, if I'm reading a book, what will make me go through the book, the whole of the book, and understand the whole book? It's curiosity. I need to find out. I need to find out what made the writer write the book. What made him continue with the book? I want to find out about the end of the book. And like reading a story or watching a movie, it's all about curiosity. You want to find out the end of it, so maybe you can learn something from it, and maybe you can learn some change from it, and maybe you can give a direction to your future, how you go with your future. So curiosity in this talking about legacy, I think it gives us the love to continue, learn more about the great minds that we know, the great mind that we had, the work that they did, the legacy they left behind. I think curiosity, it gives us that love to continue and learn more and find out from others, and keep learning, so that we can, in future, we can know how to give, how to appreciate, and how to pass to the next generation. That's what I think I like to say about curiosity.
Yeah, I agree. I think curiosity, in that sense, we always have to be like a child, right? When we're children, we're always curious, and that's how we learn whether something's going to hurt us or something is going to be fun, because we try new things. And as we grow up, we kind of lose sight of that a little bit. So I think you're 100% correct in that, and to always maintain the curiosity. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else?
I was just going to raise the same issue that you have raised, man. But from a little bit of a different dimension. And I thought Mercy would probably help in this regard, because from certain cultures, I know from at a very early age, when the parent says you are curious, that the smack is very close. It was never a word that you would entertain as a child when you grew up, because maybe it was, perhaps they interpreted it as if maybe you have just jumped the boundaries, or you don't know the limits, or the magnitude, the extent to which you should investigate or get to know a particular phenomenon. I don't know. But it was never a concept that was encouraging, but it was very much used as a concept that is aimed at deterring you from undertaking any form of investigation that seemed to annoy them as parents. But as you grow up and you learn, you end up, you begin to realize that, but this is a correct concept. This concept is not stigmatized, it doesn't have that kind of stigma that it used to have at an early age when we were growing up. So I would really love to hear other people's opinion in this regard.
Sorry, I want to add.
Go ahead.
Speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Curiosity, the way our presenter stratified these qualities from curiosity. Somebody else is talking. Hello?
Yes, can we mute the mics, please, so that we can ask this question?
Sorry, who is having the floor now? Am I the one talking or somebody else having the floor?
Yes, Michelle, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. The stratification, the presenter, the way he stratified these qualities from curiosity, action, self-compassion, all. I think it is wisdom. Curiosity makes us is like the heart of a scientific mind, and also critical thinking. Curiosity teaches us never to be satisfied with the surface, always to dig deep, to go to the heart of issues. We can see today in the society, most especially in our own systems here in this part of the world, we can see engineers, because they don't want to do a thorough work, is because they want to just, they don't want to go deeper. They don't exhaust what they are supposed to do. They do the surface and they are satisfied with it. This is not a scientific mind. Buildings are collapsing while they are building. Why? Because they don't do a thorough work. And it is because they are not moved by curiosity. Curiosity means you need to empty whatever issue. You need to reach the bottom of whatever issue you are presented with. And it is only those who are in love with perfection, who are motivated by curiosity, who are moved by curiosity, and who wants to reach the bottom of everything they are studying, everything they are dealing with. So as a legacy, we should teach the younger ones never to be satisfied with the surface. In anything they have to deal with, they should dig deep. They should go to the bottom. They should achieve perfection. They should make sure that whatever they are doing has reached the level of perfection before they stop it. This is what I have to add.
Thank you, Michelle. Edward, do you want to continue with we're going to continue with the rest of the slides just so that we don't go over. And then at the end, whatever time we have left, we can continue to share our thoughts. So Edward, if you can just continue with the rest of the slide.
Okay, let's continue on with this presentation. So now we come to a slide for nourishing my soul. Throughout the day, I take breaks to recharge myself. This includes running, working out, spending time in nature, meditation, baths, painting, writing for fun, or reading. I spend several hours a week thinking about ways to improve my character and learning about new concepts and ideas. Floor is open to comment.
No, I think let's just go through the presentation because we have 15 minutes and there's still 4 slides. And then at the end, we can all share comments.
Okay.
What's left over.
Moving forward. So the roles of my life, family role. My purpose in my family is to support my family members in their dreams, have fun with them, create lasting memories, be open and truthful, and be a good example. Social role. I focus on finding and cultivating deep friendships with people who have similar values and whom I admire and trust. Career role. I am responsible and pay my bills, but focus on work that energizes me. My vision and calling is more important to me than simply earning a high wage. When working with clients, I endeavor to do what is best for them, and at the very best, do no harm. Moving on to the next slide. By the way, I put this presentation up in chat, so if you want to download it, there's a link there for you. Community role. Every year, I review what I'm doing to help others to be sure I'm on track. I make an effort to meet new people from different backgrounds and learn from everyone I come into contact with. My health. I eat unprocessed diet Focus on vegetables, healthy fats, protein, moderate fruit, and limited carbohydrates. Every day I move my body and expend enough energy to feel healthy, balanced, and in good shape. Go on to the next slide, sharing my legacy. I make an effort to document important life moments as they happen and store this documentation in a safe place. I write letters to those who inspire me, either as it happens or once a year, when I review the happenings of my life. I make a consistent effort to tell others how grateful I am to have them in my life, and I'm specific about what I appreciate about them. Thanks. So if I need to go back and look at any of these.
I think it's the same kind of the same concept that we've been talking about, where you need to be in perfect health, you need to be with a clear vision in order to leave a legacy, because that is all influential, that you need to be the best version of yourself to be able to help others. So I think Mohammed's presentation just kind of continues on that same line of ideas. Does anybody have anything to add?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, yes. I'm Maureen Dillon.
Okay,
Yes,
Maureen, go.
Yes, I am truly very much nourished this evening out of all of the presentations. But most of all, I am thinking that where we have not been, we cannot take anyone. So we have to be all that we can be, so that when we are able to do what we have to do, we have been. And so with all of this that we are speaking about, I am truly excited about this last presentation here, and especially the part of nourishing my soul. I think this is so important for each human being to have an understanding of the soul that is given and our responsibility for the soul. Having said that, I'm saying to us all, as university graduates and soon to be graduates right now and soon to who have already graduated, let us be all that we can be, so that at the level that we are, we truly have a legacy that is done, so that even silently we are doing things and we are leaving our footprint. And this I have gathered today as a new student of this university. I've gathered today, it is fun to be when we are doing it in a way that is so practical and so reliable and so trustworthy, given a soul. We all have the soul that we need to really build on and do well for those who are looking on, and to leave a good legacy. Thank you. That's what I have to add this evening.
Thank you so much, Maureen. And we're glad you are inspired. Okay, we have another comment?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Isaac.
Go ahead, Isaac.
Yes, with the presentation, I have gotten to know that we need to be humble, we need to be responsible, we need to be curious, we need to be nourishing our soul. When we do all these things, we shall leave a legacy which the youth and the future people, future generation will come to know the best thing that we have done. We thank you all for giving us this insight, and we hope we shall continue till we meet one day for a very big graduation. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Yeah, that's the point of our symposiums, is to really see what a lot of our students are doing. I know sometimes we don't get to interact with each other, so this allows us to share with everybody what they're doing and hopefully inspire us to create our own legacy and leave our own legacy for the new generations. Thank you, Isaac. Is there somebody else that wants to say something?
Yes, me. Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be participating in this symposium. And I want to say that it's true. I really liked all that have been presenting, especially in this last one, because I think that is like a course, that like a training to know how to leave a legacy. That's what I see. Because that's true. We always have something to learn, and we have to be humble to learning. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Eridania, for sharing that. We have time maybe for 2 or 3 more comments. Is there somebody else that wants to share on this presentation or any of the previous ones? Yes, Given, go ahead.
Yes, I have something to say, Doc. Thank you so much. No, I learned a very important lesson here, that there must be some changes that we effect on cultural values, really, that were used when we have been grown up. Like the notion of curiosity, as I said, it was quite taboo. I mean it, and now I realize that really that was very much counterproductive, because as I grew up, I tend to realize that no, it's important that one has to be curious to learn really anything. But I didn't understand as to why really the parents were very much opposed to curiosity. And probably really it could be the magnitude, because moderation is key. If I was extraordinarily curious, then I might have really irritated them, really. But as I was growing up, I knew that curiosity is a taboo, is not acceptable. Parents do not like that. So it means even if I'm grown through that tradition, I need to unlearn that, against the background of the knowledge that I acquire and accumulate on a daily basis, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Given, for your comments.
This Michelle Haman just say, hello?
Okay. Yeah. Michelle, go ahead.
Yeah. Really, what touched me is the aspect of being grateful to those who inspired us in the past, writing letters to them, to be grateful to them, appreciating. It is wonderful. We are sometimes so ungrateful to those in the past have really given us or made good impact in our lives. An advice I want to give is that some of them, we remember them, but we cannot get in touch with them because of the distance, because of time, and many things. Let us take a time, we pray for them, wherever they are. We cannot thank them because we cannot get in touch with them. We cannot call them. We don't have their numbers. We cannot write letters to them. We don't have their emails. But let us have a thought for them, to pray for them, so that God can bless them wherever they are. This is my advice.
Thank you, Stephen here. Can I just come in
okay,
also,
we have,
Stephen?
Who's this, Stephen? Yes, go ahead, Stephen.
Thank you very much. I think this is very spiritual. I think the author here is challenging every one of us to see ourselves as a blessing, and as a blessing to be able to make a difference to the other people, especially the upcoming generations, as also challenged or by the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations of eliminating, poverty and others. So it is very, very self-contained and very well written, in the sense that he ended up even saying that, we should actually document what we do, such that when this one is supposed to be a joke, when God comes at the end, we can be able to stand up and say, this is what we did for the nation, because people out there, they need our friends out there, they need our assistance. Yeah, we should stop hoarding stuff. We should share. Sharing is caring. Thank you very much. And thanks, colleagues, for the, yeah.
Yes, I think that's why we find that a lot of our presenters, have published books with what has worked for them, because that's a way to kind of carry on and document what our legacy could be. Or as Patricia showed us, Dr. Patricia created a YouTube channel, or these organizations with young men and women, because that's the only way to document and to have our legacy live on. So your comments, Stephen. We have time for one more. Is there somebody else that wants to say something before we move on to our final presentation?
Hello.
Yes. Mohammed, go ahead.
Permit me to stand on already established protocol. The presentation is a very good one. All the presenters, I really appreciate their whole comment, the legacy they are leaving behind for the students that have already enrolled into the program of this AIU. It is a very good forum for everyone to share his own view. But in my own view, if we are talking about legacy, it's like having a projectile of your own life. You have a target. You have the goals. You have what you want to leave, so that posterity will always remember you for whatever you have done. And based on all the presenters, their own presentation, we really benefit from them. This is the only comment I want to put forward. So I will be glad, equally, they should send all their own slides too to our emails or to our contact. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mohammed, for sharing that. And that will conclude this presentation. We're sorry, Mohammed, the presenter, couldn't be with us, but thank you everybody who shared and contributed to his presentation. I think we all learned something from it, and very proud to have Mohammed as part of our AIU student body. So Edward, we could stop the recording.
Recording stopped.
Is our last presenter here?
Yes, Morgana Flomo. Let's go ahead and make her a presenter. Felipe, can you make Morgana Flomo a
Good night.
host?
Good night, doctor. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Mercy. Thank you for everything.
Good night.
Good night, Chrissy.
Good night, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. It is getting late in many parts of the
Goodbye
Yeah,
too.
world right now.
Bye. See you next time.
Good night.
Yeah.
Okay, right now, Dr. Ophelia, we're actually changing some of the live stream configurations. So Felipe has the host privileges in order to do that. And so we're waiting for him to actually bring up Morgana Flomo for the presentation.
All right.
A couple of technical things that we're working through at the moment.
Good night. Good night, Dr. Lambert and
Good night.
everyone.
Good night.
Susan.
Well, we have just one more presentation, one more hour if you can stay up.
Wow,
I know.
okay.
It's getting late in many parts of the world now.
Yes.
Exactly.
But if you need to leave, thank you for coming. Okay, I'm looking. See if
No, this one is my school.
Good night. Hope to have the slides and the presentations in whatever manner we can get it. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. We have this worked out now. Let's see. Morgana, are you a co-host? Here we go. Okay, Dr. Philia, let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Great. Here we go.
Recording in progress.
Welcome everyone to our 11th symposium. Again, today we're presenting Legacy for Future Generations. And we have Dr. Morgana will be doing his presentation. Dr. Morgana, are you here? Dr. Morgana Flomo?
I'm asking right now to unmute the microphone. There.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. So the floor
Thank
is
you very
yours,
much.
Dr. Morgana. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly recognize all of our hardworking team at AIU, Dr. Lambert and the rest of the team for this great undertaking. Please allow me to stand on all existing protocols, all protocols observed. I'm happy to be a part of this very important occasion. I'm pleased to be able to share some information about my legacy. So my name is Morgana Flo Jr. I am the first of 7 children from my parents, born February 13, 1976. I'm married with 4 girls. I don't have a boy. So I have Naomi, Mogata, Morgana, Lynn, and Monawe. Currently, 3 of my girls are in other countries in search of education. My both parents are Christians from the Assembly of God Church. The photo you see here is my father. He's Professor Morgana S. Flomo Sr. He's a physically disabled person. So that lets you know that I am a son of a physically disabled person. In Africa, for physically disabled people to succeed is very difficult. But God being there, my father was very strong and committed because he became disabled at age 13. In Africa, it's not an easy thing at that age to grow and then be able to become someone. So if you see, here is a book that he wrote called From Dust to Permanence. And this book is available on Amazon for anyone who may want to read, and you get to know the story of my father. So the very beautiful lady you see here is my mother. And she's a very strong woman who stood by our father, a disabled person, to bring us up and to make us to be who we are. So, like I said, I've already told you that my father is the writer of the book From Dust to Permanence, available on Amazon. And I want to talk a bit about their impact. You know, just the last presentation, I heard someone saying, you cannot take people to where you have not been. So where we have worked, people brought us there, and my parents were key in this. So they taught me and my siblings, first, to be happy with what we have. We learn to give support to our community, and we learn to respect the values and norms of society. And this has really helped us a lot. So at age 15, I started volunteering to teach. I started as a choir teacher, and I taught different choirs from different churches in Liberia. And then later on, you know, my country went through 14 years of civil crisis. I'm from Liberia. And so I spent 5 of those years in the neighboring country called Guinea. So in Guinea, I also worked there teaching choirs. And I tutored a lot of different choir groups. And that's how I started my services to community. At age 21, I started teaching. I taught in different schools, but at that level, I had a dream of becoming a medical doctor. I never thought I would have become a teacher for life. My plan was to go to medical school and become a medical doctor, but that didn't work. God has his own plans for each and every one of us. So God redirected the plan and said, look, you are going to remain a teacher. So I'm proud that I'm a teacher. So at age 21, I started teaching in the classroom. I am 45 now. That means for 24 years, I've been in the classroom. Good for me, because I spent some time in Guinea, I'm able to teach some courses, both in French and in English, because I learned French while I was in Guinea. In fact, I did my seminary in Guinea. So I used that time to study French so that I could be able to use it for other things. In 2001, my family and I decided to establish a school. That was during the war. We had just returned from exile. We have returned to Liberia, and children were out of school. There were no schools around, and we decided as a family to start a school to be able to provide opportunity for kids and young people in Banga. Banga is in central Liberia. So in 2001, we started a school and we provided free and quality education to more than 5,000 students from 2001 to 2008. And in 2008, we turned the school over to the government of Liberia. Today, that school is running and it's called the Chief Compound Public School. It's running as a government school where students are still going to school and preparing themselves for the future. I still see that the desire to become a humanitarian grew in me more and more. So in 2005, I saw the industry, the music industry in Liberia was challenging. That is, people had to leave Liberia to go to other countries to do recording, to produce their songs. At that time, we never had a lot of modern studios around. So I came from nowhere and started a studio, a recording studio in 2005. And through that studio, I was able to touch and improve the lives of several young persons. Today, a lot of them have good economic statuses. A lot of them are doing different things and also contributing to society. But we have, most of them, their songs are national. Some of their songs are on the internet and people listen to them worldwide. I produced a lot of them from 2005 to 2018. That is 13 years I was actively involved with producing music and producing young people. While at the same time I have been in the classroom teaching, I was also actively involved with music production. So the links you see here are a few of the links of works that I did that you can find on YouTube. Here is my church choir, the first one. I did a song with my choir. The second one is another artist. The third song you see here is the Ebola awareness song that I did in 2014 when Ebola hit West Africa. And then in 2020, when COVID-19 hit Liberia, I was the first to produce the first awareness song. So the slide here, I'm going to just permit me to cause a very small noise in your ears, and then just for you to see something. It's a song done by me. So because of time, we cannot play the entire song, but this song is being done by my choir and myself, and it's me you see there leading the song, my church choir. And this entire song from scratch to finish was done by me. I did all the music work, all the arrangement behind this song. So I'll give you another one. So that was the first Corona awareness song ever produced in Liberia. And it was produced the very day Corona was pronounced in Liberia. I went to studio and did this song, did the video the next day, and it was on YouTube, and it is available on YouTube. So passing on my legacy, what I've done in the music area is that I trained some young guys to be able, because I knew that my activities in my job would not allow me to continue to be a full-time recording studio engineer. So I had to train people who would do it after me, and then that can be able to continue to provide the service to society. So I was able to get 3 young guys, very well-trained, who are in different parts of the country, strategically located. One is in central Liberia, one is in the capital of Liberia, Monrovia, and then the other guy is in the eastern part of Liberia. They are all contributing. So the photo here shows Aaron Tomukwena, who is in Nimba County, and then Emmanuel J. Riggs. He's called J. Riggs, popularly known as J. Riggs. He's in Bangladesh, Central Liberia, and then Ezekiel Demin, popularly known as Phillips, is in Monrovia. These are well-known and top producers of music in Liberia. These are guys that I brought up from scratch, who knew nothing about music, and I brought them from where they were to where they are now, and making impact to society and improving the music industry in Liberia. In 2015, I established the Cyprus International University. The story about the Cyprus International University is very, very much interesting. It came out of the Ebola situation when we discovered that the health system in Liberia was very weak and that we did not have the trained manpower to be able to contribute to fighting Ebola and other diseases that will come after Ebola, like 2014, 2020 in Liberia, Corona, COVID-19 came. So by starting the Cyprus International University, we were able to train, to start training a lot of people. And interestingly, more than 75% of students in this university are on scholarship. Now, the scholarship is not being paid for by anyone. The school is founded by me, and I have said people should come to school as long as they want to come to school. Young people should come and prepare themselves for the future. So you see that there's a huge burden of how I can raise the kind of finance or funding to be able to support these guys and to keep the university running. The university is accredited by the National Commission on Higher Education of the Republic of Liberia, and this is the seal of the university. Like I said, there is no money. The institution has not been able to raise funds to pay instructors. So I work other areas, I do other jobs, raise money, and then take that money from my family and give to the school so that it serves as a subsidy so that teachers can continue to get, instructors can get salary to continue to teach. As of now, there is no outside support. So everything is either a few dollars the school is raising plus what I have to provide to pay the lecturers to keep the school. In 2018, I became the first Liberian to award the security sector scholarships. On February 10th, which is the Founders Day of the university, I was able to award 100 scholarships to the security sector. So about 87 members of the Armed Forces of Liberia, that's the military, the police, and the Liberia Immigration Service are currently enrolled and going to school free of charge. Some of them will be graduating in December this year. That will be the second commencement convocation of this university. The photo you see here is a photo with few of a mix of them. I think you see those in the blue are the police, and then the military guys, and then the immigration guys are behind here. This morning I had gone for class, though then in this photo I was serving as Minister of Agriculture, or I had to go to teach. So after class this morning, we did this photo in 2019. So the same day we did this photo. What you see here is the convocation, the commencement convocation of our first commencement convocation that was done last year, February. Interestingly, you see that all of our students who are in the security force decided attending the commencement using their uniforms. So you will see them there seated in their uniforms. And these are people that we are making to be able to protect Liberia. The reason for the scholarship to be given to the security force is that in Liberia, when there is disaster, the security guys have to be at the front to control movement and all those kinds of things. Interestingly, you'll see that a lot of them did not have training to be able to face these different disasters. So we thought that it was necessary to provide the opportunity to train people from the security sector who can be used to take the lead to guide their colleagues in times of disaster on what to do. In 2019, I also provided 117 scholarships to young Liberians to go to the university and learn sustainable agriculture. Being a former minister of agriculture of my country, I also learned that there was a need for us as a country to put ourselves together to increase the level of trained manpower who will provide extension services to farmers. So the purpose of this scholarship was to train these guys, and then we strategically selected them from different clans, and we took 3 students from each clan in the central region to go to the university and then go back to their clans and provide the services, extension services to the farmers in those areas based on what they are being taught in the university. So all 170 slots are occupied and students are studying. In 2019, I also founded the Liberia Commodities and Smallholders Farmers Empowerment Enterprise. Why? The purpose was to provide extension services to farmers and then also be able to help farmers with tools and inputs to help them ease their farming activities and do it in a better way. And then also, in some instances, look around, see how we can find loans for these farmers to get equipment to do their job. So we have been able to give support to a lot of farming groups in working in the area of food and tree crops. Among the tree crop projects, we are doing cocoa, and then rice being our staple food. I've worked with the young people and with communities to ensure that we spend more time helping rice farmers and improving rice farming in Liberia. So this is one typical working day where the farmers usually will go to work. And this day I decided to take a visit to this group on one side. So here I am standing in the middle with them. So I serve as Minister of Agriculture, like I said. So the lady here you see is the FAO country representative assigned in Liberia, United Nations FAO country representative. And here you see me, we are in the field. Several times I had to go in the field to let the people know, to change the idea of the Minister of Agriculture sitting in the office and not knowing what is happening in the field. To make sure that every time I'm in the field to get to work with the county agriculture coordinators, the district agriculture coordinators, to encourage them to go to the farmers to provide services. During my time as minister, I stayed more time in the field than you could see me in the office. This day was a day I had gone to launch the harvest of about 200 hectares of farmland. The guy who is facing me here, and here I am in the middle. I want to launch this because earlier I went to launch the farm, and then the harvest was ready. I had to go back to launch that. So here is a photo of me with the group, and then you see me with this processor trying to harvest some of the rice. Also, I worked as a minister to also provide services to the people. I had to go out to other countries, do other things, talk to other countries, friendly countries to help our country. And I brought in this just to link it to when I had to leave office as Minister of Agriculture. So I left Turkey, came back to Liberia, and I was told I had to go immediately to China, where we had the China-Africa Trade and Economic Expo. And I had gone to represent my country and to speak to investors, to attract them to come to Liberia to invest in agriculture. Right after that conference, I stayed in China. I did not return to Liberia. I was still in China when I was relieved of my post. So I ran agriculture. So I came to Liberia. The photo you see here is a photo that was taken when citizens decided to welcome me back home after I was sacked from citizens who have felt the impact one way or the other, who have felt my impact, who know what I stand for, who know what I want to do. They decided that, yes, since there was no reason, he did not corrupt, he didn't commit any crime and was removed, we need to make him feel proud of his service to the government. So they came to welcome me. So here I am. Right beside me here is my wife. So you will see the picture clearer from this end. Here is my dad, and here I am during the program when citizens were welcoming me back home for good service. So to conclude, I believe that service is more than money. I believe that when I die and people are able to show what I did, my spirit will be happy. People who knew me will be happy. My children will be proud of the life I live. So I have never in my life placed money over anything. I've always placed service over money. My life completely I have lived just for others. What I can do to make the difference? Because in the first place, young people who are coming up in the community, in the society, look at those of us who are ahead. And if we are not careful how we live our life, we become disappointment to those young people in our society because they look at us, they watch us, and they want to be like us. So we have to do everything to make sure that at all times we put the kind of legacy, we leave the kind of legacy that people will want to remember for life. So frankly, though I have served all these times, I can tell you that I have not been saving money. Do you want to agree? Yes, because as I get money, I spend on others. I want to see how many people I can impact. I've just told you that in my university, there are more than 75% of the students who are on school. So I believe that service gives meaning to life. When we live for others, we will be remembered. So this is how I can give you a picture of what I have been doing in my own little corner in Liberia, how I have tried to impact society. There are a lot of things we've done which we cannot say because we have a very limited time and we have to give people the opportunity to be able to also give us their view and their thoughts on how we are moving with life and what we can do, what they think we can do to improve what we are doing. So I'm very happy again to have been contacted by AIU to be a part of this very important symposium and to say something about my legacy, what I have done in Liberia and across the world and how I've impacted lives And this is where we are, and I'm sure that we still have to do more. I'm just 45. If God agrees, 10, I still have 25. His grace, I can have more than that. We have to continue to live so that when that day comes, that legacy remains for others to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgana, for sharing that. It's very inspiring, everything that you're doing in your community. We had somebody in the earlier presentations that was interested in opening a school, and I know that you mentioned that you were able to do that. What were the steps, or how did you get the funding for that?
Okay, thank you. Again, I did not wait to get a lot of money before starting. I had worked for a few years, and the little amount of money I had saving, I decided to use to start. So again, like I've said, practically, there has been no outside funding from anywhere. But I have worked with communities, I have worked with my team. Good teamwork matters in this case. Openness and transparency matters in this case. Every step along the way, those who are working along with you must know how the work is being done. They must know where there are challenges. They must know where there are successes. So during times of challenges where I'm unable to pay them their salaries upfront, they say, don't worry, we know it's going to come, because they know that we try to leave it open. So I've done everything, organizing the students. We do agriculture projects, farm, and then from the produce, we also sell, and that helps the school. And then we have other activities that we make sure we give opportunity for people who want to volunteer to teach few courses, who are qualified and working and don't really want salary. If we can find 2-3 persons, we allow them teach few courses. So those are the ways we have been doing it. And that's how we started it. Up to now, the institution has grown, and we are even open to people, to partners, to people who want to partner with us. So I have not been lucky yet to get funding from anywhere.
Right. And you mentioned also that you give scholarships to young children. So what is your goals as far as these scholarships for the next?
The quality of education in Liberia needs to improve. And if you have most of the young people not going to school because of the lack of funds, then the country is heading for danger. So I see that there is a need to reduce the percentage of illiteracy rate for the future now by starting to contribute to building the capacity of these young people. And that's why I'm doing it, so that now in the future, they are able to do something. As I speak to you, most of my students who graduated from the first batch work with the Ministry of Health. Some of them are even providing some support to the World Bank on some World Bank projects and all those things. Now they are able to contribute to society and then take care of themselves. So that is the dream. Produce more people who can help to, I also put into them that as I'm doing to you, it will be good for you to do to others. And that is going to help to increase the number of young people who will become educated in the country.
Yeah, I think that's been a common theme with mentorship, that a person mentors a group, and then that group mentors more people, so that we can kind of recreate that model and everybody helps each other. So what is next for you, Dr. Morgana?
So currently, the university is running. I'm still ensuring that I make it better. So I'm going out there now, forming partnerships, trying to look for international accreditation to give it more meaning, trying to put the university online to begin to offer few courses online, trying to also at the same time, I am still supporting government, even though I was taken from government, but currently I serve as a technical consultant, a special technical consultant to the National Commission on Higher Education, actually looking at data issue at the National Commission on Higher Education, trying to see how we can organize education data that people can get the kind of information when they need it in Liberia. So the university runs, I do a lot of other things, and I still feel happy to continue to do this as long as I have life.
Great, that's very great. And I'm sure there's more great things to come. The floor is now open. If anybody has a question for our presenter. Are there any questions?
My question is putting up the structures for the university. What are the challenges you have faced along the way, and how have you been able to cope with the government of that time in acquiring your license to establish a university institution?
First, let me tell you strictly that it was not an easy thing to get the license. In the first place, people thought that this is something that this young man cannot do. Who is he? A single guy who's just coming up in his community. This is not possible. He cannot do this. So it was not easy to get the license, but commitment to it. And I kept letting them know. At one point when I visited the National Commission on Higher Education at that time, the Director General then told me, why not just continue to run your program, just run some certificate programs and give the students certificates? And I told him, this is my life. If I don't succeed with it and die, I will never be happy in my grave. And that's how he looked at me and said, wow, you are so serious about this. I said, yes, this is what I want to do. So you have to let them know that you are really committed, and people must see your commitment. Eventually they will follow. About the structures, up to now, we have acquired land. We are still leasing building to run the programs. We don't have our own structures yet, though we now have blueprint and we have acquired the land. We have 536 acres of land that we want to use for the program. And we are looking around for people to join us so that this can become a very big thing in Liberia. But we don't have our own structure yet. We are leasing some structures that we are using for our classes.
Okay, in addition to that, how many faculty are there in the institution?
Currently, there are a little above 150 faculty members. And the least qualified person has a master's degree.
So my advice will be, why don't you lease it on IPO for other shareholders to contribute so that you have a firm or a well-established institution that will grow faster than the way it is.
I wish I can get in touch with you at this meeting so that we can take the discussion further from here to learn from you more on how we can go about doing that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed.
All right.
Hello, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Alex. There are sometimes determinations, I see it when people try to make determination an objective in such a way, like, for example, you try all your efforts in a way to make something work, but your society does not support. So what is Mr. Mongana's suggest in this kind of situation? I don't think maybe you understand my question.
In question time, right?
Yeah. So in a society where, if I got you, the community is now willing to receive what you want to do. What I learned is that it might be that the community has not understood, or the community has not gotten to know the value of what you want to do. So you have to work over time to let the community to see the value. Once the community begins to see value in what you want to do, they are going to join. They are going to follow. Then that was the case with me. When I started, I came down from 200 students to 12. After 1 year, people discouraged the students to leave, that it was a fake thing that was not going to work. But I spent more time on the radio. I organized a team of students. We went in the communities to do cleanup campaigns. We did waste management projects to make them know our importance. And at one point, the city government contacted us, and our students started working with the city government to clean the city and set the place up. And that turned the whole thing around and started bringing students back. So you have to let the community understand the value of what you want to do. As long as they don't know the value and what they are going to benefit, they will not go for it. But when they get to know that it has something that will benefit them, you see them coming in. And that what has happened to us.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That was okay.
I also have a question.
Okay.
This is Simon Sire. There's a saying that no pain, no gain. So far from any struggle that you have undergone, which pain did you undergo to get this achievement? I'm like asking, to get this, to reach to this achievement, there is a proverb which goes, no pain, no gain. Which other pain? Which pain did you undergo? Also one, but there is going to be, there is something that we learn in living. There is a pain that we leave behind. What pain did you undergo to get this?
Thank you. The first pain was a pain of rejection. The community rejected the program. That was the first pain.
How did you overcome?
Where, like I told you, started with 200 and then came down to 12. Where opinion leaders in the community were reaching out to the students and telling them, this is a fake program. As they usually say about AIU, you know? And I tell them, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know, you know?
Yeah.
Lorna, did we lose you?
No. I'm on, except I just know that just as he has hint that when you have pain of something, when you have lost, there is also a way of restoring. Much as like he has said that he went to the radios, he went to advertise with the students to tell the community the value of the institution that he had established. But now that, which strategies did he use to make sure that when these parents were now bringing their children to school, how did he, which trick did he make convince the public that really the institution is authentic for the public consumption.
I think we lost Morgana. I think he lost connection.
Yes, he's been disconnected. He hasn't come back yet.
Yeah.
I'm here now. I'm here now.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Sarah, can you repeat your question? Because he was disconnected.
Yes, so he asked about the pain. And I said that the major pain that I went through was the pain of rejection, where opinion leaders in the community were reaching out to the students to tell them that this is a fake program, do not go there. And they discouraged the students, and enrollment dropped from 200 to 12. So I had to work overtime and be strong. Since I did not get high blood pressure, I'm not sure I will get it anymore in my life.
Oh dear.
Because every day I could feel that pain. That's the most serious pain I ever experienced during this process.
So
Yeah,
I
and
was
I think
asking,
that's where the
pain?
Go ahead, Sarah.
I was asking, how did you heal up from the pain? How did you convince the public, the parents later after healing up from the wound, after advertising, and now the parents were able now to at least again bring the children? How did you convince the public now that the institution you have established is authentic for the public consumption?
First, like I said, I had to let them know that they had something in it. So I worked with the students and we reached out to the city government, and I gave the students over to the city government to help with waste management projects. That was one. Two, I organized conferences and invited community leaders to attend the conferences free of charge. I worked with the students. We did surveys, we did some studies in the community and presented the results to them. Three, I was able to make sure that I organized a special program, a special certificate program for 6 weeks, which was free of charge. And I opened it to high school graduates. And when these students came in and did the 6 weeks program free of charge, while they were getting ready for graduation, for completion of the program, we now informed them that those of them who had interest in coming to the university will get scholarship. So we saw most of them coming over. We fought hard. The biggest achievement was when we had the first commencement last year. Of course, at that time, we already got our accreditation from the National Commission on Higher Education, but they were still saying it was fake until we had the commencement. The commencement broke the record and defeated the argument that this program was fake. Then, after this commencement, later on, a few months later, I was invited by the National Commission on Higher Education to serve as a consultant to them to work on giving support to the country when it comes to education, higher education data management. So the argument about the institution being fake or authentic, all those things now, that argument is over and people now have trust and people are coming over and people are going to the school.
Yeah, I think this is where the passion part comes in, Morgana, because obviously you didn't give up and you knew that your program was valuable, whether it had accreditation or not, because the kids were learning. And so that, I think, really demonstrates to people that's where the passion part of our legacy comes in. So great work. Thank you for that. We have time maybe for 2 more questions.
Okay, this Michelle Haman.
Cabinet.
Okay.
Moses, you have a question?
Yeah, it's not something like question, but like I just want to raise that issue. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, go ahead, we hear you.
Dr. Moygood, and I've listened to your presentation, and your experience is a learning point. And I'm from Sierra Leone, and we are living just in the same Mano River Union. And how can we share this experience so that people in Sierra Leone can gain from your own experience by sharing as an experience sharing, as I stayed in Freetown, so that we can able to work together to build the Mano River Union as an educational grant for the people.
My brother, I'm willing to work with you to ensure that we can improve the Mano River Union. Sierra Leone is just right next door. We can meet after this meeting and we can start some activities. I have been having a plan to actually internationalize my university by carrying branches to other countries. So maybe it's good to start with working with you to see how that works.
Great. That's one of the benefits of online. Connect with many people. We have time for one more comment. Emmanuel?
Yes.
A question. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. This is Senyo Online calling from Ghana.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can I ask my question?
Yes, Senyo, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. I want to congratulate Dr. Mugana for his excellent presentation. He has challenged me a lot in terms of the presentation that he has made. And I want to find out from him, being a politician, I've realized that looking at his characteristics and his personality did not fit so well into the politics, the body politics that he has found himself in. I believe that was why he was finding problems with the things, his association with people. And now that he has gotten himself into the business that he's doing, how will he use that experience to be able to leverage on the skills and expertise of those that he has met whilst he was in politics, and then build up on his career? The second aspect is that he has lived for others and he has sacrificed for others. When will he work for himself and enjoy the fruit of his labor? Hello?
Lana, did we lose you?
Hello?
Yeah, I think as we were waiting for the facilitator, they say always heroes die and leave a legacy that gives a celebration to the people he has fought with. So much as he's struggling, he's making his best to make sure that he's doing something for the public, in one way or the other, he's also doing something for himself, because as the community supports him, and also with the political aspect that he has been a persuading man in the field of politics, he has been at least able to benefit something and for himself. You know, as you're doing something for others, there's something others are also benefiting you about with. So you don't need to say, when will I do for others and for myself? You don't need to, you cannot work alone to make something that benefits yourself, but you work with others to get something to benefit yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay, we lost Morgana. Thank you guys, everyone, for participating today.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry that I left the line again. Yeah, so I'm in touch with a lot of guys, especially those in the agriculture sector, on how they can give me support, because I'm using agriculture as a means of raising funds to support my university. So that's why I gave the number of students who are doing agriculture have to do their practicals. So from because we are able to raise, do some work and raise some funds to be able to support our university programs. So I'm talking to colleagues who I met before when I was in government.
Hello?
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 Michelle, Haman, go ahead.
Michelle, yes. About the accreditation, we thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation and for your courage, doggedness. Accreditation, you are in West Africa, a member of ECOWAS, for the 15 countries, I think, plus Mauritania. Your accreditation in Liberia, is it recognized by other African, West African countries?
Yes.
Okay, if a Nigerian student goes to university, attends the university and gets his or her degree, coming back to Nigeria or going back to Ghana or any other West African country, can the degree obtained in your university be recognized by those other countries?
Yes, in fact, with a master's in public health from Liberia, I went to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana to do PhD.
And then for lecturers,
yes,
because I know in Nigeria you can get lecturers who can come and teach in your university, organize programs that can raise funds for the university and help also in increasing the number of beneficiaries of your scholarships. I don't know if you have made move to reach out to other countries, universities, to get lecturers from outside Liberia.
Yes, in fact, the current president of my university is a Nigerian. He's a professor from Nigeria.
Beautiful. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Thank you very much.
That is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Morgana, for your presentation, for your contribution, and for answering everybody's questions. We'd love to see how you're contributing to young people's lives with the university and all the great things you're doing. Edward, do you have any final words?
There's Cabinet. Moses has a comment or a question.
Yeah, thank you. It's just a comment because I heard Dr. saying that he's moving his university with agricultural production, and I'm saying let's just liaise together and we can build, because in Sierra Leone, as far as I'm concerned, I also have a lot of land which we can use for agricultural productivity and then support each other. It's just the issue, that is why I post my contact so that we can talk and discuss detail after the symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emmanuel. I will check for your contact and make sure I just get it.
Yeah, I also have a comment.
So I just want to say that Cabinet wanted to say that he's a landowner in Sierra Leone and wants to get in touch with Morgana.
Great. Yeah, remember also through everybody's platform, you do have my AIU LinkNet, which is kind of our own personal Facebook page where you can create profiles and also interact with other AIU members. I think that would be a great way to interact. So it's through your page, through my AIU. You can find my AIU LinkNet. So make sure that you create your profile so that it allows you to interact with other people. We've had amazing presentations today. I think we all leave here very inspired. Thank you so much to all our presenters. I know it's late in a lot of parts of the world. Thank you to everyone that participated. Edward, any final thoughts?
I was left out.
Edward?
The only final thought I had from what I'm taking away from this is that I've heard things like integrity, humility, responsibility to apply to ourselves. But my vision is to have like a society, a culture that's humble, curious, responsible, giving, things like that, that it's more than just people, that it's the community has that inside of them too.
Yeah, I think what a lot of people said, a lot of the presenters, that it begins with them. And it's true, but it begins with each one of us. So to be our best versions, and then we're able to create opportunities for other people when we're at our best. So that's what at AIU try to do through everybody's program, is for them to really experience that exponential growth daily. Not just when you graduate, but that every day you're your best version, because every day is an opportunity that we can take advantage of. I mean, we've seen all of our presenters, they faced obstacles, but instead of stopping there, they kind of drew inspiration from that. So I think we all be very inspired with. So thank you all for coming. The recordings will be available and we will share with everyone. And we'll see you at our next symposium.